Chapter 1290. Tens of thousands of citizens in Chang, and were obsessed with the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. However, something big was happening in the palace. After the morning assembly, Li Er did not announce the end of the assembly as usual. Instead, he led all the officials out of the palace. Outside the palace, hundreds of war horses were prepared. Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. Even the officials knew how to ride a horse. Li Er took the lead and mounted his horse. Crown Prince Li Xianxia, Prince Li Ku, Li Yu and the others accompanied him. Li Ku and Li Tai were still studying in Yanhuang Academy and could not make it in time. The Empress and the Princess chariots followed closely behind. As for the civil and military officials and imperial guards, they followed behind the chariots. This group of people at the top of the Tang Empire headed toward the east gate of Chang, and in a mighty manner. With such a luxurious lineup, it naturally attracted the attention of the pedestrians along the way. That's His Majesty and the officials. Why is His Majesty leaving the palace? What is he doing? Wherever the huge group passed, the citizens bowed. After the group left, the people on the roadside could not help but discuss. I don't know. It looks like His Majesty is going to bring the officials out of the city. But I haven't heard of anything big happening outside the city. Have you forgotten? Today is Arbor Day. Datong Daily said that the imperial court not only established the position of Mountain Yu, but also established Arbor Day. It's today. I heard that His Majesty is going to plant trees by the Yellow River. I heard that the Duke of Yong and brought all the students from Yanhuang College to plant trees early in the morning. Whoa, I almost forgot about that. Since His Majesty and the Duke of Yong and are going to plant trees, how can I be idle? I want to plant trees by the Yellow River too. That's right. I want to go too. But I haven't finished Celestial Bane yet. Bah! Second Tiger Yang. You little brat. Can't you read the novel after it comes back? Are you going to plant trees by the river with me now? Dad. Why don't we go in the afternoon? Bool ****. Come home with me to plant trees now. Dad. Let go of me. The power of a role model was infinite. If one were to ask who the first role model in the hearts of the Tang people was, it would definitely be Li Er. After all, old Li was the current emperor. Moreover, when Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan, half of the world's rivers and mountains were conquered by Li Shimin, the king of Qin, personally led the army. All along, Li Er's reputation among the people was very, very high. Now that old Li had become the emperor of Tang, even though the process of ascending the throne was a little disgraceful, history books were always written by the victors. Li Er's crime of murdering his brother and imprisoning his father was glossed over by the imperial censor as a victim who was forced to kill his brother and abdicate the throne. Other than Li Er, Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Tang also had a high reputation among the people. Ever since Li Zishuan's debut, the things he did were mostly good for the country and the people. Moreover, the Yanhuang College he founded was regarded by the people as the best place for the poor children to stand out. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan led the officials out of the city, and that Li Zishuan led all the students of Yanhuang College to plant trees, the people on the streets all went home, took out their tools and saplings, and ran out of the city after the big group. Sigh. I don't know what father is thinking. Why did he have to plant trees by the Yellow River? Because of this, I didn't even have time to read Leather Knight's new book today. In the group, Li Chengqian and 2 other young men followed behind Li Er. The older one could not help but whisper. Li Chengqian frowned and scolded. Brother Yu, don't spout nonsense. The construction of the Yellow River Shelter Belt is a national project that father has decided on. As father's sons, you and I should set an example. How can we let ourselves be distracted by novels? So that young man was the future prince of Qi, Li Yu. Yes. Brother, you're right. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Li Yu didn't expect that Li Chengqian would hear him when he was only muttering in a low voice, nor did he expect that Li Chengqian would specially reprimand him for such a trivial matter, so he could only hurriedly apologize. However, in this little fellow's heart, it was inevitable that he would feel some degree of hatred towards Li Chengqian because of this. That's for the best. Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. Even though he hadn't had the time to watch Celestial Bane, he knew that he had to prioritize. Of course, the most important thing was that the idea of Arbor Day and the construction of the Yellow River Shelter Forest was proposed by his good friend and brother. Of course he had to support it. In the eastern suburbs of Lantian County, at the entrance of the Ba River into the Yellow River, the students of Yanhuang College had split up into classes and started planting trees. Some dug holes, some helped trees, and some carried water. It was a lively scene. "Young master, let us plant these trees. These students from the college are all literary stars. They're going to do great things in the future. Planting trees is a rough job that farmers like us should do." As Li Zishuan's fief, all the farmers in Lantian County who had nothing to do came over to plant trees. Second Elder Lu, who was only wearing a coarse shirt, did not mind the cold. He walked over and spoke loudly to Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the students nearby could not help but sneak a peek. It was obvious that they did not want to soak in sweat while digging holes to plant trees. Li Zishuan's facial features were sharp. He snorted and purposely raised his voice. "Second Elder Lu, thank you for your kindness. But who said that scholars can't plant trees? Since they are Yanhuang College's students, they can't be lazy. In the future they will use their knowledge to benefit the people. If they don't work in the fields and don't work, how can they benefit the people?" Speaking of which, he was the Marquis of the Tang Empire and the Yamacho of the college. He stayed up so late last night to write novels, but didn't he come over early in the morning to plant trees? These little brats had eaten and slept well last night. Did they still want to be lazy today? After he finished speaking, he turned around and spoke loudly to all the students with a serious face. "Whoever doesn't finish planting their saplings today, don't even think about returning to the college today. He would leave the moment he finished planting them. Do you all hear me?" Although the students were standing rather scattered, Li Zishuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without any difference. Hearing this, they all responded, "We heard it. Yamacho." At this time, the students who wanted to be lazy could not help but give up completely. They dug even harder. Second Master Lu looked at Li Zishuan and the students of the Yanhuang Academy with mixed feelings. He shook his head and left. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "I'm sorry, Li Zishuan." Amazing. Young master students will be amazing in the future. The people will have a good life in the future. Chapter 1291. Added to Ling Fanming's bounty. Haha. Mencius once said, "When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a great man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body and skin." Marquis Yong'an, we greatly admire your teachings. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just finished lecturing his students when the heir arrived on horseback, laughing loudly. Behind him were the Empress, princes, princesses, and civil and military officials. Li Zishuan was startled. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "This subject, Li Zishuan, respectfully welcomes your majesty." The students of Yanhuang College and the citizens of Lantian County who had come to plant trees all hurriedly followed suit and bowed. "We pay our respects to your majesty." There were quite a few people here, numbering at least a few thousand. Their voices were like a large bell, resounding through the clouds. Li Er loved the feeling of being supported by the people. After all, which emperor didn't have a bit of vanity? He raised his hands with a smile and said, "Rise. Today is tree planting day set by the imperial court. We are gratified that you can come here to plant trees." The citizens of Lantian County were only willing to plant trees because Li Zishuan had been promoting tree planting recently. Now that they heard Li Er's words, it was as if they had been conferred the title of Marquis. They were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands. One had to know that the other party was the Emperor of Great Tang. The Emperor of Great Tang had actually personally praised them. How could they not be excited? As for the students of Yanhuang College, each of them held their heads high. Li Er was the dean of Yanhuang College in name. Today's praise made them, the emperor's students, very proud. At this time, there were no longer any students who were unwilling to plant trees. "Haha. Continue. Continue to plant trees," Li Er said to the citizens on the shore. He then turned to Duguexen and ordered, "Men, distribute saplings and tools to the officials." "Yes, sir." Duguexen accepted the order and left. At this time, Empress Zhangsun and Princess Changle also walked down from the imperial carriage. Changle smiled and said, "Imperial father, Changle also wants to plant trees. Mother's health isn't good, so I'll help her plant Changle." Hearing this, Empress Zhangsun's eyes were full of love. Chang'e, my body has been nourished for a winter. How can I be as delicate as you say? You, go plant trees with Xianxia and the others. Don't tire yourself out. Imperial Mother will plant it with your Imperial Father. It was now the end of March. During the day, it was not as cold as before. It was because of this that Li Er dared to let Empress Zhang's son leave the palace. Otherwise, her illness would easily relapse. On the other hand, not only was Chang'e's qi completely cured, but she also had Taoist genuine qi in her body. Her physique was much better than before. Li Er was completely relieved about this. Yes. Chang'e, go plant trees with Xianxia. Your Imperial Mother has Imperial Father. Li Er smiled. His face was full of love. Yes. Seeing this, Chang'e went to find Li Xianxia and the others. After a while, the civil and military officials were each given a shovel and 3 saplings. Seeing that the Emperor and Empress had personally planted the trees, what else could the ministers say? They all began to look for a place to plant the trees in groups of 3 or 5. Little Xian, what's the name of your new book? After today's court session, I came straight here. I really didn't have time to read it. The 2 siblings, Li Xianxia and Chang'e, insisted on teaming up with Li Zishuan to plant trees. The former was there to hug his thigh and be a bystander, while the latter, while planting trees, Li Xianxia asked quietly. He and Chang'e were among the few people who knew Leather Knight's true identity. Xianxia, when you go back later, get someone to buy you the latest Talking Big World, and you'll find out. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Without a doubt, he would be the one digging the tree holes. Li Xianxia was weak and could not be counted on. As for Chang'e, forget it. He could not bear to let the little girl do such menial work. Li Xianxia giggled. Heh! I can't wait anymore, can I? In the end, this is still your fault. It would have been fine if you released the new book a few days earlier or a few days later. Why did you have to do it today? By the time the officials finish planting the trees, it would be noon when they go back. It would have been better if he did not say anything. Now that he said it, Li Zishuan was even more depressed. Because he did not have to release the new book today. All of this was arranged by Ma Zhou. For this reason, he stayed up half the night. As the Empire's crown prince, how can Xianxia lose your will? Here you dig the hole. Chang'e and I will help you hold the tree. Li Zishuan straightened his back and handed the shovel to Li Xianxia with a straight face. There were only 2 trees left. No matter how slow Li Xianxia dug, he could finish before noon. Li Xianxia was instantly dumbfounded. Chang'e could not help but giggle. Hee. Good. Brother Crown Prince, come and dig the hole. Brother Little Xian and I will help you hold the tree. The Taoist true qi in the little girl's body not only nourished her body, it also made her complexion look many times better than before. At this moment, when she smiled, there was a kind of breathtaking charm. Li Zishuan was only dazed for a moment before he came back to his senses. Li Xianxia pretended to be angry. Good, Chang'e. You actually joined forces with Little Xian to bully your own brother. Let's see if I still send good things to Chang'e Palace in the future. Chang'e smiled. Brother Crown Prince won't. Chang'e knows that Brother Crown Prince treats Chang'e the best. All right, with the little girl's words, what else could Li Xianxia say? He shook his head, rolled up his sleeves and began to dig the hole. Brilliant. You haven't finished planting the trees at your door? After a while, Cheng Chimo, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Tai walked over with shovels. The 3 of them were in a group previously. Not yet. Chou Niu, Baolin, Qing Ke, you guys finished planting so quickly? Li Xianxia raised his head and said in surprise. He had heard from Li Zishuan that each student of the academy was given at least 8 saplings. If Cheng Chimo and the others were in a group of 3, that would be 24 saplings. It wouldn't be easy to finish planting all of them. Haha. What's this? A mere 20-something saplings aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Oh right. Brilliant. Have you read Leather Knight's new book? Cheng Chimo smirked and asked again. Li Xianxia shook his head and said, Not yet. Cheng Chimo said regretfully, Sigh. Then forget it. After saying that, he turned to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, Qing Ke, Baolin, and I have finished planting the trees, so we'll be returning to the academy first. This time, I might be able to learn something from Leather Knight's new book. When the time comes, I, Cheng Chumo, might be able to become a god with one book. Haha. Li Zishuan didn't know where this idiot's confidence came from. He thought for a while and said, Chumo, on next year's Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. Cheng Chumo was stunned and asked, What? Li Zishuan smiled and said, The name of that tree is called the Force Tree. Cheng Chumo was still confused. What do you mean? Li Zishuan said unhappily, I want you to know the force in your heart. You want to write a novel? You better pass all the subjects first. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Yuqi Baolin burst into laughter. Li Zishuan was too funny. Changle's face was red. She wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. She thought to herself, Brother Xiaoxian is usually full of talent and is like a gentleman. I didn't expect him to make such a joke. Although this joke is crude, it sounds really funny. F***CK. Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Ah. Chapter 1292. Next year on Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. The name of the tree is Bai Tree. It was unknown whether Cheng Chumo knew what was going on, but there was another kid who did not seem to know what was going on. He was currently planting trees and feeling uneasy. This person was Hua Hongyi. Hongyi, are you still worried about your novel? Needless to say, the heroes of Jin and Yu were planting trees in the same group. Chen Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi's absent-minded look and knew what was on his mind. He comforted him gently. Hongyi, you don't have to feel pressured. Actually, the fact that you have the courage to publish your novel today is already stronger than most people. Even if your results are bad, Feichen and I won't laugh at you. This was the truth. Although Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen felt that Hua Hongyi was being reckless by wanting to compete with Leather Knight, if they were in his shoes, they would not have the courage to do so. This was also the reason why no author was willing to publish a new book in March. Tianhua is right. Hongyi, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the editor doesn't like your novel, you can always edit it and send it out again. Both of us will support you. Liao Feichen laughed. Hua Hongyi acted as if nothing was wrong. He said, Hey, who said I was worried about my novel? I was thinking about the plot. After all, I have readers now and I have to be responsible for my readers. I have to make sure that I update every day. Feichen, you said that the editing department might not like my novel. Let me tell you that's impossible. As for competing with Leather Knight, I'm sure that I will surpass him in the future. This guy was the type who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although he was panicking, he did not want to say it out loud. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen understood their friend's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him any further. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the ministers had finished planting the trees. Li Er announced that the army was returning to the capital. The emperor, empress, princes, princesses, civil and military officials were returning to Chang'an in a grandiose manner. In the morning, through the propaganda of the Great Tang Daily, and the example set by Li Er and the civil and military officials, nearly 100,000 people had gathered to plant trees on the banks of the Yellow River in Lantian County. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed. Li Zishuan looked at the originally bare riverbank and saw that it had become a bare forest in the morning. The saplings didn't have many leaves yet, so they looked bare. With a rueful expression, he muttered to himself, Great Tang! 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. 10 years later, when these saplings grow into towering trees, I don't believe that the soil on both sides of the Yellow River will be washed into the river by the rain. Ha ha! Today, this old man finally understood why the Yamacho was so persistent in promoting this strategy of planting trees. Li Gang had unknowingly appeared beside Li Zishuan and said with a chuckle, Today, Yanhuang College was planting trees not only for the students, but also for the teachers of the college. Li Gang was old, so naturally, no one forced him to plant trees. The old teacher walked around the banks of the river twice and felt the loosening of the soil. Only then did he truly understand Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. At this moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and sighed. 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. Yamacho said it well. This old man doesn't have many years left to live, but this old man dares to say that in 100 years, the students of Yanhuang College will spread to every corner of Tang. Engineering would bring about an unprecedented revolution to the Great Tang. What a pity! What a pity! This old man knows that I won't live to see that day. Towards the end, his tone was bleak. It was clear that the old teacher was reluctant to part with this world, or rather, he was reluctant to part with Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Teacher Wenji, why do you say that? Your body is healthy, and the college has Dr. Sunday. You will definitely live to 100 years old. The students of the college will become more and more successful. You should take care of your body, and you will definitely see the day when Yanhuang College changes the world." When Li Gang heard that, he suddenly laughed boldly and said, "Haha, with Yamacho's blessing, this old man will try to live for a few more years. Let's see how many waves the students of Yanhuang College can make in the world." It had been less than 10 days since Arbor Day was established. There was not much time left for Li Zishuan and the imperial court to spread the news. However, Li Zishuan was quite satisfied that so many people volunteered to plant trees. Later on, the imperial court could spread the decree to other states and counties. Datong Daily could also spread the benefits of planting trees to other states and counties. Therefore, next year's Arbor Day would definitely be more lively than this year's. This was also Li Zishuan's goal. He wanted to make Arbor Day into a traditional festival like the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. He wanted to cultivate the environmental awareness of the Yanhuang people 1,000 years in advance. F***CK. 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 Celestial Bane is so good. Today is Friday. Tomorrow Old Chung will go reward it. Leather Knight's novels are still the best. I wonder where this guy came from. If I see him, I must become sworn brothers with him. Before the students returned to the academy, most of them sneaked out to buy today's Talking About Martial World. Therefore, in the academy's cafeteria, a large number of students were eating while reading the novel. Cheng Chumo finished reading and laughed in satisfaction. Hee hee. Li Tai heard this and laughed without saying a word, because he knew Leather Knight's true identity. At this time, he had finished reading the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. From his point of view, compared to the first chapter of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Li Zishuan's writing style was much better. However, he felt that it was lacking in passion. There were too few fighting scenes and he was not satisfied. After lunch, the few of them came out of the cafeteria. Instead of returning to the dormitory, they went straight to the classroom. They still had classes in the afternoon, so they could lie on the table and rest for a while. Li Tai, who had not had enough of Celestial Bane, did not feel sleepy. He picked up Talking About Martial World to see if there were any new novels that he could read. Although there were no new novels this month other than Celestial Bane, there were no new novels. There's a new novel today? As he flipped through the pages, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up when he was about to finish reading this issue of Bragging World. This was because he had discovered a new novel. Looking at it, he saw the title written in large letters, Dream of Great Qin. A Golden Millet Dream. Hua Ziyu, a young engineering student from Tang Dynasty's Yanhuang College, dreamed that he came to the Great Qin from 800 years ago and became a powerful ranger. At that time, the Great Qin Empire had just pacified the 6 states and was awe-inspiring. However, the remnants of the 6 states were restless. As a wanderer of the Great Qin Empire, how could Hua Ziyu stir up a storm in this era? Chapter 1293. Ouch! It hurts. Where am I? When Hua Ziyu opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a thatched hut. Outside the hut, it was raining heavily. The most important thing was that his entire body was aching. When he wanted to get up, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Hee hee. Young hero Hua, you're finally awake." At this time, an old man wearing a wet brown robe and straw sandals came in. His hair was white and he wore a bamboo hat. When he raised his head, one could see that his skin was dark and his face was full of wrinkles. Hua Ziyu was taken aback. Just as he was about to prop himself up, he felt weak all over and was unable to do so. He strenuously said, "This old mister, you recognize me? Where am I now?" "Young hero, you don't recognize this old man?" The old man frowned when he heard this. He walked over to the bed and grabbed Hua Ziyu's wrist. Then, he closed his eyes and checked Hua Ziyu's pulse. "Young hero's pulse is weak. You must have been seriously injured the day before yesterday and lost too much blood. In addition, Young Hero's head was injured after falling off the cliff, causing young Hero to be unable to remember what happened earlier. After the old man finished checking Hua Ziyu's pulse, he said gently to Hua Ziyu. When he was checking Hua Ziyu's pulse, Hua Ziyu looked at the old man several times. He found that the old man's clothes were not the clothes he usually saw. Moreover, he carefully searched his memory and found that he had never seen this old man before. At this moment, he was convinced that the old man had mistaken him for someone else. As for why he was in this thatched hut in the wilderness, only the heavens knew. Because he was on holiday yesterday, he had just returned home from Yanhuang College. He remembered that he had gone to bed after eating. How did he end up here? That's right, Hua Ziyu was a student of Yanhuang College. During the entrance exam of Yanhuang College in the first year of Zhengguan, he got third place and was admitted to Yanhuang College. He wasn't from a rich family. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who brought him up. He planned to wait until he had some achievements in Yanhuang College before taking the exam to repay his mother. But where was he now? How was he going to go back? Old mister, who are you? Why am I here? Hua Ziyu shook his head and said to the old man. The old man thought that he was seriously injured and had lost his memory, so he replied, Young Hero Hua, this old man is Xianxia. You are now in Jianghu County. 2 days ago, when the Qin army was encircling our clansmen, at the critical moment, young hero, you drew your saber and helped us. In the chaotic battle, young hero with your strength alone, you blocked the Qin army and let us retreat first. Later on, this old man asked around and found out that the Qin army had sent a Chu expert to the bamboo cliff, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. That's why I brought people to Bamboo Peak Cliff and pulled a rope through the night to look for you, young hero. Sigh. You. Wait. Hua Ziyu was dumbstruck when he heard this. Jianghu County, Qin Army, Xiang Clan. These words caused an ominous feeling to arise in his heart. He hurriedly interrupted the old man and asked, Old sir, what era is it now? Xiang'an's eyes widened as he asked incredulously, Huh? Young hero, don't tell me you don't even know what year it is now? Seeing Hua Ziyu's confused face, Xiang'an could only reply, Today is the first year of the first emperor, and Ying Zhang had just ascended the throne. What? This is the Qin dynasty? Hey, Qin K. Class is starting. Hurry up and put away, talking big world. After an unknown period of time, Li Tai was completely immersed in this very interesting story. At this moment, he vaguely felt that someone was pushing his arm and calling him. He hurriedly came back to his senses and looked up. The person who pushed and called him was Sun Zifen. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with students. The mathematics teacher, Su Hongji, had just walked to the door of the classroom. It was obvious that the class was about to start. Thank you. Li Tai thanked Sun Zifen, then hurriedly put away, talking big world, and took out the mathematics textbook to prepare for class. Hey, no matter how good Celestial Bane is, Qin K, you shouldn't have taken so long to finish reading it, right? Sun Zifen muttered softly. It's not Celestial Bane. Li Tai was about to explain when Su Hongji had already stepped onto the podium. He could only shut his mouth and prepare to listen to the class. It's just that the novel and unheard of wonderful plot he saw just now was still lingering in his mind. He couldn't help but think, if the current him went to the Qin dynasty through the dream, how would he survive? In the first 19 days of March, no new books appeared in the Talking Big World. In addition, it was common knowledge that Leather Knight released a new book today. Therefore, those who bought Talking Big World would first read Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane. No one would read other books. That was because they thought they had read all the other books in Talking Big World. Naturally, they would not have thought that a new novel with a non-cultivation theme would appear in Talking Big World today. Even if a small number of people read it later, they only felt that the novel was novel. They did not realize that Dream of the Great Qin would create a new genre in the Tang Dynasty's novel world, and that was the genre of transmigration. Although this transmigration was a little unconventional and forced, it was undeniable that it was a huge innovation in the subject matter. Hee. Interesting. I didn't expect that one of the three could give me such a big surprise. In the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan was the same as Li Tai. He only found out that there was a new novel in Talking Big World at noon. Coincidentally, the novel also had 10 chapters released on the first day. After reading the first 10 chapters, Li Zixuan's heart was filled with astonishment. Of course, there was also some excitement. In Talking Big World, there was finally an author who jumped out of the cycle of imitation and began to innovate. This made him very happy. Emotion! Li Zixuan shouted. Just as he finished speaking, Emotion walked in from outside the door. Yamacho! You were looking for me? Li Zixuan took out a stack of Tang Yuan from his sleeves and counted it. Then, he handed it to Emotion and said, "Here are 2,000 Tang Yuan. Send it to the workshop and tell Mr. Ma that 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as the Marquis of Yong, and to the author of Dream of the Great Qin, Hua Gongli. The other 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as another identity." Another identity? Emotion was a little confused. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Just say it like that. Mr. Ma will definitely understand what I mean." Yes. Yamacho. Hey, wait. Also, help me send a letter over. Chapter 1294. Oh. Hong Yi, this Hua Gongli is you, right? After class in the afternoon, the students who lived nearby went home, while the students who lived far away went to the cafeteria to eat. However, recently, the 2 soccer fields in Lontian County had matches every day. Although the students who lived far away stayed on campus during the weekend, most of them would go out to watch the matches during the day and return to the academy at night. At this time, Chen Tianhua, Hua Hongyi, and Liao Feichen had just finished their dinner. On the path back to the dormitory, Liao Feichen sighed in disbelief. Hee. Feichen, how do you know that Hua Gongli is me? Hua Hongyi did not deny it. Instead, he joked with interest. Liao Feichen crossed his arms, rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, even with my toes, I can guess it's you." Hua Hongyi, 3 words, taking the radical of the last 2 words. Isn't that Hua Gongli? Other than you, who else would give themselves this name? Hua Hongyi praised. Feichen is indeed quick-witted. Admirable, admirable. Che. Hongyi, don't give me that. Liao Feichen said unhappily, and then said, "Hey, but I read Hongyi's Dream of the Qin at noon, and I think it's really interesting. I have a feeling that your book's results won't be bad." Chen Tianhua at the side also interrupted at this time. Feichen is right. Last year when novels were just popular, Hong Yi, you didn't want to imitate Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. You said that you wanted to write a novel about the main character roaming the Jianghu and doing chivalrous deeds. At that time, we all thought it was very interesting. But we didn't expect that you would use a dream to put the main character in the Qin dynasty, and let him do chivalrous deeds in the Qin dynasty. This idea is really too bold, too amazing. Hong Yi, can you tell us how you came up with this idea? Yes. I also want to know. Liao Feichen nodded. Hua Hongyi smiled. After thinking for a moment, he sighed heavily and said, "When I was young, I also admired those wanderers. I also thought that when I grew up, I would go to the famous mountains and rivers to learn martial arts. But when I was old enough, my father died of illness, leaving my mother to support the family alone. At that time, I knew that I had no fate with being a wanderer. Because I wanted to study hard, get a good reputation, and let my mother live a good life. Last year, when De Tong Daly's novels were just becoming popular, I did want to write a novel about a ranger's adventures in the Jianghu and upholding justice. This was my childhood dream. But after thinking about it repeatedly, I felt that the story's appeal was not good enough, so I temporarily gave up. When I was admitted to Yanhuang College, I found that Yamacho had opened the door to a new world for us. The earth under our feet is round. People can communicate with each other even if they are far away, and the sun has 7 colors. After entering the college, I felt that inspiration for writing came rolling in. I felt that Yamacho's engineering could change the Tang dynasty and the world. At that time, I had another idea, which was to combine engineering and wanderer. Imagine, if someone is proficient in both martial arts and engineering, how wonderful would his life be? In the current era of peace and prosperity, there might not be much use for people with strong martial arts. However, in a different era such as the Great Qin that had just unified the 6 nations, there would be no need to worry about not having a place to use these people who were proficient in both martial arts and the workmanship of the Yanhuang Academy. There was no need to worry about not having a place to use them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. In fact, the idea of returning to the Great Qin in a dream was not something that I thought of out of thin air, but I really dreamed about it before. I dreamed that I returned to the Qin dynasty, but my dream was very short. But Hua Ziyu's dream was very long. He wanted to help me complete the dream that I could not complete. The main character of this novel is him, or rather, I am myself. The Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 countries in a remote area. How tyrannical was its strength! But the dynasty only lasted for a short 14 years. Have you ever thought about what kind of sparks we, Yanhuang College's students, who are proficient in engineering, will use our engineering to create when we return to the Qin dynasty? I think that those who read Dream of Great Qin in the future will have this idea, and I call it the sense of immersion. Back then, the reason why The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was so popular in the Great Tang was because of this sense of immersion. We are all people with ordinary talent, but Han Li, although his talent was ordinary, he was able to use his own intelligence and hard work to walk a different path to immortality. Those who read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality will all be immersed in it, and so this novel was successful. And now, as long as I firmly grasp this point, my dream of Great Qin will definitely be successful. I firmly believe in it. After saying this, Hua Hongyi's eyes suddenly shot out a dazzling light. At this moment, he was so confident and extraordinary. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. It was because of Hua Hongyi's childhood experience, Hua Hongyi's original intention of writing Dream of Great Qin, and even more so because of Hua Hongyi's conclusion of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, that swept the Great Tang. After a long time, Chen Tianhua solemnly cupped his hands and said, "After listening to Hongyi's words, this foolish little brother has learned a lot. Now I understand why my and Feichen's novels have never been able to surpass The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It is because we have forgotten our original intentions. Novels are just a product of people's dissatisfaction with reality. Hongyi, you are better than us, and you have done better than us. If you continue to write Dream of Great Qin properly, it might really be able to compete with Leather Knight's Jade Dynasty in the future. If you have any requests in the future, Feichen and I will definitely do our best to help. We only hope that you will never forget your original intentions. Only then can you become a god with one book." Liao Feichen's expression was complicated. He did not expect that the existence of the bottom of the 3 of them would have the opportunity to take a peek at the supreme throne of the Great Tang novel world. At this time he also said, "Tianhua is right. After listening to Hongyi's words, we have indeed benefited a lot. Haha. Without a doubt, before the workshop closes, I will go and reward my good brother. Although I can't afford to be the Alliance Master, I should still be a Hall Master. Don't you think so?" Although Liao Feichen had been writing novels in Datong daily for more than half a year, 20 strings of coins was still a cut of flesh and blood. Chen Tianhua also reacted and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Feichen, let's go to the workshop to reward now." Hey, don't. We are all good brothers. Why are you treating us like outsiders?" Hua Hongyi stopped the 2 and then said with a smile, "If you 2 good brothers want a reward, why don't you just give me 20 strings of coins each? If you send it to the workshop will have to split it in half." "Get lost," the 2 angrily said in unison. Chapter 1295. Guanqing County, Yang Square. There was a house with 3 entrances with the words, "House of Yi," written on it. There were 2 servants guarding the door. Looking at this house, it was obviously a rich family. As night fell, 2 lanterns were lit at the entrance of the house, illuminating the street in front of the house. In a side room in the backyard of the House of Yi. "Monk, I heard from your second uncle that Guanqing County was attacked by a large number of bandits a while ago, so the security in the city was handed over to the state government. But I feel that this is not the case. Something is not right." In the side room, little Yu and Yi Fashion sat opposite each other. The dim candlelight shone on their faces, and there was a hint of depression in the silence. Hearing this, Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "I also feel that something is not right. It has been a few months since the bandits attacked Guanqing County. The state government's troops should have dispersed long ago, but now they are still guarding Guanqing County. And from what my second uncle said, Wei's watching is not in the county. There must be something wrong." Little Yu frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "Monk, could it be that your second uncle is hiding something from us?" I saw that when he mentioned Wei's watching, his face was a bit unnatural. He even advised us not to ask about things that we should not ask about, or else he would not be able to protect us. Today, I went to the city to ask a few people about Wei's watching's whereabouts, but the people said that Wei's watching left Guangqing County a month ago and returned to the capital to report on his mission. How is this possible? If it is really as they said, we would definitely have seen Wei's watching county in Chong and before coming to Jianghu. Yi Fashion closed his eyes. After a while he opened his eyes and said, "Miss Li Yu, your analysis is right. But the reason why my second uncle deliberately hid it from us is because he wants to protect us. The situation in Guangqing County is very delicate now, and anyone can see that there is something wrong. Although my second uncle is only my distant uncle, he has always been close to the Yi family. And he has always been an upright person. He would never harm me." Monk, what are you thinking? I did not say that your second uncle wants to harm us. Seeing that Yi Fashion seemed to have misunderstood, Little Yu hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to say that your second uncle might think that we are still young and is afraid that we will be implicated in Wei's watching's disappearance and meet with misfortune. However, I can directly reveal my identity to your second uncle, and say that I was sent by the Marquis of Yong, and to investigate the disappearance of left Deputy Wei. Once your second uncle knows of my backing, he will definitely tell me the truth." "Absolutely not." Yi Fashion's expression changed, and he shook his head without thinking. "Miss Li Yu, your identity is special, and my cousin has a blood feud with the Cui family. Even I have to deliberately conceal myself in my second uncle's house, and I don't want to see outsiders, let alone you. You don't know how powerful the Cui family is in Jianghu. They have many spies in Guangqing County. If old Cui finds out that you were sent by my cousin, he will definitely bring people to kill you. When that time comes, even my second uncle won't be able to protect you. What's more, the inner city of Guangqing County is heavily guarded. Only people can enter and not leave. Even if they kill you and me, my cousin won't be able to get the news in a short period of time. Therefore, your identity cannot be easily revealed. Do you understand?" Little Yu bit her lips and nodded. "Yes." "Fashion, from what you're saying, you also think that the delicate situation in Guangqing County is caused by the Cui family?" Yi Fashion said in a deep voice. "If it's not the Cui family, who else could it be? This Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinyue was a retainer of the Cui family. With him around, if old Cui wanted to mobilize the state's army, wouldn't it be easy for him to do something?" Little Yu frowned. "Then do you think that left Deputy Wei's disappearance was caused by the Cui family?" Yi Fashion stood up with his hands behind his back. "It's very possible. The most important thing now is to find left Deputy Wei as soon as possible. I think he should know something that the Cui family doesn't want him to know." Yes. Great minds think alike, I think so too." Little Yu blinked her eyes playfully, and then frowned. "But where should we go to find left Deputy Wei?" When Yi Fashion heard this, he fell into deep thought. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Who is it?" Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body had already rushed out of the door, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Little Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly followed him out. She saw a person wearing a servant's uniform being stepped under Yi Fashion's foot. "Who are you? Why were you sneakily eavesdropping outside the door just now?" Yi Fashion asked with a gloomy face. The servant hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Young master, I didn't eavesdrop. I was ordered by my master to bring you tea and snacks." After saying this, he was afraid that Yi Fashion would not believe him, so he pointed at the teacups, plates, and snacks that were scattered not far away. Yi Fashion frowned. At this time, the commotion here had already alerted the rest of the Yi family. Yi Fashion's second uncle, Yi Minglei, was hurrying over from not far away. "Fashion, what happened?" Yi Minglei hurriedly walked over and asked when he saw this scene. Yi Fashion's expression changed. He then took a step back and let go of the servant on the ground. He saluted Yi Minglei and said, "Second uncle, it's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. Just now, this person came to bring tea and snacks to the Fashion, but the Fashion mistook him for an assassin. The Fashion was reckless. I hope you can forgive him." "So that's what happened." Yi Minglei looked at the servant on the ground and waved his hand with a smile. It's all right. It must be the servant in second uncle's residence who did not follow the rules and caused you to misunderstand. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Fashion and little you should rest early. Yes. Second uncle. Yes. Uncle Yi. Yi Fashion and little you saluted one after another. Yi Minglei nodded and looked at the servant. He said sternly, "You are Wang He, right? Next time be more efficient. If I see you not serving the young master well again, I will chase you out of the Yi family." Yes. I know my mistake. Thank you, master, for your forgiveness. Thank you, young master, for your forgiveness. The servant's face was filled with panic as he knelt down and kowtowed. You may leave. Yi Minglei waved his hand and said, "Yes, master." The servant picked up the scattered snacks and cutlery on the ground and quickly excused himself. Yi Minglei saw that there was nothing to do here. He said a few words of concern to Yi Fashion and then left. Little Yu opened her mouth and was about to say something when Yi Fashion quickly gestured for her to keep quiet. He pointed at the door and said softly, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, he led the way into the house. Little Yu looked around carefully and then followed in. Chapter 1296. Monk, did the servant eavesdrop on us? Yi Mansion. After both of them entered the house, Little Fishy asked Yi Fashion anxiously. After listening to Yi Fashion's analysis, Little Fishy knew how deep the waters of Guangqing County were and how dangerous their current situation was. Hence, she became more cautious in her words and actions. Yi Fashion frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but I felt that something was wrong with his expression. Miss Li Yu, you should go and rest first. I'll keep an eye on Wang He tonight to see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. As for Wei's watching, if we can't find any news about him within 3 days, I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion secretly to see if there are any clues." Yi Fashion noticed someone outside the door and subdued Wang He in a split second. Today was the first time Little Fishy saw Yi Fashion reveal his martial arts skills, but she was still worried. "Monk, although your martial arts skills seem to be very powerful, the provincial governor's mansion is heavily guarded. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my teacher? No matter what, you can't take the risk alone. At most, I'll reveal my identity to your second uncle and ask him to cooperate with our investigation." Yi Fashion shook his head. "Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about me. Those guards in the provincial governor's mansion won't be able to find me. Moreover, Wei's watching is a good official. As a cultivator, we should take on the responsibility of saving lives. If we save Wei's watching, he can save more people in the future. I've made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Go back and rest early. I'll keep an eye on Wang He and see if I can find any clues." After saying that, Yi Fashion tightened his clothes and left the house. Li Yu wanted to chase after him, but Yi Fashion's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Humph. So what if you have martial arts skills? Don't you know that people with brains are the most powerful?" Little Fishy stomped her feet in dissatisfaction and returned to her room. But after a while, she walked out again because she suddenly remembered that this was Yi Fashion's room. The next day. Chang'an City. After the explosive first day, Celestial Bane's popularity continued to ferment. On the second day of Dehua Jianghu, Celestial Bane's section was filled with bountiful red rewards. Among them were quite a few prominent figures, such as Crown Prince Li Tai, Princess Chengel, Prince of Wei, Prince Li Ku, Prince of Han, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun Chong, and other sons of high officials and nobles. Almost all of them gave hundreds and thousands of strings of rewards. The number one fan of Celestial Bane was none other than the young master of Misty Rain Villa, Zhang Chenjun. Yesterday morning, he sent someone to send another 5,000 Tang Yuan. In total, he gave 10,000 Tang Yuan, which was 10,000 strings of cash. There were more than 1,100 people who tipped more than 100 strings of coins. In other words, there were over 1,000 League Masters on the first day of Celestial Bane's release. It was a grand occasion that only happened when a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was released. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly popular the so-called Leather Knight was in the Tang Dynasty's novel world. Celestial Bane is crazy. It's just the first day of publication and I've already received so much money. It's unbelievable. Yeah. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess both tipped him 1,000 strings of cash. I wonder who this Leather Knight is, to be able to gain the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess. If he reveals his identity, the Crown Prince will definitely put him in an important position. He has a bright future ahead of him. But why do I feel that Celestial Bane isn't as exciting as a Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Heh, it's only been 10 chapters. What can we tell from it? It won't be too late to comment after the word count increases. That's right. The beginning of Celestial Bane isn't very exciting, and the fighting isn't intense, but the sentences are beautiful and it's comfortable to read. Who knows, the plot might get more intense and interesting later on? Whoa, quick look. Look at the last novel, A Dream Back to Great Qin. There are actually 2 people who gave him 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. In a tea house, everyone was commenting on Celestial Bane. Suddenly, someone screamed, and everyone flipped to the last few pages of talking about Martial Arts World at the same time. That was because Big Word's Martial World had been published for such a long time. Other than Leather Knight, no one else had ever received more than 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. After all, money didn't come from nowhere. 1,000 Tang Yuan was not a small sum either. If it wasn't for a novel that they really liked, no one would be willing to tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. Oh my god! The Marquis of Yong actually tipped Hua Gongli's A Dream Back to Great Qin with 1,000 Tang Yuan yesterday. No! Look at the second person who tipped 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's Leather Knight. Oh my god! Who is this Hua Gongli? How did he get the Marquis of Yong'an and Leather Knight to personally tip him? If I remember correctly, this is the first time Leather Knight tipped someone else's novel, right? And it's a one-time reward of 1,000 Tang Yuan. What is he trying to do? Does he think that Hua Gongli's Dream Back to Great Qin is a good book? No. I have to take a look. A novel tipped by both the Marquis of Yong'an and Leather Knight. I have to take a look at it no matter what. That's right. That's right. Tongan, go and find me the contents of the previous editions of Dreaming of the Great Qin. Yes. Young Master. Young Master, I found it. I found it. Here you go. What do you mean? Why is there only one? Young Master, there's only one. This Dream of Great Qin was only published yesterday. What? You're saying that Dream Back to Great Qin was published on the same day as Celestial Bane? F***CK. This Hua Gongli has guts. He actually dared to publish it on the same day as Leather Knight. No wonder I've never heard of this book before. Haha. I'm definitely going to read this book. Haha. Just based on Hua Gongli's courage, I'm definitely going to read Dream Back to Great Qin. If it's really well written, I'll definitely reward it. After all, even though Leather Knight writes a lot every day, it's still not enough for me to read. The news of Leather Knight and the Marquis of Yong working together to reward a newcomer's novel quickly spread throughout Chang'an City. Furthermore, people slowly realized that this newcomer had published his new book at the same time as Leather Knight yesterday. They couldn't help but admire Hua Gongli's courage. In an instant, countless people picked up yesterday's big words of Jianghu and began to read the brand new story. Dream Back to Great Qin. Hongyi. You're on fire. Haha. You're on fire. Yanhuang College. On Saturday, most of the students who stayed back in school ran out to watch the football match. Hua Hongyi and Chen Tianhua chose to stay in the classroom to write. Suddenly, Liao Feichen ran in from outside the classroom and said excitedly when he saw him. Hua Hongyi raised his head and said in confusion, "I'm on fire? What fire? Feichen, what are you talking about?" Chapter 1297. Hongyi, you're on fire now. You're rich now. Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped you 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 Tang Yuan. In a classroom of Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen panted heavily and said with a flushed face, "What? Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped Hongyi 1,000 Tang Yuan?" Chen Tianhua exclaimed. He knew that Hua Hongyi's novel, Dream of Qin, would be successful, but he didn't expect it to be so successful. He actually won 2,000 Tang Yuan on the first day of publication. This kind of result was probably only The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could compare. Hua Hongyi himself was also shocked by the news. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would receive such a huge reward on the first day of publication. After a long while, Hua Hongyi said, "Dream of the Great Qin Empire, Great Qin Empire." "Feichen, you're not joking with me, right?" Liao Feichen said unhappily. "Who's joking with you? Here. This is today's bragging world. Why don't you take a look at it yourself?" Hua Hongyi took the bragging world from Liao Feichen with trembling hands. He flipped to the end and found the section of Dream of Qin. Sure enough, at the end of the main text, there were 2 lines of red rewards. Reward. Extravagant extravagance, moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Marquis Yong and Li Zixuan tipped Dream of Qin, 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's a rare and innovative book. I hope you can continue to maintain the standard. Reward. Extravagant extravagance, moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Leather Knight tipped Dream of Qin, 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 cups of wine is not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Sir, you've opened a new path and are creative. You should be my bosom friend. It's true, it's actually true. Hua Hongyi's whole body was trembling. Obviously, he was too excited. At this moment, his lips trembled as he said, "Mother, you don't have to work for others anymore. Father, your son has made a name for himself. You can rest in peace now." Seeing this, Chen Tianhua stood up and patted Hua Hongyi's shoulder and said, "Hongyi, Feichen and I are happy for you. If your mother knows about this, she will be happy for you too. Why don't you go home now?" Although Feichen said Feichen. If my mother saw so much money, she would definitely ask me where I got it from. If she knew that I earned that money by writing novels, she would be furious. Why? Liao Feichen frowned and didn't understand. Hua Hongyi frowned and said, "Because my mother's biggest wish is for me to study hard and pass the imperial examinations. To her, writing novels is not a proper occupation. I'll wait for the academy's monthly break before I go back. I'll give her a portion of the money and say that it's a scholarship from the academy's monthly exam. With that money, she won't have to work as hard as before." "Oh, I see." Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were enlightened and expressed their understanding. After a while, Liao Feichen laughed and said, "Haha, today is a happy occasion. Hongyi, if you don't treat us, how can it be justified? Why don't we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Lantian County at noon?" Hua Hongyi wasn't stingy. These 2 were brothers who helped him during his most difficult times. Therefore he said straightforwardly, "Haha, no problem. Drunken Immortal restaurant it is. Tianhua, Feichen, order whatever you want today. It's my treat. But you'll have to pay for me first. The royalties for Bragging World won't be paid until the beginning of next month." Li Zixuan and Pai Xiajue's 2,000 combo grand rewards could be considered as a super strong advertisement for Dream of Qin. Today, the number of readers who followed Dream of Qin suddenly increased by dozens of times. When people saw such a novel idea, they all cried out in satisfaction. After all, they had never read a time travel novel like this before. If people who read it thought it was good, they would definitely recommend it to the people around them. Therefore, the good reputation caused Dream of Qin to become popular on the second day. The number of people who rewarded it was also countless. Although the total amount of rewards couldn't be compared to Celestial Bane, Dream of Qin still sat firmly on the second throne of Bragging World, making other authors envious. Guanqing County. Yi Mansion. Monk. Early in the morning, Yi Minglei came to the backyard and shouted as he walked towards Yi Fashion's room. "Uncle Yi, the monk isn't here." At this moment, Little Fishy came out from another room and quickly replied. Yi Minglei was puzzled. "The monk isn't here? Where did he go so early in the morning?" Little Fishy pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "The monk said he went out to buy something and will be back soon." "Why? Uncle Yi, are you looking for the monk? I'll ask him to look for you when he's back." It's nothing. Yi Minglei's eyes flashed and he quickly said with a smile, "I just wanted to remind the 2 of you that the city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days. If there's nothing, it's best that you don't leave the residence. If there's anything you want to buy, just ask the servants to buy it for you." Little Fishy blinked and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "The city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days? Uncle Yi, do you have some news? Can you tell me a little? Yi Minglei's expression suddenly became unnatural. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. I don't know anything. Miss Fishy, you must tell him what I said just now. I'm on duty at the county office. After that, he turned around and left. Little Fishy felt that something was wrong with Yi Minglei. She stood there and frowned for a while before turning around and returning to her room. With a creak, Little Fishy pushed open the door and entered. However, she was almost scared to death because when she came out just now, the side room was still empty. However, at this moment, there were two more people. One standing and the other lying on the ground. Phew! It's the monk. When did you come to my room? And who is he? When Little Fishy saw that there were two more people in the room, she subconsciously wanted to scream loudly. However, when she saw the appearance of the people standing in the room, she quickly suppressed the urge to scream. She patted her chest, heaved a sigh of relief and asked, I saw that you were talking to my second uncle, so I came in through the window at the back. Yi Fashion nodded at Little Fishy, then pointed at the person lying on the floor and said, As for him, you've seen him before. He's Wang He from last night. Chapter 1298. Wang He? What is he doing here? In a room in the backyard of the Yi residence. When little Yu heard that the person lying on the floor was the servant Wang He who was eavesdropping on them last night, she was puzzled at first. Then she asked, Monk, did he really eavesdrop on our conversation last night? And today, did he go out to inform someone? Yi Fashion looked at little Yu with admiration and nodded. Yes. Last night, it was already late so he did not leave the residence. But this morning, he left the residence through the back door. He was sneaky and looked back every few steps. He was very careful. I followed him all the way to the county office. I was worried that he would reveal our identities, so I knocked him out in an alley opposite the county office and brought him back. County office? Little Yu frowned and said, Monk, are you saying that Wang He's master is a member of the county office? That is to say, someone sent him to hide in your second uncle's residence to gather information? Yi Fashion looked serious and said, Although there is no conclusive evidence, it is not far from the truth. However, before we came here, we didn't inform my second uncle. This Wang He has stayed in the Yi family for more than 3 years, so he definitely isn't hiding in the residence just to investigate our identities. Hee hee. At least you are not too stupid. I think so too. Little Yu smiled and analyzed. I think Wang He is your second uncle's rival in the county office. He must have unintentionally eavesdropped on our conversation last night. After that, he thought that our identities would be useful to his master, so he went to inform him. Tell me, am I right? Yi Fashion looked at Li Yu and asked curiously, Why did my cousin want you to be a reporter in the Datong Daily editorial department? Why not go to the Yamen as a constable? I think this is more suitable for you. Humph. The Yamen is filled with a bunch of stinky men. I am not going. Little Fishy wrinkled her nose, snorted and said, Hey! Seriously, Fashion. Think about it. Does your second uncle have any rivals in the county office? Yi Fashion shook his head. How would I know? I haven't been to Guangqing County for many years. Besides, second uncle wouldn't tell me about this. Li Yu said unwillingly. Then what should we do? It wasn't easy to find a clue, but now it's broken again. Isn't it easy for Miss Li Yu to find out who the other party is? Why don't we just ask him? Yi Fashion pointed at the unconscious Wang He on the ground and said indifferently. Yeah. Little Fishy's eyes lit up. She then looked at Yi Fashion with a strange expression and asked, But Fashion, as a Taoist, shouldn't you be kind to others and not kill easily? Yi Fashion said faintly, Stopping killing with killing is also a meritorious deed. Miss Li Yu, please get a basin of cold water. Yes. All right. Li Yu looked at Yi Fashion in surprise, then left the room. A moment later, a basin of cold water was splashed on Wang He's face. Wang He finally woke up. Where am I? Ha! Little young master you. What are you trying to do? Someone, help. Wang He looked into the room and his face was filled with panic. He wanted to shout for help, but the moment the word help left his mouth, he stopped abruptly because there was a cold dagger on his neck. You're just a servant of the Yi family. Even if I kill you, second uncle won't say anything and the government won't find trouble with me. If you still want to shout, then go ahead. Yi Fashion suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said coldly. Although he had spoken nicely to Li Yu just now, this was the first time he had done something like this. As the direct descendant of the Yi clan of Nanyang, he had never seen blood in his life. However, in order to help Li Yu, in order to find Wei Zheng's whereabouts, and in order for them to leave Guancheng County safely, he had to make himself cold and ruthless. Spare my life. Little young master, spare my life. Wang He, who was in a life-and-death crisis, didn't know that Yi Fashion was just putting up a strong front. Feeling the cold dagger on his neck, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Little young master, I don't have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Please spare my life. Shut up. Next I'll ask and you'll answer. If you say another word, I'll... While speaking, Yi Fashion suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and pushed the dagger on Wang He's neck. In an instant, there was a blood mark on his neck. Good. Little young master, please ask. If I know, I'll tell you everything. Wang He said with a face of fear. Yi Fashion's face was cold as he asked. Let me ask you. You were sneaking around this morning. What were you going to do? Wang He rolled his eyes and said, Little young master, I wasn't sneaking around. I was going out to buy some fish for the kitchen. Little young master, please understand. Humph. Still lying? Yi Fashion snorted and said, You should go to the market to buy fish. Why did you go to the county office? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. After saying that, he pushed the dagger in his hand into Wang He's neck. Blood immediately oozed out from Wang He's neck. Little Yu covered her mouth and didn't dare to look anymore. Wang He was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he really felt the threat of death. He hurriedly cried and begged, Little young master, please spare my life. Little young master, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. Humph. Then hurry up and say it. Yi Fashion secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Wang He's neck was cut, it didn't break any blood vessels. It wasn't a big deal. He had a sense of propriety. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of killing anyone. If he really met someone who wasn't afraid of death, he would probably be at his wit's end. Wang He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly said, It's Registrar Zhang. I went to report to Registrar Zhang. Registrar Zhang asked me to monitor the Yi residence. If I discover anything that's unfavorable to Old Master, I have to report to him. Unfavorable to my second uncle? Yi Fashion frowned and asked, What did you eavesdrop on last night? Wang He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I heard that Miss Yuer was sent by Duke Yong, and to look for left Deputy Wei. In this month, everyone who came from Chang'an was arrested by the provincial governor's residence. Old Master hid you in the residence. If the provincial governor knew about this, Old Master would be sentenced to prison. So I wanted to take this information to Registrar Zhang to exchange for money. I know my mistake. I hope little young master will spare my life. Humph. You're a traitor who lives off me. Yi Fashion was furious when he heard this. He couldn't help but punch Wang He in the stomach. The latter instantly arched his body in pain. Bam. Yi Fashion used his palm to chop the back of Wang He's head. The latter made an ugh sound and fainted again. Miss Li Yu, help me find a rope. I want to tie him up and hand him over to second uncle. Chapter 1299. 2-in-1 chapter. Monk, you want to hand Wang He over to your second uncle? Then are you going to tell your second uncle about the purpose of our trip? Li Yu asked cautiously. Yi Minglei's words in the morning and the collusion between Wang He and the county magistrate made her feel that the current situation in Guan City was complicated and confusing. It was like the calm before the storm. Miss Li Yu, take a look at this first. I bought it on my way back. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not answer Li Yu's question directly. Instead, he took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and passed it to her. What is this? Little Yu took it and read the content clearly. She could not help but be shocked. Jianghu Daily? Monk, who is so bold to print newspapers privately? Ever since Li Yu sent Yu Shernan and the rest to monitor the content of Datong Daily was officially taken over by the state. Although the imperial court did not make any explicit rules, It was an undeniable fact that it was forbidden to publish newspapers privately. After all, the imperial court had to control public opinion. But now, there was a newspaper similar to Datong Daily in Jianghu. This was shocking. What was the Jianghu provincial governor trying to do? Or what was the Cui family trying to do? Yi Fashion said in a low voice. Read the content first. Li Yu obeyed and lowered her head to read it carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Tang Dynasty Daily had 3 sections: interaction between literati, current news, and boastful words of Jianghu. However, Jianghu Daily only had 1 section that was similar to interaction between literati. It was full of articles written by great Confucians. What shocked little Yu was not this, but the content of the articles. The current emperor did not obtain the throne properly. He killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. The fake emperor, Li Shimin, is of Hu blood. He destroyed the foundation of the Han people. He should be punished by both humans and gods. Taking over one's brother and sister-in-law. Violating human relations. Destroying morality. Everyone should abandon him. The descendants of Yan and Huang, the Han people should rise in rebellion. Destroy the tyrant, restore morality, and restore order to the people. The titles of these articles were shocking enough, not to mention the content. Li Yu could not help but break out in cold sweat. Monk, is someone trying to incite the people of Jianghu to rebel? Putting down the newspaper, Li Yu's face was frighteningly pale. After a while, she looked at Yi Fashion and asked. She had initially decided to come to Jianghu because she thought that Wei Zhang had been retaliated against by some corrupt officials. She wanted to investigate clearly. However, she had never expected that the waters in Jianghu were so deep that there were actually people who wanted to rebel. This was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. Yi Fashion's expression wasn't any better. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Li Yu and said word by word, "It's not that someone is inciting the people to revolt, but that within Jianghu, the Cui family is planning a coup d'état from top to bottom. In the morning, second uncle told us not to go out for the next 2 days, so I think they will definitely take action in the next 2 days." Li Yu's expression changed. Her heart was also in turmoil. "Monk, do you know how long this Jianghu Daily has been published?" Yi Fashion's expression was gloomy. "I asked the bookstore owner. He said that a month ago, Guangqing County already had Jianghu Daily. At the beginning, the content was still normal. However, later on, there were many articles criticizing His Majesty and attacking the court. All of them were written by famous scholars in Jianghu. These scholars often have students all over the country and have a great influence. In addition, this month, there were many scholars giving lectures in Guangqing County. The content of their lectures were all criticizing His Majesty. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. These scholars have always had a high reputation among the people. Now, there are many people in Jianghu who are hostile towards the court and His Majesty. As long as there is someone who wants to incite them, this group of people will become the vanguard of the aristocratic family's rebellion against the court." Little Yuer's face was aghast. She staggered back 2 steps and said, "If that's really the case, then what should we do? Also, where is Wei's watching now? Could he have been harmed by them?" "I don't know. However, I plan to make a trip to the provincial governor's office tonight. Time waits for no one. We have to find Wei's watching's whereabouts as soon as possible. But before that, I have to talk to my second uncle." "Fashion, are you going to tell Uncle Yi the purpose of our trip?" Yi Fashion sighed helplessly and said, "Let's go first and see what happens next." Little Yu also frowned and sighed. She said, "I didn't expect old grandfather Cui to become so smart. Last time in Chang'an, Sir made use of the fierce public opinion to chase old grandfather Cui back to his ancestral land in Jianghu. Today, old grandfather Cui is giving him a taste of his own medicine. He is using public opinion to incite the people to rebel against the court. Although using Jianghu to rebel against the entire Tang Empire is tantamount to throwing an egg at a rock and they don't have much chance of winning, these people who are controlled by public opinion will have to pay with their lives for the Cui family's ambition. When the time comes, who knows how many people will die." In the evening, Yi Minglei returned from the county yamen. The moment he entered, he was invited to the backyard by Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei about how Wang He secretly went to the county yamen in the morning to inform him. When Yi Minglei heard the news, His eyes darkened. After a moment of silence he said, "Men! Old master." At this moment, two powerful servants came in. The two of them bowed and said. Yi Minglei's eyes were cold as he ordered, "Drag Wang He away. Drown him in the pond. Old master, please spare me. Old master, please spare me. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Wang He was tied up like a dumpling. When he heard that Yi Minglei wanted to drown him, he immediately struggled violently and begged for mercy. "Take him away." Yi Minglei was unmoved and said coldly. Only then did the two servants react. They quickly dragged Wang He away. "Old master, I know my mistake. Spare me. Spare me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Minglei, if you kill me, you won't live for long. The county magistrate and the registrar will avenge me." Avenge. Outside the house, Wang He's pleas and vicious cries were getting further and further away. At this moment, Yi Minglei turned around and looked at Yi Fashion with a burning gaze. He asked, "Fashion, you didn't come here just to visit second uncle, right?" Although it was a good thing for Yi Minglei that Wang He was caught for leaking information, the person who caught Wang He was Yi Fashion. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fashion would not follow a servant. Hence, there was definitely something fishy going on. Yi Minglei had been in the bureaucracy for a long time. How could he not have thought of this? Under his intense gaze, Yi Fashion nodded slowly and said, "Second uncle's guess is correct. This Fashion did not come here just to visit you. But before I tell you the truth, I would like to ask second uncle, which is the most important in your heart, the Cui family or the emperor?" After saying that, Yi Fashion's eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Minglei's face. Yi Minglei frowned deeply and his expression changed. "Fashion, why would you ask such a question?" "Second uncle, don't hide it from me. Although I don't fully understand the current situation in Jianghu, I still know a little about it. As an official of the imperial court, you should know that the Jianghu daily is a taboo, not to mention the articles that incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now that things have come to this, I want to know, second uncle, which side will you stand on? Will you go with the flow and betray the imperial court, or will you expose the traitors and turn the tide?" As Yi Fashion spoke, he took out the newspaper from his sleeve. Yi Minglei's expression immediately darkened. Beside him, little Yu was also extremely nervous. If Yi Minglei chose to stand against the imperial court, then both of them would probably die today. Yi Minglei's expression changed. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Fashion, second uncle can't stand on either side. I'm just a lowly county magistrate. I don't have any troops or authority. If I stand on either side, my family will be destroyed. Fashion, since you've already guessed some things, then I'll tell you everything today. Ever since old Master Cui was sent back to Jianghu in the first month of the year, Wei's Wuxing had followed the imperial edict and carried out a comprehensive investigation of the Cui family's illegal activities. However, the Cui family had been in Jianghu for many years and had long been deeply rooted. Wei's Wuxing's stubbornness was met with a lot of opposition from the lower-level officials. Although they didn't dare to openly challenge Wei's Wuxing, they could still secretly oppose him. However, Wei's Wuxing's character was unyielding. How could he tolerate his subordinates' opposition to him? Using the power granted by the emperor, he dismissed the county magistrates of 5 counties in Jianghu. In a short period of time, the officials of Jianghu were in danger. Just as Wei's Wuxing was about to wield the butcher's knife against the Cui family, on the 15th of the first month, a group of bandits near Meishan, numbering at least a few hundred people, infiltrated Guangqing County in batches and suddenly exploded. Thousands of people were injured and Guangqing County was in chaos. Jiangzhou's provincial governor, Pan Jinyue, urgently ordered 6,000 state troops to enter the city to eliminate the bandits. After the commotion was quelled, Wei's Wuxing went missing. The imperial guards who came with Wei's Wuxing were all killed. When the provincial governor learned of this, he was furious and ordered the provincial government to lock down the city. No one was allowed to leave. Li Yu and Yi Fashion couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never thought that so many things would happen in the few months that Wei Zhang had been in Jiangzhou. Crazy! This group of people is crazy. They actually dared to collude with the bandits and murder an important official of the imperial court. This is a serious crime that can lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. Li Yu's eyes were filled with shock. With her intelligence, She almost instantly understood where the bandits came from. It was nothing more than the Cui family wanting to remove Wei Zhang, this stumbling block, so they deliberately colluded with the bandits to create chaos. However, Wei Zhang was the dignified left prime minister, one of the important officials that Li Er relied on the most. Since the Cui family dared to do this, it meant that they were prepared to rebel against the imperial court. Yi Minglei shook his head and said, "Even Miss Li you could see through this matter, how can others not see through it? How can this old man not see through it?" However, the Cui family is powerful, and together with the provincial governor of Jianghu, the news can't be spread. This month, Provincial Governor Pan ordered the Guangqing County Yamen to organize people and set up the editorial department of Jianghu Daily. The content of the newspaper will be written by his right-hand men. The editorial department is only responsible for typesetting and printing. I'm sure you have seen the articles written by the provincial governor's right-hand men. In addition, they will also send scholars to each county to give lectures and spread the news that the emperor is not righteous and cruel. Not only that, all the entrances of Jiangzhou's official roads will be guarded by state troops to prevent people from leaving Jiangzhou to inform the imperial court. This old man is just a small county deputy without any troops or authority. In such a dangerous situation, other than protecting myself, what else can I do? If I join the Cui family in rebelling against the imperial court, then I will definitely lose my reputation and be exterminated. After all, although the Cui family is powerful in Jiangzhou, it is difficult for them to contend against the imperial court. Failure is only a matter of time. However, if this old man opposes the Cui family and goes to inform the imperial court, then my entire Yi family will die without a burial ground. Therefore, this old man can only help no one. I will try my best to avoid any involvement and try my best to distance myself from any involvement. In this way, even if the imperial court blames me, I will only lose my official position. However, the dozens of people in the Yi family will be spared. Yi Fashion and Li Yu couldn't help but fall silent after listening. It turned out that Yi Minglei was a bystander. Although he didn't have much power, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had already seen through the situation in Jiangzhou. What he wanted was very simple. He just wanted to protect the lives of his entire family. Second uncle, it's not wrong for you to choose to protect yourself. However, have you ever thought that when the Cui family really wants to rebel, they will not tolerate a subordinate who wavers between two sides? Those who achieve great things will plan before acting, let alone something as big as a rebellion. Fashion dares to guarantee that before the rebellion, the Cui family will force you to make your stand clear. When that time comes, what will you do? In the room, the three of them were silent for a moment. Then, Yi Fashion looked at Yi Minglei and said in a low voice. Yi Minglei's face instantly turned ugly. Obviously, he hadn't thought of this point. Perhaps, although he had thought of it, he was still holding on to the hope that he could numb himself. To put it bluntly, he was running away. Fashion, you've grown up. However, in this situation, what can this old man do? Since I'm going to die either way, I might as well drag this out a little longer. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. If I agree with the Cui family now or turn against them, then there will be no turning back in the future. Yi Minglei said with a pained expression. He was now in a dilemma. If he stood on the Cui family's side now, then when the imperial court came to settle the score, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. If he turned against the Cui family, then he wouldn't be able to escape now. Therefore, all he could do now was drag this out. Uncle Yi, instead of waiting for death, why don't we fight with all our might? Perhaps there's still a chance of survival? At this moment, Li Yu stood up and said. Yi Fashion opened his mouth, wanting to stop her. However, Li Yu returned a reassuring look and then looked at Yi Minglei with a serious expression. Only then did Yi Minglei look at Li Yu. After a moment he narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Little Yu, your identity shouldn't be simple, right? Chapter 1300. A few days ago, when Yi Fashion brought Li Yu to seek refuge with Yi Minglei, he only told him that this lady was called Little Yu and was a good friend of his. At that time, Yi Minglei thought that this lady was Yi Fashion's sweetheart, so he did not ask much. But these few days when they lived in the manor, the two of them did not show any signs of intimacy. They really seemed like good friends, which made Yi Minglei very suspicious. At this moment, Li Yu's provocative words made him start to seriously examine this lady in front of him. Li Yu smiled and said, Uncle Yi, I am from the Chong and Datong Daily Editorial Department. Little Yu was not stupid. From the previous few conversations, she could tell that Yi Minglei was a hesitant faction and could not be considered as the Cui family's lackey. Since that was the case, she had a chance to win Yi Minglei over to their side. After all, Jianghu's current dangerous situation could not be solved by just her and Yi Fashion, these two outsiders. If she could win Yi Minglei over, then it would be much easier for them to do things. Although Yi Minglei had no military power, he was after all the county magistrate of Guangqing County, so he had a lot of information. If she wanted to win Yi Minglei over, then she could only come clean and tell him the truth. From the Datong Daily Editorial Department? Just a few words, but it was like a rolling thunder, shaking Yi Minglei's heart and soul. After a while, Yi Minglei came back to his senses and asked, "This old man used to read Datong Daily every day. There were many current news articles written by a person called Li Yu. Could it be you?" Mentioning this, little Yu was abnormally happy and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's me. It's me." Yi Minglei's gaze focused and asked, "Then Lady Li Yu, why are you here? Could it be that His Majesty or Marquis Yong already know about the current situation in Guangqing County? If the imperial court knew about the news and took action in advance, he might be able to make some arrangements to protect his family." To his disappointment, Little Fishy shook her head and said, "The imperial court and sir, oh, it's the Marquis of Yong'an. It's just that I'm used to calling him sir. Actually, the imperial court and sir don't know what's going on in Jianghu. I only heard that Jianghu was in chaos some time ago, and I was worried that a good official like Wei's watching would be harmed by scoundrels, so I asked teacher to let me come to Jianghu to investigate. I didn't expect the Cui family to be so daring as to plot a rebellion." From these words, it wasn't difficult to discern that Li Yu had a rather good relationship with Li Zixuan, and this caused Yi Minglei to be unable to help but have a whole new level of respect for Li Yu. "Miss Li Yu, how many guards did Marquis send to escort you this time? Where are they now? Did you sneak into the city?" Li Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this person was still hoping that he could call for reinforcements. Speaking of which, she couldn't even protect herself now, all right? "Uncle Yi, Little Fishy only has Fa Shan by her side this time," Li Yu said weakly. When Yi Minglei heard this, he couldn't help but be disappointed. "With just the two of you, how am I supposed to fight with all my might? When the time comes, I'll only have 2 more heads. From what I see, it's better for the 2 of you to hide during this period of time. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you." Even at this time, Yi Minglei had never thought of harming Yi Fashion and Li Yu. From this, it could be seen that he could be considered a righteous man. It was just that he had his family behind him that he had to be wary of, so he had no choice but to be an ostrich for the time being. Li Yu bowed and said, "Many thanks for Uncle Ye's good intentions, but I'm definitely going to take care of this matter. I can't just stand by and watch the people of Jianghu be deceived and muddled into rebelling. When the time comes, they'll end up with their families ruined. They're innocent. Although I didn't bring any guards with me this time, but with the current situation in the city, no matter how many guards I bring, it's useless. If we want to break out of this situation, we can't fight them head-on, we can only use our wits." Yi Fashion nodded, his face full of agreement. Yi Minglei frowned and said, "How do we use our wits?" Li Yu smiled and said, "Before answering this question, I'd like to ask Uncle Yi, is Wei's watching dead or alive? If he's still alive, where is he now? If they could find Wei Zhang, then everything would be easy." The civil officials of the early Tang dynasty were not as weak as the civil officials of the Song, Ming and Qing dynasties. Most of the civil officials at this time had fought with the army, and Wei Zhang was not an exception. At the end of the Sui dynasty, when the 18 rebellions rose up, Wei Zhang was even a dog-head military advisor for Li Mi in Wagong village. So, although Wei Zhang was not good at war, in terms of commanding, Old Wei still had his own way of doing things. Now, if they could find him and let him command, then their chances of breaking out of the situation would be much higher. Yi Minglei thought for a while and replied, "I don't know if Wei's watching is dead or alive. The county government and state government have no news of his whereabouts. But I feel that Wei's watching is definitely not dead." "Why does Uncle Yi say so?" Li Yu's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Yi Minglei replied, "Because we haven't found Wei's watching's body. As for the imperial army guards that came with Wei's watching, they were all stabbed to death. So this old man thinks that Wei's watching was either captured and imprisoned, so he hasn't shown himself recently, or he has already escaped. Li Yu smiled and said, I think so too. Right. Uncle Yi, you told me this morning that Fashion and I should not leave the house for the next 2 days. Is something big going to happen soon? Yi Minglei stroked his beard and said, Indeed. 2 days later, there will be a grand lecture in the city. At that time, Provincial Governor Pan and Old Master Cui will be there. Other than that, I heard that Old Master Zhang will be there too. Old Master Zhang? Li Yu and Yi Fashion exclaimed at the same time. Just the Cui clan was already so powerful. If the Zhang clan were to step in and rebel, then the imperial court would really have to go to war and have a headache. This is the latest news that I heard from the county government. Yi Minglei nodded and replied, Obviously, Old Master Cui knows that with their strength alone, they can't shake the foundation of the imperial court. So, Old Master Cui approached Jianghu City. Did the Zhang family's great-grandfather agree? Li Yu asked anxiously. This I'm not sure. But in 2 days' time, everything will be clear. Yi Minglei shook his head. Second uncle, I want to go to the provincial governor's mansion tonight. I want to see if Wei's watching is imprisoned in the state government. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said to Yi Minglei. Chapter 1301. The situation in Jianghu was treacherous, but in Chang'an City, it was still peaceful. The people were still enjoying the peace and happiness brought about by the peaceful times. From the officials to the commoners, no one had noticed the fatal danger hidden under the prosperous times. Yamacho, is there any news from Little Yu? Lontian County. Yunshan residence. Li Zixuan was watering the flowers in the front yard when Meng Wenhao knocked on the door and entered. He asked worriedly. It was the end of March, the season for flowers to bloom. Li Zixuan's residence had many orchids planted in the front yard. As one of the 4 flower gentlemen, orchids had their own unique charm. In his previous life, his family was always busy making a living, so he didn't have time to do this. But in this life, he had a house, a car, and a high status. He had nothing to do, so planting orchids could improve his character, right? This wasn't trying to be cultured, but he just had nothing to do sometimes. Oh, Wenhao is here. Come in and have a seat. I'll be back after watering these 2 pots of orchids. Li Zixuan heard, raised his head, and said plainly. He didn't like to leave things unfinished. Although he was worried about Li Yu, the 2 places were hundreds of miles apart. There was no use worrying. He was waiting for Li Yu's news. Only when he understood the situation over there, could he make the next step. And he believed that Li Yu would definitely send him news. Mountain. Meng Wenhao was so anxious that he was about to get angry. He wanted to urge him, but he saw Li Zixuan's serious face. So, he could only wait patiently. After about half an hour, Li Zixuan put down the kettle and turned around. Meng Wenhao couldn't wait to ask again. Yamacho, Little Yu, Okay. I know what you want to ask. Come in with me. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, he turned and walked into the house. Meng Wenhao quickly followed. Here. Look at this. Li Zixuan brought Meng Wenhao directly to the study room. He pointed at the iron box on the desk and said to Meng Wenhao. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan's study was not ordinary. Any one of the secrets in it could allow a person to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink. Now that he had brought Meng Wenhao in, it showed that Li Zixuan valued this disciple very much. Telegraph. What is Yamacho trying to tell me? Meng Wenhao took a closer look and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. When Yanhuang College first opened, Li Zixuan had demonstrated the magic of this thing in front of all the students. Of course he recognized it. Li Zixuan clasped his hands behind his back and said, Do you still remember? Previously, when little Fishy went to Jianghu, I gave her a telegraph. If there is an emergency, she will send a message to me through the telegraph. Meng Wenhao came to a realization and said, Oh, so that was how it was. May I ask, Yamacho, has Little Yu sent any news back recently? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Not yet. According to the time, she should have only been in Jianghu for a few days. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Meng Wenhao nodded, but he was still a little worried and said, Then Yamacho, do you think she will encounter any mishaps on the way? Did the telegraph also fall into the hands of thieves? Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Once a person was anxious, it was easy for their imagination to run wild. Although Meng Wenhao was intelligent, he couldn't get around this hurdle. Wenhao. As the saying goes, you will be confused if you care too much. Don't think too much. My cousin Yi Fashion went to Hunan province with little Yu'er this time. Although his martial arts can't compare to the older generation of Jianghu masters, it won't be a problem to deal with some ordinary thieves. Oh. When Meng Wenhao heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he wasn't so worried anymore, there was still a trace of jealousy in his heart. After all, when little Yu'er's fortune was unpredictable, the one who was helping her was not him, but Yi Fashion. Haha. Wenhao, as the saying goes, there is a specialization in every field. Your specialization is in your studies. Don't think about those useless things. When you learn engineering thoroughly, you will realize that the most powerful force in the world is not those peerless masters, but engineering. Do you understand? Li Zixuan had lived 2 lives, and his eyes were sharp. How could he not see through Meng Wenhao's little scheme? Seeing this, he said meaningfully. Meng Wenhao felt ashamed for being seen through by the person he respected the most. He blushed and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Yamacho, for reminding me. I really shouldn't have those dirty thoughts. When I go back, I will reflect on it." "All right. I don't mean to blame you." Li Zixuan waved his hand. He could see that this child was just a little jealous and didn't have any malicious thoughts. His temperament was still good. Then again, anyone in Meng Wenhao's situation would inevitably feel jealous even if they didn't say it. This was human nature. "Wenhao, you go back first. If there is any news about little fishy, I will send someone to inform you," Li Zixuan said with a smile. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said with a pleading face, "Yamacho, I wonder if you can let Wenhao take care of the telegraph for a few days. I feel that the current situation in Jianghu is not simple. Little fishy is like a wolf in a tiger's den. I am really worried. Yamacho, you are busy every day and can't keep an eye on the telegraph all the time. However, Wenhao is free these 2 days and is willing to take care of it. I hope Yamacho will allow it." Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "All right. I can promise you. However, this telegraph is the highest secret of the Tang Empire and cannot be casually leaked. I will lend it to you, but you must use it on Yunshan and cannot take it out of Yunshan. Therefore, you will stay in the academy's dormitory for the next 2 days." It was not that he did not trust Meng Wenhao, but the telegraph was a technology that was ahead of its time. If it was stolen and controlled by someone else, it would be a considerable loss to the Tang Empire. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that this thing could be used in the military. Meng Wenhao nodded without hesitation and said, "Yamacho, no problem. I will stay in the academy for the next 2 days." That's good. You can take the telegraph machine away." "Oh right, this is a code book. If little fishy really sends back a message in the next 2 days, translate the code and send it to me as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Li Zixuan took out a small booklet and instructed. The booklet recorded the communication codes of the 2 telegraph machines that he and little fishy owned. Meng Wenhao solemnly accepted it and cupped his hands. "I understand. Then you can go." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao gratefully bowed deeply to Li Zixuan, then carried the iron box of the telegraph machine, the fruit battery, and the code book out of the door. Chapter 1302. Jiangzhou, Guanqing County. As the sky darkened, the people on the streets hurriedly returned to their homes. If they returned late, they would be arrested and sent to jail. During the early Tang dynasty, it wasn't just Chong that had a curfew system. The entire Tang dynasty had a curfew system in place. After all, the world had just stabilized and the rulers needed a stable social order. Nighttime was the time when all sorts of criminal activities were high. At the same time, it was also the time when the rulers were most worried. Throughout China's ancient history, many coups and revolts were launched at night. Therefore, nighttime became the time when the rulers were most vigilant. The best way was to let the people return to their homes to eat and sleep as soon as the sky darkened. After another half an hour, the sky was completely dark. All the doors of the houses were closed and teams of soldiers began to patrol the streets. Tonight, there was no moon and there was a light breeze. The sky was as dark as ink. No one noticed that in a mansion on the west side of Guangqing County, a black shadow darted out. The black shadow's qinggong was quite good. Along the way, he darted across the roofs of the houses without making a single sound. Under the protection of the night, not a single patrolling soldier noticed his presence. After a while, the black shadow arrived near a mansion in the center of Guangqing County. Under the light of the lanterns in front of the mansion, the 3 words, Provincial Governor's Mansion, could be vaguely seen in the middle of the mansion door. Let's go to the Provincial Governor's Mansion first to see if Minister Wei is imprisoned by Pan Zhenyue. Then we'll go to the state prison. The black shadow was Yi Fashion. In the evening, he told Yi Minglei that he would make a trip to the Provincial Governor's Mansion. Yi Minglei naturally didn't agree. After all, Yi Fashion was the eldest grandson of the Nanyang Yi clan. If anything happened to him, Yi Guozhong and Yi Huiming wouldn't let him off. However, Yi Fashion said, if we can't find Minister Wei, the person who broke the stalemate, everyone will die. Yi Minglei couldn't stop him anymore. Now that they were in a dangerous situation where they had to fight with all their might to have a chance of survival, family and seniority weren't important. Only by surviving could they have the right to talk about these things. At this moment, Yi Fashion was on the roof of a house opposite the provincial governor's mansion. He carefully observed the layout of the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and circulated his qi through the soles of his feet. He then headed towards the side courtyard of the provincial governor's mansion. Because there were many guards in the main courtyard, it was easy to be discovered. Phew! I didn't expect there to be so many guards in the provincial governor's mansion. Pan Zhenyue has done too many bad things. Yi Fashion dodged and dodged along the way, bypassing over a dozen patrolling soldiers before hiding at the corner of the roof of an attic. He took the opportunity to catch his breath as he thought angrily in his heart. Smack! At this moment, about 50 feet away from Yi Fashion, a tile suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Who is it? It just so happened that a small group of soldiers was passing by. The leading soldier immediately stopped in his tracks and walked towards them. Yi Fashion's heart was in his throat. In terms of martial arts, he was completely confident that he could defeat this group of soldiers. However, he wasn't confident that he could subdue this group of soldiers without making a sound. The provincial governor's mansion was heavily guarded. As long as the sound of fighting here spread out, he would quickly be surrounded. At that time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Yi Fashion couldn't help but grip the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly. Even if he could be surrounded, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Although he was a Taoist priest, he wasn't one of those stubborn Taoist priests. He had told Li Yu before that killing to stop killing was also a meritorious deed. Meow! Just as the group of soldiers were about 30 feet away from the row of houses, a cat's meow suddenly came from the spot opposite Yi Fashion. Following that, a small black shadow jumped down from the roof and scurried off into the distance. So it's a stray cat. Seeing this, the leading soldier stopped in his tracks and heaved a sigh of relief. The Tang dynasty also had cats. The earliest records and literature of cats in the world were from the Western Zhou dynasty in China's Book of Songs, De Ya, Han Yi. The contents of the book wrote, there are bears and cats, and there are cats and tigers. However, the book listed cats, bears, and tigers together. It didn't seem to be referring to domestic cats. It wasn't until the beginning of the Western Han dynasty that the Book of Rights, Jiao Te Animal, truly pointed out clearly, the ancient gentleman would return the favor for what he used. He welcomed the cat as a field mouse. It was already confirmed that cats were domestic animals and domesticated. Go. Continue patrolling. Tonight, the provincial governor is hosting a banquet. If anything goes wrong, we'll all lose our heads. Keep your spirits up. Do you understand? The leading soldier looked around cautiously again, then turned around and ordered the soldiers behind him. Yes. The soldiers responded one after another. After a while, they continued patrolling in other directions. Huff! Almost dying under the foot of a stray cat, Yi Fashion's mood was extremely gloomy. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. Hosting a banquet for guests? Don't tell me. Yi Fashion muttered in his heart. Then, he looked at the brightly lit main hall of the provincial governor's office in the distance. His mind couldn't help but become active. Let's go take a look. Maybe there'll be clues about Wei's watching. After a while, Yi Fashion made up his mind. His whole person was 120% alert. Then, he carefully moved toward that direction. He didn't advance rashly due to his greed for merit, nor did he have the courage to be skillful. At this moment, Yi Fashion was like a patient hunter. He was quietly waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. For every step forward, he had to be alert and alert. After confirming that there was no danger, he would dash out. He would rather be slower than be discovered by others. Therefore, he walked for nearly half an hour for a distance of less than 1,000 feet. However, he finally arrived at the main hall of the provincial governor's office. Moreover, he was on the roof of the main hall. Yi Fashion calmed his heartbeat. Then, he held his breath and carefully crouched down. He put his ear on the roof tiles, wanting to listen to the voices in the room. Unlike some masters in ancient dramas, Yi Fashion didn't dare to lift the roof tiles directly. He peeked while eavesdropping. After all, he had just evolved to the chi state. His martial arts cultivation wasn't profound. Who could guarantee that there weren't one or two masters who were stronger than him in this huge provincial governor's office? First, there was a sound of music. Presumably, there were dancers playing and dancing in the main hall. Then, Yi Fashion vaguely heard an old voice saying, "Jianghu, have you found Wei Xuanqing?" A voice full of energy replying to grandfather, "This student has sent people to search the entire city these past few days, but we still haven't found Wei Zheng's whereabouts. This person seems to have evaporated into thin air. Just like that." Chapter 1303. Forget it, let's not look for him for now. Prepare for the pledging ceremony in 2 days. Wei Xuanqing doesn't have any soldiers or power now. He's like a rat crossing the street. I don't think he can do anything. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, the two people who spoke were Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue, the provincial governor of Jianghu. Cui Junchuo said solemnly, "Yes, great-grandfather." Pan Jinyue cupped his hands. Although he was the provincial governor of a province, he still had to be respectful in front of the Cui family's great-grandfather. If this attitude was seen by outsiders, their jaws would definitely drop. "Great-grandfather, I wonder if the Zhang family has agreed?" After a moment of silence, Pan Jinyue asked tentatively. He was not stupid. Although the Cui family was a 1,000-year-old family and had great influence, the Cui family and the soldiers under his command did not have the ability to fight the Li Tang dynasty head-on. Only by pulling in the Zheng family, which was also a 1,000-year-old family, would they have the strength to fight. Zheng Shuwu? Humph. That old bastard agreed. Hearing this, Cui Junchuo's face turned a little ugly. After a long while, he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It seemed that he had paid a heavy price for the Zheng family to take action. This was also reasonable. After all, the imperial court had sent Wei Zheng to deal with the Cui family, not the Zheng family. The Zheng family had no reason to not live a good life and rebel against the imperial court for no reason. In addition to the Zheng family, this old man has already spoken to the Bowling Cui family. "Jianyue, you will be the commander-in-chief this time. The three of us will provide people, money, strength, and weapons. Let's try to quickly take down Luoyang before the imperial court can react. At that time, we will be able to compete with Chang'an's Li Shimin." Cui Junchuo added. The Qinghe Cui family and the Bowling Cui family were both old nobles of Shandong. The two came from the same origin. When the Qinghe Cui family was facing a life-and-death crisis, the Bowling Cui family could not stand by and do nothing. Everyone knew that the teeth would be cold if the lips were gone. Therefore, the difficulty of convincing the Bowling Cui family was much lower than convincing the Zheng family. With the 5 clans and 7 hopes, 3 of the 7 most powerful clans of the Great Tang had been gathered. Cui Junchuo's wishful thinking was well thought out. Luoyang had been the eastern capital since the Sui dynasty. There was plenty of food in the city and the city walls were sturdy. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Once they took down Luoyang, they could rely on this city to contend with Li Heir. At that time, if the imperial court wanted to crush the Cui family, they would have to pay a huge price. Pan Jinyue looked excited when he heard that. He stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. "Thank you for your trust, great-grandfather. Pan Jinyue will definitely do his best to take down Luoyang as soon as possible." Cui Junchuo nodded with satisfaction and said, Since the ancient times, nobles, generals and ministers would rather have the guts? At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Li family of Longxi only seized the opportunity to seize the world. Comparatively speaking, how could my Qinghe Chui clan and Boling Chui clan combined be inferior to his Longxi Li clan? He was just born at the wrong time. Today, if we can work together and conspire for a great cause, the world might change hands. Chui, Lu, Li, Zheng and Wang. In terms of strength, the Chui family was indeed the world's #1 family. However, now that the Li family of Longxi was in power, they would naturally be suppressed by the imperial power. Zhen Yue is willing to work with great-grandfather for a great cause. I will do my best until my death. Cui Junchuo's picture was not small. To Pan Zhen Yue, being the Jianghu provincial governor was not as comfortable as being the founding minister of a country. Humans were all ambitious. Haha, good. Cui Junchuo praised with a smile. Then, he stood up with the help of the guard beside him and said, "It's getting late. I will go back first. Zhen Yue, prepare well. In the future, the world that the Cui family conquered will definitely be yours. This old man gives you my word." Pan Zhen Yue bowed slightly and cupped his fists excitedly. "Farewell, great-grandfather. The sky is dark and there is no moon tonight. Zhen Yue will send someone to escort you back?" Cui Junchuo pointed to the 2 black-clothed guards behind him and said, "No need, no need. The 2 of them are enough." After that, he walked towards the door step by step. One of the guards behind him suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked thoughtfully at the top of the hall. At that moment, Yi Fashion felt that he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. He could not help but tense up. He did not dare to move and even stopped breathing. Guru. There was a guru in this hall. At this moment, Yi Fashion wanted to turn himself into a wisp of air. No one could see or feel him. Fortunately, the night in March was not hot, but a little cold. Otherwise, with Yi Fashion's current nervous state, he would definitely be dripping with sweat. Although the sound of sweat dripping on the tiles was small, it could not escape the guru's ears. "Qi Li, why are you still here?" Cui Junchuo's dissatisfied voice came from the door. "Great-grandfather, please wait a moment. Qi Li will be here soon." A light voice came from the hall. Then, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. On the roof, Yi Fashion still did not dare to make the slightest movement. He was afraid that the other party had not left, or that the other party had left and would come back to kill him. After half an hour, when there was no sound in the hall, Yi Fashion finally dared to breathe heavily. His legs and feet were already numb at this moment. "Qi Li? It's Qi Li of the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai. The Supreme Court has put the other 3 on the wanted list. I did not expect that they would return to Cui Junchuo's side in the end." Yi Fashion was extremely shocked. At that time, Li Zishuan used Wan Jingang to set up an ambush in the Right Marquis Mansion. He lured the Cui family to send people to the Right Marquis Mansion's prison to silence them. As a result, the second of the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai, Mei Lian, was killed. The eldest, Qi Li, escaped safely. Although Yi Fashion did not personally experience it that night, later on, the imperial court issued a notice and wanted the 3 people. He still knew some inside information. However, compared to the current situation in Jianghu, these were not important. Yi Fashion shook his head and tossed aside these random thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the roof and regulated his breathing for a quarter of an hour. Then he used his qinggong, carefully evading the guards in the provincial governor's manor while dashing towards the back door. Hee. It seems that my intuition was right. There really is a gentleman on the roof eavesdropping. But you are really patient, little guy. You made me wait here for almost an hour. In the darkness of the night, the wind rose. On the back door of the provincial governor's office, a person landed lightly and blocked Yi Fashion's path. His cold voice was like a demon from hell, causing Yi Fashion's hair to stand on end. It was Qi Li. He never expected that Qi Li would still not leave after such a long time. "Run!" Without any hesitation or words, Yi Fashion turned around and ran. Hee. Run. I'd like to see where you can run to. Qi Li sneered and then chased after him unhurriedly. Chapter 1304. It's over. It's over. Why hasn't the monk returned after such a long time? Could he have been discovered by the provincial governor's residence? In the backyard of the Yi residence, Li Yu paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing that it was already 9 in the evening and Yi Fashion still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The monk will be fine. Yi Minglei was also not asleep. He was also waiting in the backyard for Yi Fashion's return. Oh, Miss Li Yu, you said that the Duke of Yong'an and Xianxia are cousins. Is that true? Yi Fashion was anxious, but when he thought of what Li Yu said to him after Yi Fashion left, he could not help but feel shocked. Last year, Yi Guozhong had brought his family to Beijing to acknowledge their relatives. Although Yi Huiming had returned to Nanyang from Chang'an before the new year, the result of the acknowledgement in Beijing had never been spread. As a distant cousin of the Yi family in Guan City, he naturally didn't know that Li Zishuan's birth mother was the daughter of the Yi family back then. Now that he knew this news, Yi Minglei felt a burst of joy even though he was in a desperate situation. Because if this was the case, Li Zishuan would have to call him second uncle when he came over. Who in the world did not know that Li Zishuan was the most powerful and influential person in the empire? His future was limitless, but now he had inexplicably become Li Zishuan's second uncle. This was truly a miraculous situation in life. Of course it's true. Uncle Yi, why are you saying this now? Why don't you send someone out to investigate? If the monk is discovered by the provincial governor's residence's guards, it will be bad. Little Yu stomped her feet and said unhappily. Yi Minglei's face turned red. He knew that this was not the time to think about this, but he could not help but think about it. Now that all the shops are closed and there are soldiers patrolling the streets, even if we want to send someone out to investigate, we will have to wait until dawn. Yi Minglei looked outside the house and said worriedly, Dawn? By the time dawn comes, it will be too late. If the monk is really caught by the guards, Provincial Governor Pan will not let him go. Sigh. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have let him go out. Let's think about it. I'm sure we can think of another way. Fishy sighed faintly. At this moment she couldn't help but think, if only Mr. was here. The Chui family, the provincial governor's mansion, as long as Mr. is here, they will all turn into ashes. That's right, in her heart, Li Zishuan was omnipotent. Be it civil or martial. Miss Li Yu, I'll send a messenger pigeon to the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion tomorrow morning. I believe that once my big brother receives the news, he'll definitely think of a way. If it doesn't work, he can ask the Marquis of Yong'an to ask the Emperor to send troops to conquer Jianghu. After pondering for a while, Yi Minglei said. Li Yu was shocked. Uncle Yi, you're still sending pigeons to Nanyang? Although messenger pigeons were a very awesome ancient technology, if one wanted to use pigeons to send a letter to another party, the carrier pigeon's hometown had to be on the other side as well. The ancients made use of the pigeon's homing ability. They could return home no matter where they were, to achieve messenger pigeons between two places. The reason why pigeons could identify directions and find their nest was that they were very sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, as if they had a compass in their bodies. Of course, every branch of the Yi family has messenger pigeons with the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion so that if one side is in trouble, the Southern Sun Ancestral Mansion can help as soon as possible. Yi Minglei smiled and nodded. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head and said, No. If there's a sharpshooter at the city gate who shoots down the carrier pigeon, then we'll all be exposed. Uncle Yi, this plan will not work. But don't worry, as long as the monk can come back safely tonight, I have a way to send the news back to the capital. Once Mr. knows about the changes in Jianghu, he'll definitely think of a way. Yi Minglei thought about it and agreed. Seeing how confident Fishy was, he could only nod and say, All right then. I'll listen to your arrangements. Swoosh, swoosh. Guangqing County was not peaceful in the middle of the night. At this time, two shadows, one tall and one short, were running quickly in the city. Yi Fashion poured all his internal strength into his legs and ran at full speed. He had no intention of fighting with Qi Li, who was behind him. The difference in strength between the two was too great. If it were not for the Yi family's exquisite body movement technique, he would have been captured by now. He did not dare to run directly to the Yi mansion in the west of the city, as that would expose Yi Minglei and Li Yu. At this moment, he could only lead Qi Li around the city. In a short while, he had already run to the south of the city. Fortunately, he had been to Guangqing County many times when he was young. Otherwise, he would probably be lost by now. Hey, kid. I didn't expect your body movement technique to be so interesting. Now I've changed my mind. If you can teach me your body movement technique, maybe I'll spare your life. Qi Li, who had been following Yi Fashion at a leisurely pace about 5 feet behind him, now laughed sinisterly. Obviously, he had not used his full strength. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. Dream on. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and said in exasperation. For a moment, he did not want to run anymore. After all, anyone who was played like a mouse would be angry. But he knew that he could not stop, because if he did, his second uncle's family and Li Yu would all die. Hey! Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being rude. 5 elements ghostly steps. Qi Li sneered, and then the true qi in his body burst out. His whole body flashed, and in an instant, he was behind Yi Fashion. As he ran, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and stabbed at Yi Fashion's back. Cold. At this moment, Yi Fashion felt a bone-piercing chill. It was the threat of death. Dat. Yi Fashion, who was running at high speed, forcibly changed his direction, and Qi Li's sword missed. Lord Yi, you are a dragon. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth, and all the remaining true qi in his body burst out in an instant on his legs. His whole body dragged a row of afterimages in the air, and in an instant, he was 10 feet away from Qi Li. Hey! I've really underestimated you. Qi Li looked surprised, and then hurriedly used the 5 elements ghostly steps to chase in the direction Yi Fashion was heading. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 air-piercing sounds came from the air. Qi Li, who had sharp ears, of course heard it. He looked up and saw 2 black objects coming toward him. Hidden weapons. Someone was sneaking up on him. This was Qi Li's first reaction. So he waved his sword, and the 2 black objects were split into 4 halves. Just as he was about to look at the person who had sneaked up on him, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his eyes, and he could not help but sneeze violently. Hey! Using a sword to chop lime and mustard powder, this guy is really stupid. On a rooftop by the street, a man in black couldn't help but laugh. Then, he ignored Qi Li and chased in the direction Yi Fashion had escaped. Chapter 1305. Lu Xiang of the Western Han Dynasty wrote in New Preface, Miscellaneous Matter 5. Young Master Yi loves dragons. He wrote dragons on hooks, chisels, and carvings in rooms. Therefore the dragon came down, peeking at the door, and left its tail in the hall. When Lord Yi saw it, he abandoned it and left. Without its soul, the 5 colors had no owner. It was said that Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom liked dragons very much. He carried dragons on his wall. When the dragons in the sky saw that there was someone who liked them so much, they came down to the mortal world to take a look. When Lord Yi saw that it was a real dragon, he was so scared that he ran away. Later on, this story was used to mock Lord Ye's empty talk and thoughtlessness. But in reality, Lord Yi was not as bad as the rumors said. Back then, in order to control the flood, he personally observed the situation of the people and surveyed the terrain at the place where the flood was the greatest. Later on, he invented a plan to control the flood by building a deep ditch similar to a moat around the village to prevent flood and store water. Later on, a guest saw Lord Ye's water conservancy map, which was like a group of dragons. He told Lord Yi, "Clouds give birth to dragons. The dragons in your drawing do not have clouds, so you don't like dragons." Lord Yi replied, "I used dragons to guide water, not to ride the clouds. A dragon comes out of a canal, and a dragon comes out of the water. But I am afraid that this dragon will consume manpower and material resources, causing the people to suffer." Later on, this matter spread to Shan Buhai's ears. In order to slander Lord Yi, he wrote the story of Lord Ye's love for dragons in his book, Shen Zi. Thus, Lord Yi suffered thousands of years of injustice. The Yi family of Nanyang was also the descendant of Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom. But no one knew that Lord Ye's love for dragons had become the name of a Qinggong movement technique in the Yi family. Lord Ye's love for dragons. Cloud dragon comes out of the water. This was a kind of movement technique that burned a large amount of true qi in a very short period of time to increase one's speed to the extreme. It was not exquisite, but it was very useful when escaping for one's life. At this time, Yi Fashion's true qi had been completely exhausted. He came to an alley and was about to stop for a while when he heard footsteps behind him. Yi Fashion's heart sank. Haha. Little brother, you have guts to spy on the provincial governor's mansion. A burst of hearty laughter came from behind him. Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat, because this voice did not belong to Qi Li. Who are you? Yi Fashion straightened his body and turned around to look at the black-clothed man on the street. This is not the place to talk. Just now, I used lime and mustard powder to ambush the person who was chasing you. I can buy you some time, but I can't buy you the whole night. Little brother, if you trust me, then follow me. I'll bring you to a secret place to lie low for a while. The man in black said indifferently, then turned around and left. Yi Fashion's mind raced. A moment later, he made a decision in his heart. Big brother, wait for me. Yi Fashion understood that with Qi Li's strength, even if his lightness skill was superb, he would only be able to take the lead for a while. It was certainly impossible for him to completely shake him off. Now that so much time had passed and Qi Li had not caught up, it proved that the black-robed man's words were not false. What's more, I've already exhausted all my true qi. It'll be a problem for me to avoid the patrolling soldiers. I might as well follow this man in black and see where he'll take me. Hey, little brother, you have guts. You and I don't know each other. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you and send you to the officials? After Yi Fashion caught up with the black-robed man, the black-robed man chuckled as he walked forward. I have no inner force now. If you wanted to do something to me, you would have done it just now. Why wait until now? Yi Fashion lowered his head and said indifferently. The black-robed man couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Little brother, you're straightforward. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely find you for a few drinks. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not deny it. The main thing was that he didn't know the true identity of this person. As the saying goes, the more one talks, the more mistakes one will make. If he said something that he shouldn't say, then it would be bad. The two of them turned left and right. On the way, they encountered a few waves of patrolling soldiers. However, the black-robed man's keen senses allowed them to avoid them. We're here. At this time, the black-robed man suddenly stopped and said, Isn't this the city god temple in the south of the city? Why did you bring me here? Yi Fashion looked at it and said with some dissatisfaction. In this run-down temple, other than the stone statue, there was nothing else. How could anyone hide here? During the northern and southern dynasties, the people started to worship the city god. Naturally, there was also a city god temple in the Tang dynasty. The black-robed man acted as if he didn't hear Yi Fashion's question and said, Hey! In the past, there were many beggars living in this city god temple. I heard that at the beginning of this year, the district magistrate sent people to chase all the beggars out of the city. Therefore, no one comes here on a normal day. Yi Fashion frowned and said, But we can't hide here. What if the patrolling soldiers pass by here? Hey! Who said we're hiding here? Little brother, come in with me. The black-robed man smiled and interrupted. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in. Yi Fashion could only follow. In the city god temple, the black-robed man took out a torch from his waist and blew it gently. The dim flame lit up this small area. Yi Fashion wanted to stop him, but he saw the black-robed man lying under the incense table. He waved at Yi Fashion and said, Little brother, come quickly. Follow this tunnel. I'll bring you to a place to hide. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Don't let the soldiers outside discover the fire here. As he spoke, the black-robed man used his strength to lift a stone slab under the incense table. He then jumped down first. Yi Fashion was shocked. He didn't expect there to be a tunnel in the city god temple. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He walked to the incense table and jumped down. He even covered the stone slab with his hands. Now that all the people's houses are closed and there are people guarding them, I can only bring you through the tunnel to find a place to hide. In the tunnel, the black-robed man held a torch and led the way in front as he spoke to Yi Fashion. Who are you? How do you know there's a tunnel under the city god temple? At this moment, Yi Fashion couldn't help but be suspicious of the black-robed man's identity. Hee. I'm not a bad person. The black-robed man chuckled and said, Moreover, I didn't ask you about your identity, did I? Compared to you who had the courage to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion at night, my little strength is only fit to be a nobody. You went to the provincial governor's mansion tonight too? Yi Fashion suddenly remembered the sound of the tiles falling to the ground that almost killed him. Hence, he quickly stopped and stared at the black-robed man's back. He asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1306. Clap, clap, clap. Little brother, you're smart. In the tunnel, the man in black clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That wild cat in the provincial governor's mansion not only saved you, but also saved me. So you and I can be considered brothers in distress now." Haha. Yi Fashion was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion tonight. He was shocked and asked, "Who are you? Why did you sneak into the provincial governor's mansion?" The man in black chuckled and said, all right. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here first. But, little brother, you should know my identity very soon." "Oh, it's just ahead. Little brother, follow me up." They had already reached the other end of the tunnel. There was a rope hanging over their heads. The man in black pulled the hemp rope and climbed up easily. "Little brother, hold the rope. I'll pull you up." The man in black stood on top and shouted at Yi Fashion in the tunnel. Yi Fashion hesitated at this time because the identity of the black-clothed man was too mysterious. He didn't know what the situation was like above. Would he be surrounded by a group of people as soon as he went up? Since this person also sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion, it means that he isn't from the Cui family. He can't be that bad. After struggling for a moment, Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and reached out to pull the hemp rope. He shouted, "Done!" Then, a huge force came from the other end of the hemp rope and Yi Fashion was gradually lifted to the ground. This was an ordinary small courtyard. Beside him was a dry well. They had just come out from the bottom of this dry well. "Sir, you're back?" At this moment, a few big men appeared in the courtyard. They walked over and bowed to the man in black. "Sir?" Yi Fashion was shocked and quickly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. He looked at the man in black warily and said, "You're from the army?" Haha. The man in black chuckled and took off the black sand on his face. Under the reflection of the candlelight in the room, his facial features could be vaguely seen. His eyes were bright like a nighthawk. "That's right. I'm from the military. However, little brother, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean that I'm on Governor Pan's side. We might even become friends. Men, invite this little brother into the house to have a seat." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Immediately, a few of the soldiers in the courtyard walked towards Yi Fashion, obviously to prevent him from escaping. Yi Fashion frowned and said, "I don't need your invitation. I can walk on my own." Although the identity of the black-clothed men was indeed beyond his expectations, it was fine as long as they were not from the Cui family or the provincial governor's office. Yi Fashion thought to himself, In order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask little brother to hand over your weapon first." A burly man stood in front of Yi Fashion and said in a low voice. Yi Fashion frowned, but he did not refuse. He handed over the sword at his waist and walked into the house. "Haha, our servants have offended you just now. I hope little brother can forgive us." After Yi Fashion walked into the house, he saw that the black-clothed man had changed into a gray unlined garment. He cupped his fists and apologized to Yi Fashion. "It's fine." Yi Fashion waved his hand and then took off the black veil on his face. When the man saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, "I didn't expect little brother to be so young. You're really a hero from the younger generation." Haha. Yi Fashion was unmoved. He said directly, "Sir, can you tell me your true identity now?" The man stopped smiling and nodded. "Since little brother wants to know, I won't beat around the bush with you. My name is Lu Rengue, and I am the Bian Province Army officer." "Bian Province Army officer? Then what are you doing in Guan County?" Yi Fashion asked curiously. "Haha. Little brother, why don't you tell me what you heard on the roof of the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion?" Lu Rengue said with a faint smile. Yi Fashion said in a low voice, "Why should I tell you?" "Because we have a common enemy. I think that is enough, right?" Lu Rengue's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully. Yi Fashion was silent for a while. Then he looked outside the house and said, "If I don't tell you, will I not be able to get out of this house?" Lu Rengue laughed and said, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I have always treated you as a friend. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Wait until tomorrow morning and you can leave by yourself. Yi Fashion didn't know how sincere this man's words were, but he could conclude that Lu Rengue was definitely not with Pan Jinyue. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Rengue and said, "No matter what, I have to thank Lu Rengue for saving my life tonight. As for what I heard in the provincial governor's office, I can also tell Lu Rengue that the people in the main hall should be Cui Junchuo and Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinyue. From their words, I can roughly tell that Cui Junchuo has joined forces with Xingyang's Zheng family and Boling's Cui family to start a rebellion." In Guangqing County, it was very lively at this time. A large group of soldiers held torches and ran through the streets of the city. They didn't miss any corner, as if they were searching for something. West of the city, Cui Mansion. The conversation between me and Zhen Yue must have been heard by that thief. Qi Li, take Wang Zhen and Xuan Xiu and immediately go to the city to search for this thief. Now all the doors of the houses in the city are closed. I think he can't escape anywhere, Cui Junchuo said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. As time passed, the premonition became stronger and stronger. Yes, grandfather. Qi Li's eyes and nose were red. He was probably scalded by the lime and spicy mustard powder. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Grandfather, could that person be sent by Wei Zheng? Cui Xuanji, who was serving Cui Junchuo, asked at this time. At that time, he spread rumors and encouraged the widows of the soldiers who died in Snake Spirit Mountain to go to Li Zishuan's house to make trouble. In the end, Cui Yunhan took the blame for him and was exiled to Jianghu. He himself was scared back to Jianghu. Now that Cui Junchuo was going to start a rebellion, as a junior of course, he had to come out and help. Cui Junchuo thought for a moment and said, "Impossible. All the people Wei Xuanqing brought have been killed. Even if he is not dead, there is no one we can use now." Cui Xuanji wondered. Then who could it be? Cui Junchuo sighed worriedly and said, "It's not Wei Zheng's people, nor is it our people. It means that there is a third hand in Guangqing County now. This is what I am most worried about." Chapter 1307. That's all I heard. Since Lu Kenjun is so interested in the information of the provincial governor's mansion, I wonder if you can tell me why you came to Guangqing County? Or are you going to carry out a mission? In a house in the south of Guangqing County, Yi Fashion and Lu Rengue sat opposite each other. Yi Fashion told Lu Rengue about the information he had obtained from the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he asked Lu Rengue tentatively. Lu Rengue's eyes flashed and he suddenly looked at Yi Fashion with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at him for a long time, he smiled and said, "Little brother, I have already told you my identity, but I still don't know anything about you. If you recognize me as a friend, shouldn't you also introduce yourself?" Yi Fashion was silent. Although Lu Rengue was not a member of Pan Jinyue and the Cui family, he came to Guangqing County as a Bian provincial governor. His purpose and mission were also unknown, so the impact this person brought to the situation was uncontrollable. If he told Lu Rengue his true identity and if there was an accident, then his second uncle's family and little Yuka would all be exposed. But if Lu Rengue's purpose was the same as his, maybe he could help him out. This was a dilemma. Yi Fashion hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Kenjun, I'm Yi Fashion from Nanyang Yi Clan." Yi Fashion? Nanyang Yi Clan? Lu Rengue frowned. He had never heard of Yi Fashion, but he had heard of Nanyang Yi Clan because his ancestral home was Bian Province, not far from Nanyang. "Are you really Yi Fashion? Why are you in Guangqing County?" At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the side of the main hall. Even though Yi Fashion was always calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright at this moment. He turned his head to look and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking out from the right side of the side hall. After seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Fashion was really surprised and delighted. "Wei Zhuqing? Why are you here?" Who else could it be but Wei Zheng, who had disappeared for half a month and the provincial governor's mansion was looking for him. It was because of this that Yi Fashion was both surprised and happy. Yi Fashion had stayed in Chang'an City for almost half a year and had met Wei Zheng a few times. For example, on New Year's Eve last year, Li Er had brought his family and many civil and military officials to Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks. Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng once. Although Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng before, Wei Zhang had never paid any attention to him. However, he had heard about the Nanyang Yi family's visit to the capital last year. Therefore, when he heard Yi Fashion's introduction, Wei Zhang came out from the side hall. Seeing Wei Zhang come out, Lu Rengui's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise. He stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wei Zhang. "Greetings, Left Minister Wei." Obviously, he knew that Wei Zhang was eavesdropping from the side. Or rather, this interrogation was arranged in advance. Wei Zhang nodded and looked at Yi Fashion. "So you know this old man? Then let me ask you, why did you come to Guangqing County?" Seeing that Wei Zhang and Lu Rengui were obviously in cahoots, Yi Fashion no longer had any scruples in his heart. He answered truthfully. This time, Fashion came alone. "There is another person, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily. I came with her. She was asked by my cousin to come to Jianghu to investigate the matter of the bandits causing trouble some time ago." "Chang'an has received the news?" Wei Zhang's eyes flashed and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "At that time it was just some hearsay. There was a rumor from the peddlers that there have been a lot of bandits around Jianghu recently. Li Yu and my cousin were worried about your safety, so Li Yu and I came here." "I see." Wei Zhang nodded then sighed and said, "Sigh. But now, Guangqing County only allows entry and not exit. You are already in deep trouble and can't extricate yourselves. Speaking of which, this old man has implicated you." Yi Fashion hurriedly said, "Lord Wei, you are a pillar of the country. Saving you can save millions of people. Although Fashion and Li Yu are in danger now, we have never regretted it." Lu Rengui couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi is really a bosom friend. Who in the Tang Empire doesn't know that Wei Wuxia is a rare good official? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have brought my men and risked my life to save Wei Wuxia. Wei Zhang shook his head and said, "Saving me can save millions of people? This old man can't afford it. Looking at the whole world, other than the current emperor, I'm afraid only your cousin, Duke Yong'an, has the ability to save millions of people." Yi Fashion was speechless. He was quite convinced of his cousin's abilities. After a long pause, Yi Fashion looked at Wei Zhang and asked, "Wei Wuxia, Fashion heard from Lu Kenjun that when the bandits caused trouble in the city, he was the one who led the troops to save you? What exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Wei Zhang smiled and looked at Lu Rengui. "This question, you should ask Lu Kenjun yourself." After Lu Rengui heard about Yi Fashion's background, he let his guard down. He grinned and said, "Hee. Actually, this is nothing. At the beginning of last month, I suddenly received a transfer order from the provincial governor of Bian province. He asked me to bring 200 elite troops and sneak into Guangqing County. There was only one purpose, and that was to secretly protect Wei Wuxia. At that time, I was still doubtful about this transfer order. However, the provincial governor told me that this was the order of the pacification commissioner. I didn't dare to disobey. So, I chose the elite troops and sneaked into Guangqing County. On the 15th day of the previous month, hundreds of bandits entered the city in batches and suddenly went on a rampage, injuring thousands of people and charging into the magistrate's office. Although the imperial guards brought by Wei Wuxia were well trained, they were outnumbered and all died. While the bandits and the imperial guards were fighting, I knocked Wei Wuxia unconscious and secretly hid in the tunnel of the Xingwang temple. After a few days, the storm calmed down. Then, we quietly returned to the surface and stayed in the house that we had previously bought. However, just in case, Wei Wuxia still hides in the tunnel during the day." Yi Fashion listened and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he asked doubtfully, "Lu Kenjun, how did you find out about the tunnel in the Xingwang temple?" Lu Rengui smiled and said, "This tunnel wasn't originally there. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children. Among my subordinates, there are 2 brothers. Their ancestors were very famous tomb raiders, so it's naturally easy for them to dig a section of the tunnel." Chapter 1308. In China's ancient times, there were 4 main schools of tomb raiding. The main ones were Fuqiu Hangxiu, Fuqiu Dai Fuqiu, Fuqiu de 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 Fuqiu. The Tomb Raider commandant was a tomb raider from the Tomb Raider sect. Yi Fashion nodded in realization and said, Lu Zhangjuan's subordinates are really capable. Fashion is impressed. Lu Rengue thanked him profusely. At this moment, Wei Zhang said worriedly, although Lu Kenjun saved me, the current crisis is not over yet. Over the past month, the Cui family and Pan Zhenyue's actions have become more and more frequent. Although I'm not in the government office, Lu Kenjun and his men have been spying in the city. I didn't expect to meet you tonight. Just now, Lu Kenjun only wanted to fish out the information you have, so he didn't tell you that this old man was here. From the recently popular Jianghu daily, this old man can also see that Cui Junchuo and Pan Zhenyue's intentions to rebel are as clear as day. Furthermore, according to what you just said, Cui Junchuo has not only joined forces with the Zheng family, but also the Cui family of Bowling. With this, the power of these traitors will only grow. Through a swift attack, it is not impossible to take down Luoyang. If that happens, the imperial court will be in big trouble. Yi Fashion didn't hide it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, Left Deputy Wei, Fashion's second uncle is the county governor of Guangqing County. He might be able to help us at a crucial moment. Li Yu, who came to Jianghu with the monk, is also at my second uncle's house. Now that we've found you and investigated the situation in Jianghu clearly, we can send the information here back to Chang'an tomorrow. After my cousin learns of it, he will definitely report it to His Majesty and have His Majesty dispatch an army to eliminate the rebels. Wei Zheng frowned and said, Now that the city gates are closed, you can only enter and not leave. How are you going to send the information back to the capital? Besides, according to what you said just now, Cui Junchuo and Pan Zhenyue are going to start an uprising in 2 days. Even if we can send the news back to Chang'an, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Once they take over Luoyang, the imperial court will definitely fall into a passive position. Yi Fashion glanced in the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he cupped his hands and said, Left Prime Minister Wei, to tell you the truth, we brought a telegraph machine with us when we came to Jianghu. We can use this to quickly send information back to Chang'an. Once His Majesty receives the news, if he sends an urgent message, he will be able to mobilize the surrounding troops to hold them back for a while. Furthermore, he can inform Luoyang in advance to reinforce the city defenses. In this way, there shouldn't be any problems holding them back until the imperial court's army arrives. Telegraph. Wei Zheng finally lost his composure. When the telegraph machine was first introduced, very few people knew about it. However, when the Yanhuang Academy opened, Li Zishuan gave a public lecture to all the students and demonstrated the magic of the telegraph machine. Later, the Tang Dynasty Daily even published it. Although Wei Zheng didn't see it with his own eyes, he still knew a little about the magical functions of the telegraph machine. At this moment, he excitedly said, Jianghu is more than 400 miles away from Chang'an. The telegraph machine made by the Marquis of Yong and can transmit information from such a distance? In the past 6 months in Chang'an, Yi Fashion had spent time studying engineering. He replied, although the distance between Jianghu and Chang'an is more than 400 miles, the distance in a straight line is no more than 200 to 300 miles. Furthermore, Fashion remembered that my cousin once said that in theory, without interference, the telegraph machine can transmit information from a distance of a few hundred miles. Wei Zheng exclaimed, This telegraph machine is so magical? That's great. There's no time to lose. After the gate opens, Fashion, you will meet up with Li Yu. Of course, for safety reasons, you can also bring her and your second uncle here. After that, you will immediately send the news back to Chang'an through the telegraph machine. Luoyang must not fall into the hands of the rebels. Yes. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and agreed. Lu Rengue, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of telegraph machine could transmit information from 100 miles away? He didn't pay much attention to Datong Daily. These things were simply unheard of. However, when he saw that Wei Zheng, a cultured person, didn't question his words, he didn't interrupt. After hearing Wei Zheng's instructions, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, Brother Yi, if you want to bring Li Yu and the others here, I can bring some men to escort you secretly. Otherwise, if you are followed by someone, it will be troublesome. Yi Fashion thought that when he found a place to send the telegram tomorrow, he would have to arrange for people to protect him. Hence, he nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Rengue. Lu Rengue laughed and said, No matter what, I have gone through thick and thin with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lu. Previously, I didn't know your identity and offended many of my subordinates. However, I was also protecting Left Prime Minister Wei's safety. It was my duty. I believe Brother Yi won't mind, right? Yi Fashion wasn't an unreasonable person. When Wei Zhang appeared, all the doubts in his heart were cleared. At this time he cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother Lu, what are you talking about? No matter what, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu's help tonight, I would probably be in prison by now. How can I be blamed?" Lu Renguo laughed and said, Good. Fashion, you are my brother." This guy didn't know that his brother would become an awesome existence in the future. He would become the leader of the world's Taoist sects and a true Taoist master. Yi Fashion also didn't expect that his unintentional friend would become a famous general of the Tang Empire in the future. The night passed very quickly. This night, many people didn't sleep at all. For example, Cui Junchuo, Cui Xuanji, Qi Li, Little Yu and Yi Minglei. Uncle Yi, Fashion didn't return last night. Something must have happened. I'll go out and look for him now. Little Yu didn't know how many times she had cried that night. At this moment, her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Minglei and said, "Sigh. Miss Li Yu, your identity is special. It's inconvenient for you to appear in public. Let me go. At least, I'm still the deputy county magistrate. Eat some porridge and rest for a while." How could Yi Minglei not be anxious? Yi Fashion didn't return last night. He was so worried that his hair was turning white. He pointed at the breakfast that the servants had just brought over and said to Li Yu, "No, Uncle Yi." Little Yu also stood up and said stubbornly, "This time, I came to Jianghu on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with Fashion. He didn't have to come here to take the risk. It's all because of me that he got involved in this dispute. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go and look for him." Chapter 1309. Yi Minglei couldn't persuade Little Yu. The two of them rested for a while and prepared to go out to find Yi Fashion. "I'm back." What they didn't expect was that as soon as they left the backyard, they saw Yi Fashion standing there with his back straight, looking at them with a smile. Little Yu was stunned. She was already in despair, but her heart was suddenly filled with joy. "Fashion, you're okay? That's great. I thought you were caught by the provincial governor's mansion. Uncle Yi and I were going to the provincial governor's mansion to get some information." Little Yu rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't a dream. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Yi Fashion's arm and said excitedly, "That's great. That's great." Yi Minglei was in tears. Yi Fashion didn't return last night. The pressure he was under was no less than Li Yu's. Yi Fashion looked at the 2 people in front of him. Their eyes were red with dark circles and they looked haggard. He knew that Li Yu and Yi Minglei must have been worried and didn't sleep last night. He said apologetically, "Second uncle, Miss Li Yu, I'm sorry. I made you worry. There was an accident last night, so I came back now." Yi Minglei smiled and said, "That's great. That's great. Let's talk inside." Li Yu quickly shook her head and said, "That's great." Yi Fashion stepped aside and said, "Li Yu, second uncle went to the provincial governor's mansion last night. Not only did he get some information, but he also brought us some reinforcements. This is Brother Lu from the Bian province army. The other 2 are Brother Lu's subordinates." Yi Minglei and Li Yu were shocked. Their attention was on Yi Fashion just now, so they didn't notice the 3 people behind Yi Fashion. Of course, what surprised them more was Lu Rengui's identity. The Bian province army adjutant. How could the Bian province army adjutant be in Guangqing County? Could it be that the army sent by the imperial court had started to sneak in? "I'm Yi Minglei. Greetings to Army Officer Lu." Yi Minglei bowed to Lu Rengui and said. The position of deputy county magistrate was lower than grade 8. Bianzhou was the administrative center of Hunan province and belonged to the upper province. The military officer in Bianzhou was lower than grade 7. Therefore, in terms of rank, Lu Rengui was indeed his superior. "Deputy Yi, you don't have to be so courteous. This is not a good place to talk. Please find a quiet room. What we are going to talk about next is top secret. It is about life and death." Lu Rengui was not arrogant. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Yi Minglei hurriedly said, Okay. This Yi understands. Adjunct Lu, come with me. Then, he brought Lu Rengue, Yi Fashion, Li Yu and the others to a side room in the backyard. The few of them went in to discuss matters. The 2 guards that Lu Rengue brought along stood guard outside to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zheng family ancestral home. Bastard! For an entire night, they had sent out so many people, but none of them were able to catch a single thief. What a bunch of trash. Cough cough. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and pointed at the 3 black-clothed warriors kneeling below and angrily said. Before he finished speaking, he coughed violently. At the end of the day, he was still old. In addition, he didn't sleep at all last night. How could he bear it? Grandfather, please don't be angry. Your health is more important. Cui Xuanji hurriedly stepped forward to support Cui Junchuo and comforted him. Grandfather, please calm down. Qi Li and his 2 brothers quickly said in unison. Cui Junchuo panted violently. After a while he said angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue to search. Yes, grandfather. The 3 of them cupped their fists and took their leave. Cui Xuanji carefully helped Cui Junchuo to sit down on the couch. Then he asked tentatively, Grandfather, now that our plan has been heard, do we still need to hold the morale-raising ceremony the day after tomorrow? Cui Junchuo sighed faintly. Then, he looked at Cui Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, do you want to be the master of the world? Cui Xuanji was stunned. Master of the world? He had never thought about this position before. However, ever since Cui Junchuo told him about the plan to overthrow the regime a few months ago, he couldn't help but fantasize about it. If the Cui family could really gain power, then as the eldest grandson of the Cui family, he would be able to ascend to the throne one day. By then, thinking of this, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but breathe heavily. After a while, he noticed that Cui Junchuo was staring at him. Cui Xuanji shuddered and quickly said, Grandfather, I believe that the Cui family will be able to defeat the Li family of Longxi. By then, you will be the master of the world. All I want is to kill Li Zishuan and Li Shimin to avenge my mother. Back then, Li Zishuan used public opinion to incite the people to break into the Cui family in the capital, causing his mother to commit suicide out of fear. After that, the Cui family was severely punished. Moreover, Li Zishuan didn't allow his mother to be buried in the Cui family's ancestral grave. To Cui Xuanji, this was the greatest humiliation in his life. He hated Li Zishuan and Li Shimin even more. Cui Junchuo nodded happily. He patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder and said, Good boy. Good boy. Since Li Shimin was heartless to our Cui family, don't blame us for being unjust. Xuanji, go and inform Jianghu that the plan is as usual, but ask him to send more soldiers to guard the city gate. From today onwards, the entire Guangqing County will be locked down. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Equip the city wall with archers. Don't even let a bird out. In this way, even if the thief finds out about our plan, he won't be able to spread the news. Cui Xuanji said happily, Grandfather is wise. I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion now. Grandfather, you didn't sleep last night. You'd better rest well. You can go now. Cui Junchuo waved his hand and Cui Xuanji left. What? Is Wei's watching really fine? That's great. Guangqing County might be saved now. In the side room of the Yi family's backyard, Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei and Li Yu everything that happened yesterday. Yi Minglei was overjoyed. At this moment, his mood could only be described with a poem. Mountains and rivers, there is no road, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Li Yu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Rengue and asked, Adjunct Lu, I heard from Fashion that you have soldiers who are good at digging tunnels? Lu Rengue knew that Li Yu and Li Zishuan had a close relationship. He did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist and said, That's right. What can I do for you, Miss Li Yu? Li Yu quickly said, I don't dare. I want to ask if you can let your soldiers dig a tunnel out of the city? As long as Wei's watching is sent out of the city, he will be able to mobilize soldiers from other prefectures to encircle the rebels in Guangqing County. This girl's dreams were pretty good, but... Miss Li Yu, you don't know this, but Guangqing County is the capital of Jianghu. The foundation of the city wall is more than 10 feet deep, and there is a moat outside the city. It is impossible to dig a tunnel out of the city in a short time. Lu Rengue smiled bitterly when he heard this. I see. I'm so sorry, I'm so ignorant. Li Yu was a little embarrassed as she repeatedly apologized. Lu Rengui waved his hand and said, Haha, it's okay. In fact, if I had anticipated today's situation, I would have ordered them to dig a tunnel in advance. Perhaps they would have been able to dig a tunnel out of the city. But now, it's obviously too late. Yi Fashion then said, There's no point in talking about this now. Second uncle, according to Cui Junchuo, they will gather the people's will and lead the soldiers to revolt. When that happens, the city will be in chaos. What Fashion means is that Miss Li Yu, you and second aunt will follow me to the south of the city to meet with Wei's Wucheng. Miss Li Yu and I will find a place to send a message to my cousin. Yi Minglei was a decisive person. He nodded and said, Okay. Fashion, we'll do as you say. I'll send someone to the county office to ask for leave. Just say that I'm not feeling well and need to rest at home. At this juncture, the county magistrate will not have time to deal with this. Then I'll bring your second aunt and the rest to meet with Wei's Wucheng. Yi Fashion nodded and looked at Li Yu. Miss Li Yu, shall we send a telegram to Chang'an now? Li Yu nodded and said, I'll go back to my room to get the telegram machine. Lu Rengui was worried that something might go wrong. He quickly stood up and said, I'll go with you. Li Yu nodded and did not refuse. After a while, the two of them carried the telegram machine and pushed the door open. Li Yu skillfully connected the telegraph machine. This was the first time that Lu Rengui and Yi Minglei had seen this legendary item that could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The two of them opened their eyes wide and curiously looked at the telegraph machine. Li Yu smiled and then said, You're right. Sir once said that in theory, the transmission distance of this telegraph machine can reach up to 100 miles, but we have never tried such a long distance. In order to avoid any accidents, I will first send a code to Chang'an and see if they can answer me. Yi Fashion nodded and said, That's how it should be. Therefore, Li Yu opened the password book and searched for a while. Then, she began to press the telegram machine's transmission handle. Everyone could only hear a series of DDD sounds. After a while, Li Yu said softly, I sense, sir, are you there? Now, we're waiting for a response. If we don't receive a response, it means that the telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Hearing this, everyone was nervous. Although Wei Zhang was not dead and could take charge of the situation, the most important thing to do now was to use the telegram machine to inform Chang'an and to send troops as soon as possible. If the telegram machine could not work, they were finished. Miss Li Yu, according to the telegram machine's speed, how long will it take for us to receive a response? After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Lu Rengui could not help but ask softly. Li Yu's face turned pale. She shook her head and said, It's enough. According to the time we waited was enough for them to send a message back. But this means that our telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Everyone was shocked. Yi Minglei said anxiously, What should we do? The Cui family is going to revolt the day after tomorrow. Even if they didn't lock down the county, it would be too late for us to send a message back to Chang'an. Lu Rengui said in annoyance, Miss Li Yu, didn't Marquis Yong say that the telegram machine can transmit messages from 100 miles away? Why can't it work now? Li Yu shook his head and said, Like I said, that's only in theory. In reality, when this thing is in the process of transmitting a message, it can easily be damaged due to some other factors. All right, I have an idea. Uncle Yi, is there a particularly tall pagoda or attic in Guancheng County? Yi Minglei asked curiously, Miss Li Yu, why are you asking this? Li Yu said excitedly, I remember Mr. once told me that the telegraphic machine's transmission can be understood as a formless energy. When this energy encounters an obstacle and passes through it, it will be damaged to a certain extent. Now that we're surrounded by houses, the damage will naturally be greater. Therefore, if there is a very tall pagoda or attic in the city, sending a telegram from there can greatly reduce the damage to the building. At that time, Chang'an might be able to receive the telegram from us. In ancient times, ordinary houses were usually 1 to 2 stories high. There were very few that exceeded 3 stories. Pagoda was an exception. Normally, pagoda would have 10 to dozens of stories. In ancient cities, pagoda was equivalent to a crane in a flock of chickens. Yi Minglei did not fully understand, but he understood the general idea. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. There is a relatively tall pagoda in the city. It is located in the Xianxia Temple in the south of the city. It was built in the second year of Emperor Xuanwu's Yongping. It was originally Emperor Xuanwu's Li Palace, but it was later changed into a Buddhist temple. There is a pagoda in it called the Xianxia Temple Pagoda. It has a total of 15 stories and is about 100 feet high. It should meet Miss Li Yu's needs." Hearing this, Li Yu was overjoyed. "That's great. Without further ado, I will bring the telegram machine to the Xianxia Temple." Hey, Miss Li Yu, please don't be impatient." Yi Minglei quickly stopped him and said, "To avoid suspicion, I will let my wife and monk accompany you. Coincidentally, the abbot of Xianxia Temple has some friendship with me. After you go, just say that I have caught a cold and am bedridden. You want to go to the pagoda to pray for me. I am sure that the abbot will agree to it. Also this way, no one will be suspicious." Before Li Yu agreed, Lu Rengue smiled and said, "That's great. Then I will act as the Yi family's guards and escort Miss Li Yu along the way." Li Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. Then we will do as Uncle Yi and Brother Lu said. We will make our own preparations and leave in a while." Half an hour later, a horse carriage drove out of the Yi family and went straight to the Xianxia Temple in the north of the city. After a while, a servant came out of the Yi residence, holding a handwritten letter written by Yi Minglei, and went to the county office to apply for leave. "Abbot Hui Guang, my master has unfortunately been infected with an illness and is bedridden. This old woman has specially brought 2 juniors to pray for my master at the Xianxia Temple Pagoda. I hope that abbot can help us out on account of our past friendship." Yi Minglei's wife, Madame Li, was also a lady from a wealthy family back then. She was quite sensible. After learning that her husband was trapped, she did not hesitate to accompany Li Yu and Yi Fashion to Xianxia Temple to act out this show. The abbot did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Fashion deeply. After a long time, he looked at Madame Yi and said, "Ba. District Deputy Yi treats the people well and is honest. He is a rare good official. Now that I heard that he is sick, I am worried. Since Madame Yi wants to pray for District Deputy Yi in the temple, I have no reason to refuse. Huiyan, quickly bring Madame Yi and the others to the Buddhist pagoda." At this moment, a young monk stood out from the side. He put his palms together and said, "Yes, abbot." Then he said to Madame Yi, "Benefactors, please follow me." Chapter 13:10. Thank you for leading the way, Little Master Huiyan. This is a token of my appreciation for the temple. Madame Yi, Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and the others ascended to the top floor of Xianxia Temple under Huiyan's lead. Madame Yi chuckled as she took out a small stack of Tang Yuan from her sleeve and passed it to the little monk. The little monk stole a glance at the Tang Yuan in Madame Ye's hand and was stunned. All of them were in the denomination of 10 Tang Yuan. Adding them all together, it was at least 100 Tang Yuan. This was really a big deal. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of greed. Ba. Madame Yi, I don't dare to accept such a huge sum of money." The little monk quickly hid the greed in his eyes and clasped his hands together. Madame Yi smiled and said, "Money is just a worldly possession. This old woman only wants my master to be able to recover quickly. This money is firstly to add some incense money to the temple and accumulate some merit for my master. Secondly, I want Master Huiyan to help me look after the temple and not let anyone come up to disturb this old woman praying for my master. After all, if this praying is interrupted, then it would seem that my heart is not sincere, and Buddha will definitely blame me. Little master, don't you think so?" A trace of excitement flashed through the little monk's eyes, and then he said, Ba. Madame Ye's true feelings for County Deputy Yi will definitely move the Buddha. I'll help Madame Yi guard below to prevent outsiders from disturbing Madame Ye's prayer." After saying that, he took the Tang Yuan from Madame Yi and hid it in his sleeve quietly. Madame Yi clasped her hands together and said, "Thank you, little Master Huiyan." The little monk nodded and left. "Fashion, Miss Li Yu, let's go in." After the little monk left, Madame Yi said softly. Li Yu nodded and said gratefully as she walked, "Thank you for helping us. If it wasn't for you, little you, would have to spend a lot of effort to come here." She was right. Xianxia Temple was usually not open to ordinary pilgrims, let alone the top floor. Madame Yi smiled and said, It's okay. As long as it can solve this crisis, I am willing to do anything. Miss Li Yu, now that no one is disturbing you, quickly try to see if your telegraph works. Okay. All right. Li Yu nodded and walked to an incense table. She began to fiddle with the telegraph. Yi Fashion, who was standing at the side, finally couldn't help but say, "These Buddhists are hypocrites. They are greedy for money and profit. They eat the fat of the people and don't do anything productive. They are indeed the scourge of our Tang dynasty." As a Taoist, he didn't like Buddhists. Just now, the little monk Huiyan's little trick made him very angry. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent, so he had been holding it in. Now that there was no one on the entire 15th floor of the pagoda, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Just now, the abbot of the temple had been staring at him because he had felt the pure Taoist aura on him. A Taoist priest came to a monk's temple to pray for blessings. Presumably, the abbot was in a state of confusion for a moment. Madame Yi smiled and said, "Monk, what's the point of saying all this now? As long as Miss Li Yu can achieve her goal here and send the news back to Chang'an, my money will be well spent." "Yes. Second aunt is right." Yi Fashion nodded. At this moment, he finally turned his attention to Li Yu. "Miss Li Yu, how is it?" Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I just sent it. I'm just waiting for a reply." Then, she clasped her hands together and bowed to the Buddha statue. "Buddha, please bless Mr. He will definitely receive the news." This was the last method she could think of. If it still didn't work, she would be completely out of ideas. Actually, sending a telegraph from a high tower could indeed send it further. The principle was similar to the early television towers in modern society. Back then, television towers were usually built very high to expand the range of electromagnetic waves that could receive and transmit signals. This was because electromagnetic waves were easily affected by obstacles near the ground. They would weaken or change. This was not conducive to signal transmission. However, there were no obstacles at high altitudes. In addition, the electromagnetic waves could be transmitted further from high altitudes. Perhaps Buddha had heard Li Yu's request, or perhaps Li Yu's method had played a key role. Lontian County, Yunshan, Yanhuang College Dormitory 007. Suddenly, there was a DDD sound. Meng Wenhao, who was reading on the bed, suddenly sat up and ran to the telegraph machine. He quickly picked up a pen and started to record the code. "Mister, are you there?" This string of code was very short. Meng Wenhao quickly recorded and translated it. Looking at the 4 words on the paper, he was indescribably excited. "It's little fishy. It's little you." She had finally replied to the letter. "That's great. No. Maybe she's in an emergency. I have to reply to her quickly." Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed his excitement and sat down to reply to the telegram. "Little fishy, I'm here. I'm Meng Wenhao. I'm helping Yamacho look after the telegraph machine." Without flipping through the password book, Meng Wenhao sent the telegram directly. Ever since he received the telegraph machine and password book yesterday, he had already memorized the password in the password book by heart. He knew in his heart that once he encountered such an emergency, time waits for no one. If he replied quickly and translated the code quickly, he could buy Li Yu a moment more. This was a matter of life and death. DDD. On the top floor of Songhua Temple more than 400 miles away, everyone was quietly waiting for the telegraph machine to ring again. At this moment, they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was like a year. Finally, after much anticipation, the telegraph machine finally emitted a series of DD sounds. Little Fishy immediately moved. She bent over the table and quickly recorded the code. After a moment, she stood up and said with a face full of ecstasy, "We did it. We did it. There's a reply from Chang'an. It's Wenhao. He said that he's helping Mr. look after the telegraph machine." She was really happy. Firstly, it was because she had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Secondly, it was Meng Wenhao who received the telegram. That's great. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that they had witnessed the miraculous function of the telegraph machine, Lu Rengue and Madame Yi were completely convinced. Yi Fashion quickly took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Little Fishy, quickly send the information over. This is the current situation in Guangqing County that I've organized. It's already the most concise sentence. Quickly send it over. Okay. Li Yu took it. Then, she compared it to the password book while manipulating the handle of the telegraph machine to send the telegram. For a moment, only the sound of DDD could be heard in the room. Fortunately, Madame Yi had asked the little monk to guard downstairs to prevent anyone from going up to the 15th floor. Otherwise, if someone came up and heard the strange sound, they would definitely push the door open and investigate. Chapter 13:11. Yamacho. Little Yu has sent a letter. Jianghu's Cui family is going to revolt. Luoyang will be in danger. When it was close to noon, Meng Wenhao arrived at Yunshan's first courtyard with the translated message in his hand. He rushed to Li Zixuan in the courtyard and hurriedly shouted. He didn't notice that other than Li Zixuan, Li Gang was also in the courtyard. What? You said the Cui family is going to rebel against the imperial court? How is that possible? Li Zixuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gang stood up and said in shock. Oh, greetings, Mr. Li. Meng Wenhao finally noticed Li Gang in the courtyard and quickly went forward to greet him. Li Gang waved his hand and asked with a serious face. Wenhao, is what you said just now true? Meng Wenhao quickly handed the message in his hand to Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, it is absolutely true. This is the message sent by Li Yu in Jianghu through the telegraph. Please take a look at it with Yamacho. Li Gang took the message and read it seriously. Li Zixuan was already standing behind Li Gang and also read it. In the second month of the second year of Zhengguan, Guanqing County was attacked by bandits. Wei Wuxing's whereabouts are unknown. In the third month of the second year of Zhengguan, Jianghu Daily appeared in Jianghu. The content criticized the imperial court and His Majesty. The Cui family's intention to rebel is clear as day. Last night, Yi Fashion risked his life to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion and found out that the provincial governor of Jianghu had colluded with Cui Junchuo. Furthermore, the Cui family has joined forces with the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Cui family of Bowling to launch a rebellion the day after tomorrow. They are going to attack Luoyang directly. The Cui family wants to take down Luoyang and rule the world with the imperial court. The situation is urgent. Please make a decision and send an army to eliminate the rebels. The message wasn't long, only about 300 words in total. It could be seen that the message had been condensed before it was sent out. However, the amount of information contained in the message was far more than 300 words. Jianghu was about to undergo a great change. Hunan province is going to change. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the Great Tang would undergo a major change. How would the Cui family dare? This is treason and heresy, destroying the integrity of my court. Yamacho, we must report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. After Li Gang finished reading, his face was full of anger. If it wasn't for the urgency of time, he would have scolded these traitors. Li Zixuan took the report from Li Gang, then cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wenji is right. I will enter the palace now. Non-base, fast. Prepare the horses. Yes, Marquis. After a while, Li Zixuan and Pang Feiji rode down the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an City. In the Imperial Palace, the morning court session had just ended. Li Er was resting in the Sweet Dew Hole. After all, the morning court session every day was extremely exhausting for an emperor like him. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is requesting an audience outside the hall, saying that it's an extremely urgent matter. At this moment, an attendant came in from outside the hall and reported with a bow. An extremely urgent matter? Li Er, who was leaning on the couch, narrowed his eyes and said, Send it in quickly. Yes. The chamberlain retreated, and not long after, Li Zixuan walked in. Without waiting for him to bow, Li Er asked, Speak. What exactly is so urgent that you're willing to leave the Cloud Mountain? Li Zixuan took out the report, raised it above his head and said, Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from Jianghu. The Cui family wants to oppose them. What? As soon as the last 3 words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated. Even Zhao Song, who was standing below Li Er, could not help but reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Song hurriedly came down, took the report from Li Zixuan, and handed it to Li Er. After Li Er scanned the contents of the report with a serious expression, he ordered, Quickly summon Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, Cheng Jijia, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Duan Zhishuan for a meeting. Zhao Song's expression turned serious as he bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Speaking of which, the officials were probably still on their way home after court. If he wanted to summon them back, he would probably have to send someone to look for them on the road. Marquis of Yong'an, where did this report come from? How many days has it been since the time in this report? After Zhao Song left, Li Er stood up from the dragon couch and looked at Li Zishuan and asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. After all, the report said that the Cui family would start an uprising the day after tomorrow, but who knew if the day after tomorrow had already passed? This was the problem of the timeliness of information that the ancient people often encountered. Your Majesty, this report was just sent from Jianghu through the telegraph. It was less than 2 hours ago, and the Cui family's uprising date is the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan bowed and said. Li Er raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he understood and said, previously, when your cousin Yi Fashion and Li Yu went to Jianghu, they must have brought a telegraph machine with them, right? Back when Yi Fashion and Li Yu went south to Jianghu, Li Er had warned Li Zishuan not to act rashly in Jianghu and ruin his plans. Now that Li Zishuan mentioned the origin of this report, he could roughly guess the cause and effect. Your Majesty is wise. I was worried that they would meet with an accident in Hunan, so I gave them a telegraph machine. Li Zishuan replied. Li Er nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was still frowning and looking worried, he couldn't help but say, this time, the report that Li Yu and Yi Fashion sent back was considered timely. The imperial court had enough time to react and make corresponding arrangements. The safety of Minister Wei and the rest should not be a concern. Besides, I already knew about the chaos in Jianghu last month. How could I not have made any preparations? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. It was Zhao Song. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fang, and the rest are all waiting outside the hall. Li Er nodded and said, let them in quickly. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the rest all came in. After a round of greetings, Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at Li Zishuan in the hall, then looked at Li Er and asked, may I know why your Majesty has summoned us here? Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said in a deep voice, last month, the Cui family connived with the bandits and attacked the magistrate's office. They wanted to use this opportunity to assassinate Wei Zheng. After that, they arbitrarily published the Jianghu Daily to attack me and the imperial court. They wanted to use this to bewitch the people and plot a rebellion. Also, I have received news that Cui Junchuo has already joined forces with Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinyue, Xingyang's Zheng family, and Boling's Cui family. They will gather the people's opinions and start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Their first target is Luoyang. My beloved officials, what do you think I should do? Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were instantly shocked. They were summoned right after the court. Before they came, they had thought of thousands of possibilities, but they didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Your Majesty, give me 20,000 men and horses. I will go to Jianghu and destroy these rebels. While everyone was still in shock, Cheng Yaojin had already jumped out excitedly and shouted anxiously. He was indeed excited. Speaking of which, the world had been peaceful for so long. This old fellow had long been bored to death at home. Now that there was finally a war to fight, how could he not be excited? Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10,000 troops, I will be able to exterminate the rebels. Yuqi Jingda reacted and hurriedly said, bah! Yuqi old hey, what do you mean? Cheng Yaojin immediately lost it. He was the one who said it first, but wasn't Yuqi Jingda trying to cut him off? What do you mean, what do I mean? I want to share His Majesty's worries. What does it have to do with you, lunatic Cheng? Yuqi Jingda retorted without a trace of fear. You Yuqi old hey. Do you want to fight again? Then let's fight. Silence. These two people were enemies in the previous life. They fought as soon as they met. Li Er's face turned darker and darker as he watched. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and shouted. As expected, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda immediately quieted down. In the court, the military situation is extremely urgent. As important officials of the court, you two are actually quarreling. Where is the propriety? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? Li Er criticized in annoyance. Then, he looked at Li Jing and said, "Apothecary, what do you think of the Cui family's rebellion?" In the end, there were many people in the court who were suitable to be generals. However, there was only one person who was most suitable to be the commander of an army, and that was Li Jing. In terms of foresight, military strategy, and strategy, almost no one could compare to him. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I think that the most important thing right now is to send people 800 li to inform Luoyang's magistrate to strengthen the city's defense. Luoyang has Hanjia Tsang, and there is enough food for 500,000 soldiers to eat for a year. We must not let Luoyang fall into the hands of the rebels." Luoyang's Hanjia Tsang was the world's largest granary. At its peak, the amount of food stored was close to 6 million dan. This was also the main reason why Cui Junchuo wanted to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. In addition, I think that Your Majesty should issue an edict to mobilize the available provincial troops around Jianghu to first resist the rebel army. Then, from Chang'an, we will mobilize the army to Hunan province. Jianghu is only 400 li away from Chang'an. If we rush, we can reach it in 5 days. In other words, as long as Luoyang's guards and the other provincial troops can delay it for 3 to 4 days, Luoyang will not fall into the hands of the enemy. Only then can the court deal with the rebel army with the least loss. In addition, before the army sets off, we have to figure out the number of rebels so that we can deal with them. Qinghe Cui clan, Xingyang Zhengzhou clan, and Bowling Cui clan are all large clans that have existed for thousands of years. They have tens of thousands of disciples, and countless scholars, officials, and generals that rely on them. This time, Cui Junchuo used Zhengzhou daily to criticize Your Majesty and incite the people to join the rebel army. Therefore, according to my estimation, the number of rebels is definitely not less than 200,000. No matter who Your Majesty sends to quell the rebellion, I hope that he will not underestimate the enemy. Li Jing was indeed Li Jing. Once he said this, the officials in the hall stopped arguing. Li Er nodded and said, "Zhao Song, immediately issue an edict. Order Luozhou's governor Chu Tutong to strengthen the city's defenses. Prepare rolling stones, crossbows, and other defensive tools in advance. We must defend the city. Order Hunan Province's Anfu Ambassador Ren Can to immediately mobilize the troops of Qinzhou, Shuzhou, Songzhou, Chaozhou, Haozhou, Qizhou, Qingzhou, Bianzhou, and Suzhou to quell the rebellion in Jiangzhou. Also, order Wang Yu, who is hiding in Dengzhou, to immediately lead the army to Jiangzhou." Li Er's arrangement at the beginning was still considered normal, but the last sentence was earth-shattering. Chapter 13:12. On the 13th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin abolished the Xingtai system and set up a governor's office in Luozhou, Luoyang. In the first year of Zhengguan, Li Shimin appointed Chu Tutong as the governor of Luozhou. In the same year, Li Er divided the world into 10 daras. Luoyang and Jiangzhou both belonged to Hunan das. At that time, the imperial court did not set up fixed officials and offices in each daras. They only temporarily sent officials and ambassadors to patrol. At first, they were called pacifiers. It was not until the second year of Ruizong Jingyun that the imperial court set up judushi in each das. The Enlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty was caused by the military power of the judushi. Speaking of the current pacifier of Hunan das, Ren Kan, his brother Ren Gue was also the pacifier of Hunan das in the first year of Wuda. Lu Rengue was indebted to him. At that time, Ren Gue was drafting memorials to discuss state affairs. Lu Rengue saw the draft and helped him edit a few lines. Ren Gue was amazed by his talent and learning, and as a result, she appointed him as the Shi province army commander. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song received the order and left. He had to draft the imperial edict and send it out. After all, time waits for no one. At the same time, Li Er's last sentence attracted the attention of everyone. Feng Xuanling's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, Provincial Governor Wang should be in Suizhou. Why is he in Dengzhou?" According to the Tang dynasty's laws, the governors of each province should be in charge of their own affairs. They were not allowed to leave the province unless the emperor ordered them to do so. Now that Wang Yu suddenly appeared in Dengzhou, and from what Li Er said, Wang Yu even brought an army with him. Li Zishuan's heart stirred, and he also looked towards Li Er. Li Er smiled faintly and said, "A month ago, I received news that there were bandits in Jiangzhou causing trouble. I thought that Wei Zhang would face the retaliation of the local officials and the fierce retaliation of the Cui family. To prevent some people from acting out of desperation, I ordered Ran Kan to choose 200 elites to sneak into Guangqing County to protect Wei Zhang in the dark. I also ordered Sui Province's Governor Wang Yu to lead 20,000 troops to hide in Dengzhou and be ready to assist Wei Zhang. Now, it seems that some people will always take risks and commit treacherous acts. Therefore, Wang Yu's troops can also be put to use. When the officials heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself that old Li was indeed a sly old fox. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. It turned out that he had already prepared a backup plan. Qin Qiong cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Governor Wang's 20,000 troops will not be able to stop the Cui family's rebel army. Even if Ran Kan gathers 10 states' troops, he will not be their match. The imperial court must send elites to Jianghu." Li Er nodded and said, "What Xu Bao said is also what I was thinking. In that case, who do you think I should send to Jianghu to quell the rebellion?" Cheng Yaojin was immediately energized. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject requests permission to lead the right guard to Jianghu." "Your Majesty, this old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the right Marshal Marquis to Jianghu." "Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to lead Zhou Xiaowei to Jianghu." Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda did not want to be left behind. They also stepped forward and asked for battle. Li Zishuan was not interested in war. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his blood boil. He was fascinated. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty that countless people of the Yan Huang dynasty were proud of. In the face of war, no one was afraid. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The Yellow Sand wore golden armor after 100 battles. They would not return until they had conquered Lulan. This was the belief that every Tang dynasty general had. They would press forward without stopping until they reached their goal. What a great era this was! "Your Majesty, this subject requests battle too. This subject is willing to lead the black armored army to Jianghu. Although Chong'an is a few hundred miles away from Jianghu, the black armored army can reach it in 2 days. As long as the rebel army dares to leave the city, this subject will lead the black armored army to wipe them all out." At this moment, a middle-aged general in his 30s saluted Li Er. This was Duan Jishuan. Among the people that Li Zishuan had asked Zhao Song to summon, only Duan Jishuan was someone that Li Zishuan had never seen before. Thus, when this person appeared, Li Zishuan guessed his identity. "Good." Seeing the emotions of the officials below, Li Er shouted, "Everyone, listen to the decree." The faces of the officials in the hall turned serious as they saluted. "This subject awaits the decree." Li Er said, "Cui Junchuo from the Cui family of Qinghe ignored the grace of the emperor and did not repent. She actually assassinated an important official of the imperial court, bewitched the people, and disrespected the emperor. I hereby order Li Jing to be the general in charge of the military of Hunan province. He will lead the left, middle, and right armies into Jianghu to wipe out the rebellion. Qin Qiong will be the deputy general in charge of the military. He will lead 20,000 troops from the middle army to Jianghu through Luoyang. Cheng Jijie will lead 20,000 troops from the right army to surround Jianghu and prevent the rebels from escaping to other provinces. Niu Jinda will lead 20,000 troops from the left army from Shuzhou to prevent the rebel army from attacking Luoyang. At that time, if the rebel army has already left Jianghu or Luoyang has already fallen, the 3 armies will combine their forces to wipe out the rebel army. Duan Jishuan, I order you to lead 3,000 black armored troops to Jianghu. If you meet enemies in the wilderness, go all out to wipe them out. For this rebellion, all of you must exterminate the rebels. Since the Cui clan of Bowling and the Zhang clan of Xingyang are accomplices and have committed such treacherous acts, they must be exterminated without leaving a single one alive." When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for 1,000 miles. When these cold words came out of Li Er's mouth, it meant that many people would die in the following period of time. This subject obeys the decree. Li Jing, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan stepped forward and cupped their fists solemnly. The hearts of the other officials turned cold. Li Er actually sent out the black armored troops to wipe out the rebellion. This was the most elite heavy cavalry in the world. Even the wolf cavalry of the Turks had to flee when they saw them. 3,000 black armored troops was not a small number. When Li Shimin defeated Wang Shichong at Hulao Pass, he had only used 1,000 of the black armored troops. In the end, he had captured and beheaded more than 6,000 people. Later on, Wang Shichong was unwilling to admit defeat and sent 100,000 men. Li Shimin had used 3,500 black armored troops to lead the charge and ultimately defeated these people. From this, one could see the strength of this heavy cavalry force. Of course, one could also see that old Li was determined to kill the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zhang family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Boling. Time is of the essence. My beloved subjects, gather the troops. Tomorrow morning, the three armies will set out for Jianghu. Li Er nodded. There was a saying that a cannon shot was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Although there were no cannons in this era, fighting wars was still rather expensive. However, the Great Tang's treasury was filled with grain and fodder, so Li Er had the confidence to start this rebellion. Yes. The officials cupped their fists and left. Marquis Yong, and you stay. Li Zishuan also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but Li Er's words forced him to face this cruel reality. Chapter 13:13. Marquis Yong An, we will have official Fong, official Du, and the others write a few articles and send them to the editorial department of the Great Tang Daily. We will use this opportunity to let the people of the world see the true colors of the Cui clan and Zhang clan. They were the ones who were unjust, so they can't blame us for being ruthless. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin left, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and instructed. Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect old Li to know how to make use of public opinion. This time, the Cui family used public opinion to attack Li Er to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now, old Li wanted to use the same method to gain the people's trust and support. Only a ruler who valued the people's trust would be a successful ruler. Yes, Your Majesty. In the next few days, the Tang Daily will cooperate with the imperial court to announce the Cui family's rebellion to the world. As the saying goes, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Cui Junqiao has no regard for the emperor's grace and is not a subject. He will definitely be despised by the people. I will also list out all the good deeds and benevolence Your Majesty has done to the people since you took over the throne. People's hearts are made of flesh. I don't believe that the people can't differentiate between good and bad. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, the Cui and Zheng family have thousands of scholars in their hands. Actually, I am not afraid of how many soldiers they have. I am only afraid that they will use these scholars to bewitch the people and attack the imperial court. After all, the people are innocent. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is so considerate of the people. It is the blessing of the people. Li Er smiled and didn't deny it. After a while he said, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he listened attentively. Li Er paused for a moment before continuing. Since ancient times, when a general was away from the capital, he would not obey military orders. The reason was that the battlefield was quite far from the capital, and the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Therefore, the previous emperors would not interfere with the generals away from the capital and give orders. But this time, when Li Yu used a telegraph to send information to Chang'an from Jianghu, I had an idea. That is it possible for me to understand the situation on the battlefield immediately through the telegraph? Then, if I or any other officials in the imperial court have any good ideas about military formations, I can also send them to the front line through the telegraph at the very first moment. What do you think? Li Zishuan was shocked. He thought to himself that old Li's thinking was quite advanced. He even knew how to engage in information warfare. Your Majesty, our telegraph is not mature yet. This kind of ultra-long distance communication is not stable. This time, the reason why little Yu was able to send the information from Jiangzhou to Chang'an was because she sent the telegram from a Buddhist pagoda that was more than 100 feet high. When the army goes out, how can there be such a high altitude everywhere? In addition, the power supply of the telegraph is also a problem. Therefore, I think that it is still too early for Your Majesty to use the telegraph to command the battle formation this time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Er couldn't help but frown. He asked doubtfully, What does the telegram sent by the telegraph have to do with the height of the terrain? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold as to ask you, if this person stood on a high mountain and shouted to the foot of the mountain, would his voice travel far? Or if he stood on the street and shouted, would his voice travel far? Li Er thought for a moment and replied, Of course, if he stood on a mountain and shouted, his voice would travel far. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right. Your Majesty, in fact, the telegram sent by the telegraph is just like shouting. If you stand high and the position is spacious, it will naturally travel far. There are many houses in the city, which will block the telegram sent by the telegraph, so it won't travel far. He definitely couldn't tell Li Er about the transmission loss of electromagnetic waves. Otherwise, if he wanted to explain it clearly, he would have to talk for a long time. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan could only give an example to explain to Li Er. I see. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I still have a plan. This time, we can let the pharmacist bring 2 celestial lamps. On one hand, it can be used to scout the enemy from the sky. On the other hand, we can use the celestial lamps to send information to Chang and from the sky. What do you think? Li Zishuan didn't object this time. In fact, he had thought of using the celestial lamps to carry the telegraph when he came here. The reason why he didn't tell Li Er at the first moment was because he was worried that this kind of technology that was ahead of its time would cause uncontrollable variables in the future if it was used on the battlefield too early before it matured. The Tang dynasty's biggest enemy was still the Turks. Li Zishuan felt that using the celestial lamps and the telegraph to deal with the Jianghu rebels was a little overkill. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This subject admires you. This subject feels that this method is feasible, as long as you pay attention to the power supply of the telegraph. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er's face finally revealed a victorious smile. At this time, he looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and asked, You must be wondering why I am so insistent on using the telegraph in this rebellion, right? Li Zishuan was silent. Seeing this, Li Er continued, 5 families and 7 hopes. Just 3 families working together to deal with me? What a joke. I don't put Cui Junchuo in my eyes. However, using the blood of the Cui family and the Zheng family to sharpen the blades of my army seems to be a good choice. I won't hide it from you, I long for war. In the 9th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the city and I was forced to sign the treaty. This is the greatest shame of my life. At the latest next year, I will send troops to the Turks and fight it out with Shelly. I can't wait to go to the battlefield and kill them with my own hands. However, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how can I casually go to the battlefield? And the telegraph that you, Marquis Yong'an, built just happens to solve this worry of mine. Although I can't go to the battlefield, I can control the situation through the telegraph. And now, the Cui family's rebellion can be used to train my troops. Your telegraph must be used this time. Even if there are problems along the way, I don't care. Li Zishuan was silent. Although Li Er was just over 30 years old, he had been on the battlefield for more than 10 years. He was a real emperor on horseback. Such a strong Li Er was attacked by the Turks back then. How could he not be angry? However, Li Er was now the emperor of a country. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't personally go to the battlefield. For a former world hero, this was also a kind of grievance and suffering. This subject obeys your majesty. Currently, this subject has a total of 3 telegraph machines. One of them was given to Li Yu. Since your majesty wants to arrange it this way, then when the army sets out tomorrow, this subject will send a student from the academy who knows how to use the telegraph to bring 1 telegraph machine and 2 celestial lamps with the army. This subject will send the last telegraph machine to the palace. At that time, your majesty can let His Highness Prince of Wei teach the people in the palace how to use the telegraph machine. Since Li Er had put it this way, Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said. Li Er was finally satisfied and said, So kind. Haha, after this rebellion is quelled, I will remember your merit. This subject does not ask for a reward. If there is merit, it should be the contribution of the student from the academy who went to Jianghu. In the afternoon, Chang'an City suddenly became busy. In the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, officials went in and out, all of them in a hurry. They were all busy. In the city, Teams of soldiers were constantly escorting carts of grain and fodder out of the city. Since ancient times, grain and fodder had always been the first to move. This time, the imperial court's army of more than 60,000 was going to Hunan province. The amount of grain and fodder they needed was not a small amount. However, they would not bring all the grain and fodder at once. They only needed to bring about 10 days' worth of rations. When they arrived at Hunan province, they could either exchange the grain from the local government or transfer it directly from Luoyang. In Chang'an City, the old people who had experienced the great chaos in the early years were all worried when they saw this scene. Where did this war break out? There is going to be a war. The imperial court is going to war. I just don't know where it will be this time. Did the Turks start to harass the border of the Tang Empire again? At present, the imperial court had not officially issued a notice, so even if the people felt that something was wrong, they could only make wild guesses in private. However, those in the officialdom basically knew the cause and effect. The Cui family had rebelled and the world was going to change. Wen Hao, Iron Egg, I won't force you. In fact, I don't want you to take risks. So, whether you go or not, it's all up to you. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had been considering the candidates from the academy who would go south with the army. First of all, he definitely could not go. It was not that he was afraid of death and did not dare to go on the battlefield. With his current martial arts cultivation, as long as he was not alone on the battlefield and was not surrounded by thousands of people, he would not die. The main reason why he could not go was that the construction of the dam at Ba River had reached the most critical stage. Recently, Yan Xiaoning and Mo Huai had often encountered this and that kind of problems. He had to find a way to solve the problems. If he really could not leave, then the dam would really be ruined. He had spent too much money and effort on this dam. He really could not bear to give it up halfway. Moreover, in his eyes, although the Cui family and the Zheng family had a strong foundation and a lot of people, they were still vulnerable in the face of the Tang army. The reason why Cui Junchuo felt that he had a chance was that he wanted to take Luoyang and strengthen himself before the imperial court reacted. However, the telegram sent by Li Yu had completely destroyed the Cui family's painstaking plan. In this way, Cui Junchuo was even less of a threat. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that it was not worth it for him to go, and there was no need for him to go. Since he was not going, he could only let his students go. Among his students, only Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg were proficient in using the telegraph. Although Cheng Chumo was the first to come into contact with the telegraph, this idiot had never learned how to use it. Therefore, after returning to Yunshan, Li Zishuan sent someone to call Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg to the side yard. He briefly told them about the imperial court's intention to send an army to Jianghu to quell the rebellion, and then began to ask for their opinions. Sir, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to follow the army to Jianghu. Meng Wenhao said without hesitation as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking. Speaking of which, he was still worried about how to help Li Zishuan resolve the crisis. Now that Li Zishuan had made this request, it was exactly what he wanted. Instead of worrying in Chang'an, it was better to go directly to Jianghu to help resolve the crisis. Master, Iron Egg is also willing to go. Not long after Meng Wenhao finished speaking, Iron Egg also spoke up. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them with a solemn expression, saying, "Both of you should think carefully. This is going to the battlefield, not a game. Although you will be staying in the main tent at that time, and the danger will be much smaller, but on the battlefield, there will never be an absolutely safe place. Wenhao, your life doesn't belong to you alone. You still have your parents and sister. If anything happens to you on the battlefield, what will you do to them? And Iron Egg, you are the only son of the Han family. If your father knew that you are going to the battlefield, what would he think?" To be honest, Li Zishuan was quite conflicted. Strictly speaking, following the army to the south was a good opportunity for the students of the academy to gain experience. There was little danger, and if they won the battle, they might even be able to gain military merits, which would benefit them for life. But he was also worried that something would happen to his students in Jianghu. After listening to Li Zishuan's earnest words, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg both lowered their heads. But after a while, Meng Wenhao raised his head and said, "Yamacho, I have made up my mind. This trip to Jianghu, I must go. If I don't go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. As for my parents, I will persuade them." Iron Egg also raised his head and said with red eyes, "Master, Iron Egg also wants to go. My father went to the north to kill the Turks. Iron Egg also wants to become a hero like my father. Iron Egg. Suddenly, a complicated female voice came from the door. It was Han Yushi. Wife. Li Zixuan hurriedly got up and greeted her with a guilty conscience. Because he didn't have time to discuss this matter with his wife. Sister, can you not stop Iron Egg? Iron Egg stood up and looked at Han Yushi, his eyes full of persistence. Han Yushi stared at Iron Egg in front of her in a daze, looking at her brother who she had personally raised. After a long while, she walked forward and patted Iron Egg's shoulder, saying with a complicated tone, Iron Egg, you have grown up. I don't have the right to make decisions for you anymore. If you've decided on something, then go ahead and do it. Sister only wants you to be safe. Seeing Han Yushi like this, Iron Egg felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He held back his tears and said, Sister, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely make himself safe. Iron Egg will definitely become a hero like my father. Husband, you two continue to talk. I will go out and see Lan Er. Han Yushi quickly turned around and gently wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. She said to Li Zixuan and hurriedly went out. The room was silent. After a while, Li Zixuan forced himself to be spirited and asked, Both of you want to go? Yes. Yes. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg nodded solemnly at the same time. Li Zixuan sighed softly and said, That's good. Since that's the case, then let's both go. We can take care of each other on the way. Go back and pack up immediately. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to Uncle Li. In the future, you will listen to his orders. As for the academy, you don't have to worry. I will ask for leave for you first. When you come back, I will arrange for someone to make up lessons for you. Yes. Yamacho. Yes, Master. Chapter 13-14. Oh, isn't this Madam Yi? Are you here to pray for blessings at Xianxia Temple? I heard this morning that County Deputy Yi was sick. Could it be true? Guangqing County, at the entrance of Xianxia Temple. Madam Yi brought Li Yu, Yi Fashion, and a few others out of the temple. She was stopped by a fat, shifty-eyed, greasy middle-aged man. Behind the man were 4 or 5 bailiffs. At this moment, he was staring at Madam Yi maliciously and said with a smile, Registrar Wang, what do you mean by this? My husband is sick in bed. As a colleague, it's fine if you don't care about him, but you're actually making sarcastic remarks here. Has your sense of propriety been eaten by dogs? Hearing this, Madam Wang's face was filled with anger and she scolded mercilessly. She looked exactly like a wife who was eager to protect her husband. Registrar Wang saw this and his eyes flashed. Then he said with a smile, Hee hee. Madam Yi, please don't be angry. Who said that I don't care about County Deputy Yi? I even sent people to send County Deputy Yi a lot of ginseng, bird's nest, and other precious tonics. As a person, what I value the most is the righteousness between friends and colleagues. Madam Yi glared at Registrar Wang coldly and didn't continue to say anything. Registrar Wang rolled his eyes and pretended to be depressed. He patted his head and said, Aya, look at this official's memory. I brought people here to catch the rebels. Why did I mention this to Madam Yi? Rebels? Madam Yi, Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and the others were all shocked. Finally, Madam Yi forced herself to look calmly at Registrar Wang and said, What rebels? When did Guangqing County have rebels? Moreover, Registrar Wang, why did you catch the rebels at Xianxia Temple? Registrar Wang didn't answer. He turned his gaze to Yi Fashion and Li Yu behind Madam Yi. Then he went forward and asked, Madam Yi, who are this young master and this young lady? I've known County Deputy Yi for many years. How come I've never seen them before? Don't tell me they're your long-lost children. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Madam Ye's eyes were filled with anger as she said, Don't talk nonsense, Registrar Wang. They are my master's niece and nephew. They entered the city a few days ago. If Registrar Wang continues to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fashion and Li Yu were also furious. If it weren't for the special situation, they would have beaten Registrar Wang up a long time ago. Don't be angry. Madam Yi, please don't be angry. Registrar Wang waved his hand fearfully and said, I'm just asking casually. There's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. Oh right. Were this young master and this young lady at home last night? Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what should come has finally come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Madame Yi standing in front of him. With a look of disdain she said, Nonsense! If they're not at home, where else could they have gone? Registrar Wang crossed his arms and asked lightly, Is there anyone who can testify? Madame Yi panicked, but she knew that she couldn't panic at this moment. She took 2 deep breaths and glared at him. What? Registrar Wang wants to testify? Fine, when we return to the Yi residence, I'll ask all the servants and maids to testify. Our Yi family has never done anything wrong. Why would we be afraid of your investigation? But you, Registrar Wang, without any evidence, what right do you have to interrogate our Yi family members? You're offending your superiors. When my master recovers, I'll go to the county office to find the county magistrate to judge. Registrar Wang's eyes flashed with an unnatural look. Then he smiled and said, Haha, I'm the one who's joking. There's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. As for Deputy Yi going to find the county magistrate to judge, he can do as he pleases. I'm afraid he won't make it in time. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Registrar Wang laughed proudly. Won't make it in time? What do you mean? Madame Yi frowned and asked. Ha ha, nothing. Registrar Wang shook his head and looked at Madame Yi. He whispered, Li Lanzhu, 10 years ago, why didn't you choose me Wang Cheng, but Yi Minglei? Haha, what's the result? In a few days, Yi Minglei will die and you'll be a widow. TSK. What a pity. What a pity. Wang Cheng, you've gone too far. Madame Yi was shocked and angry. She pointed at Registrar Wang and said while gritting her teeth, You're asking for death. Yi Fashion looked at Registrar Wang with a gloomy look. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Although Wang Cheng's voice was low, Yi Fashion heard every word. From his point of view, he had brought trouble to his second uncle's family when he accompanied Li Yu to manage the city. Now someone had insulted his second aunt, whom he had respected since he was young, in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, after Wang He, the servant of the Yi residence, found out about Li Yu's identity, he secretly went to inform on Wang Cheng. Kill. Although Yi Fashion was a Taoist, when he met someone who deserved to be killed, he would not show any mercy. However, there were too many people here. If he killed Wang Cheng, none of them would be able to escape. I'll let this bastard live for another 2 days. Yi Fashion thought to himself. Haha, all right. Since there are no traitors here, I'll take my leave. However, I still have to give Madame Yi a piece of advice. For the next 2 days, you and Deputy Yi should not go out as you wish. Wang Cheng smiled and then left with his men as if nothing had happened. Humph. Brother Yi, this bastard is evil. If there's a chance, I'll cut off his head for you. After Wang Cheng had left, Lu Rengui patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and said, Thank you. After returning to the Yi residence, Yi Minglei asked Madame Yi, Li Yu and Yi Fashion to change into the coarse clothes of the commoners. He also instructed the housekeeper to close the door and decline all visitors for the next 2 days. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lu Rengui led the Yi family out of the residence and headed towards the south of the county. At this time, the commoners were in a hurry to go home. There were quite a lot of people on the streets. Moreover, the sky was dark and it was not easy for others to recognize them. 3/4 of an hour later, they finally arrived at Lu Rengui's rented courtyard without any mishap. How is it? Has the information been sent out? As soon as they entered the house, Wei Zhang impatiently went up to them and asked before they could even greet each other. Little Yu clasped her hands and smiled. Deputy Wei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When it was close to noon, I had sent everything here to the Yamacho. The Yamacho said that he will go to the palace immediately to meet the emperor. He estimated that the army from the imperial court will be here soon. Wei Zhang was overjoyed. It's done? It's really done? The Duke of Yong'an's telegraph machine has done a great job. Next, we should think about how to get out of here and help the imperial court to suppress the rebellion. Chapter 13-15. The officials of Chang'an were busy, and the people panicked at the news of the war. The soldiers of the 3 armies were mobilized to reinforce Luoyang. The war decree, signed by Li Er, the ruler of the Great Tang Empire, had instantly placed Chang'an in a state of war. Mobilizing 60 to 70,000 soldiers to quell the rebellion in Jianghu was no small matter. The mobilization of soldiers, the allocation of weapons, and the allocation of rations were all coordinated by the officials of the various departments of the imperial court. Moreover, the military situation was urgent. The army was about to set out tomorrow, so the officials were even busier. The officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court all wished they had 8 legs. Those officials who had applied for leave at home were all called back. Unless they were so sick that they couldn't get out of bed, even if the sky fell down, they had to return to their yamen. The last time the 6 ministries of the imperial court were as busy as they were today was back in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Turkic army had besieged the city. This emergency war was an enormous test for all the departments of the Great Tang imperial court, and it was also a good opportunity to test the efficiency of the officials of the 6 ministries. Within Ganlu Palace, Li Er was not idle for even a moment. For the entire afternoon, there were constantly courtiers coming in and out of this place, reporting to him on the progress of the various preparations for the army's expedition. At this time, a special person who rarely appeared in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Your Majesty, all the officials in Chang'an who are related to the Cui family of Qinghe, the Cui family of Bowling, and the Zheng family of Xingyang have been monitored by the cavalry. Once they act rashly, they will be arrested immediately. This person was Li Junxian, the man who was in charge of 100 cavalry for Li Er. Junxian, you've done well. In addition, you must have people on guard against these officials sending pigeons to Jianghu. Li Er's eyes flashed with cold light as he sternly said. The Cui clan of Qinghe, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Zheng clan of Bowling were all 1,000-year-old clans. Many of the officials of the Great Tang imperial court had once been scholars from these 3 clans. After all, although the imperial court had opened the imperial examinations, scholars relying on the great clans was still the norm. In this situation, Li Er had no choice but to guard against the officials related to the Cui clan and the Zheng clan secretly leaking information. At this time, Li Er had to be grateful to his old man, Li Yuan. Back then, after Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty and pacified the world, he had already begun to intentionally exclude the officials from aristocratic families from the center of power. Although there were still a large number of officials in the court who came from aristocratic families, there were very few who held important positions. At present, the rising nobles of Great Tang were gradually gaining the strength to contend against the established noble clans. This subject obeys the decree. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left. Cloud Mountain Villa. Wife, are you blaming your husband for letting Iron Egg go to Jianghu? After finishing all the work in the afternoon, Li Zixuan saw Han Yushi sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. He walked quietly behind her, bent down, and held Han Yushi's slender waist as he whispered in her ear. Husband. Suddenly being hugged by someone, Han Yushi was startled. When she turned her head and saw that it was Li Zixuan, she leaned her head on Li Zixuan's shoulder and whispered, Husband, this concubine doesn't blame you. This concubine knows that you are doing this for the good of Iron Egg. If he can earn a military merit this time, he will be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of his life. However, this concubine only has this one younger brother. For him to suddenly go to such a faraway place by himself, this concubine is very worried. Seeing his wife frown, Li Zixuan stroked her cheeks with some heartache. Then he said, Wife, there is no need to worry. This trip to Jianghu is not for him to charge at the front lines. He should only be managing the intelligence in the central tent. Besides, Iron Egg now also has martial arts. Even if he encounters an accident, he will be able to protect himself. Don't you think so? Han Yushi turned around and pressed her forehead against Li Zixuan's forehead. Her clear eyes looked into Li Zixuan's eyes. After a while she whispered, This concubine will listen to you, husband. You are our Han family's benefactor and also our Han family's lucky star. If you say that Iron Egg will be fine, then he will definitely be fine. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. I didn't know that your husband had this ability. After making a joke, Li Zixuan's face became serious. He said, All right, wife, don't be unhappy. This husband has to go and see grandfather and grandmother, especially grandmother. After she heard that Fa Shan was trapped in the city, she couldn't even eat lunch. I have to go and see him. Han Yushi nodded and said, All right. This concubine will go with you, Husband. All right. The sky was getting dark, but the city of Chang'an did not become quiet because of the curfew. The 6 government offices near the imperial city were still brightly lit. There were still troops and grain carts passing by on the streets. All these signs indicated that a war was about to break out. Correspondingly, the city of Guangqing was not peaceful tonight because the state government's army was catching the thieves. The cause of the incident started when Registrar Wang returned to the county office in the afternoon. County Magistrate, Old Master Cui will start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Before that, we have to get rid of the spies in the county office. Otherwise, if we ruin Old Master Cui's plan, I'm afraid we will lose our lives. Registrar Wang came to the back office and found Cui Yong, the county magistrate of Guangqing County, who was drinking tea and listening to music. He was a distant relative of the Cui family. Hearing this, Cui Yong narrowed his eyes and said, What does Registrar Wang mean? There is a spy in the county office? Who is it? Registrar Wang looked around. Cui Yong waved his hand impatiently and said, All right. You can all leave now. The maids and servants around, as well as the girl who was playing the song, all left as instructed. Registrar Wang then said carefully, County Magistrate, Deputy Yi is the spy hiding in our county office. Cui Yong was shocked. He stared and swallowed his saliva, saying, Registrar Wang, you can't say this casually. Do you have any evidence? County Magistrate, of course I don't have any evidence. Yi Minglei will be very careful when doing this kind of thing. How can he leave any evidence? But County Magistrate, think about it carefully. Yi Minglei has an inexplicable relationship with the Yi family in Nanyang. And I heard from a friend in Chang'an last month that Old Master Yi went to Chang'an last year to recognize his relatives, and he recognized Marquis Yong En. Do you think Yi Minglei will help Old Master Cui or His Majesty in the future? And several times before, when Old Master Cui asked us to recruit people into the army, Deputy Yi has always been a yes man and refused again and again. Do you think he has an ulterior motive? County Magistrate, forgive me for being blunt. At this critical moment, we would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss one. Otherwise, you and I will be doomed eternally. Finally, County Magistrate Cui was persuaded by Registrar Wang. He immediately asked the constable of the county office to go to the Yi family and invite Yi Minglei to the county office for a talk. The Yi family was now closed to visitors, so the constable of the county office couldn't enter. Later, Registrar Wang personally led the yamen runners and forced their way into the Yi family's mansion, only to find that Yi Minglei and his family were all gone. So, after reporting to the higher authorities, the provincial governor's office was alerted. The soldiers of the provincial government and the yamen runners began to search the whole city for Yi Minglei. Chapter 13:16. Brother Dainyu? Are you at home? In front of a house in the south of Guangqing County. Yes. Su Fengjing, why are you here? The door of the house opened and Lu Rengue walked out. Since he sneaked into Guangqing County last month, he even changed his name. Now he was called Ran Dainyu. Alas! Aren't the officers and soldiers of the county government looking for Deputy Yi everywhere? They even said that he is a traitor. But Deputy Yi is so nice to the people. How can he be a traitor? I don't understand the world anymore. Oh, Dainyu, after a while, the officers and soldiers will find our workshop. I will go to each house in advance to see if anyone has hidden Deputy District Magistrate Yi. Su Fengjing was an old man in his 60s. He looked honest and kind. He looked at Lu Rengue and talked for a long time before he told him the real purpose of his visit. There was a market system in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, there was a Fengjing. The Fengjing was not only in charge of the opening and closing of the gate, but also in charge of maintaining the public order in the district. Lu Rengue was a little surprised, but he pretended to be depressed and complained, Fengjing, why is Guangqing County getting more and more chaotic recently? The deputy magistrate of the county yamen was actually mistaken as a spy, and even locked the city gates every day to prevent people from going out. Sigh, we were originally here to help people purchase goods from the county. But because of this delay, it has been almost a month. What a loss, what a loss. Su Fengjing couldn't bear it. He had heard about Lu Rengue's experience before. Now he was trapped in Guangqing County. He sympathized with him. So Su Fengjing comforted him, Dainyu, it's all because of the government. I don't want to see you lose money. For now, all of you can rest assured and stay here. When the city gates open, this old man will come over to inform you." Lu Rengui said gratefully, "Alas! Thank you, Su Fengjing. Oh, Fengjing, since you are here to find a spy, come in and have a look." Su Fengjing nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I will go in and have a look." Then he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. Alas! Su Fengjing is here? Su Fengjing. In the courtyard, Lu Rengui's brothers saw Su Fengjing come in and quickly came over to greet him. Su Fengjing nodded and then walked straight into the inner room. In the end, he didn't even see a single outsider. "Su Fengjing, have you finished your investigation? Other than us rough men, who else would come here?" A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengui saw Su Feng coming out of the courtyard. He hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Yes, there are no outsiders in the house. Then, little brother Dainu, this old man will not disturb you any further. Goodbye." Su Fengjing cupped his hands and took his leave. "Su Fengjing, take care." Lu Rengui watched him leave. Then he turned to the several big men behind him and said, "Old Feng, later when the people from the county government come, you help to deal with them. During the day, I met Registrar Wang. If he leads a team to search tonight, he may recognize me. I will go to the underground tunnel to accompany Minister Wei and the others tonight." "All right. Don't worry, General. Old Feng, will be careful." A slightly older middle-aged man cupped his fists and replied. Lu Rengui nodded and went into the house to tidy up. Then he jumped into the well. Half an hour later, the house was slapped once again. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door. The government is investigating." Old Feng, who had promised Lu Rengui to deal with the soldiers, hurriedly went to open the door. Coming. "Hey, officers, come in and have some tea," Old Feng said with a big smile. Because he saw that among this group of people, there were all constables from the county government. No one was wearing an official's uniform, which meant that Registrar Wang didn't come in person. Since the King of Hell didn't come, these little devils could be dealt with some benefits. "Humph. I heard from Su Fengjing that you are not locals. Tell me, where are you from? Are there any other unidentified people staying here today?" The head of the constables said arrogantly. Speaking of which, as low-level officials, if they didn't think of ways to plunder the wealth of the people, how would they live their lives? Old Feng was very perceptive. He stuffed a few notes of Tang Yuan and said, "Officer, we came to Guanqing County to buy goods for a boss in Suzhou. We didn't expect that Guanqing County didn't allow people to go out of the city. So, we temporarily live here. This house has always belonged to us, and there has never been an outsider coming here." The constable nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, whether there are outsiders or not, we will know after checking. Go in and search. Be gentle, don't break other people's things. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted." The constable was also a smart person. Yes. 5 constables entered the house, and the constable was invited to the front hall to drink tea. Half an hour later, a group of people went out and left. Naturally, they didn't find Yi Minglei inside. It was a close call but not dangerous. Chang'an, Lantian County, Yunshan No. 1 Courtyard. It was late at night, but the light in the study was still on. Lu Rengui. I wonder if this Lu Rengui is the same Lu Rengui from history. Li Zishuan leaned on the chair and looked at the information sent by Li Yu in the morning. He was in a daze. During the day, he focused on the Cui family's rebellion and didn't pay attention to the other key person in this matter, Lu Rengui. If he remembered correctly, Lu Rengui was an extremely famous general in Tang Dynasty. In the 3rd year of Gaozong Long Shua's reign, when Neon became stronger and stronger. At that time, Emperor Tenzi of Japan wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula and then the mainland. Therefore, he supported Beix to fight against Silla. He sent nearly 50,000 soldiers and thousands of warships to fight against Tang Dynasty. At that time, Lu Rengui of the Tang Dynasty only brought 7,000 soldiers and encountered the main force of Jianghu at Jianghu. After a big battle, the Jianghu army was almost completely wiped out. In the Battle of Jianghu, the Tang Dynasty navy fully utilized their advantage and defeated the Jianghu navy, which had several times more soldiers and warships. It could be said to be a classic naval battle where the few won against the many. This battle was also the first battle between China and Japan as national entities. It was also one of the earliest known international battles in Northeast Asia. The final result of the victory of the Tang dynasty and the Xinhua alliance army basically established the political, economic, and cultural structure of Northeast Asia for more than 1,000 years. At the same time, this battle taught Wen Neon how to behave and made them realize the huge gap between them and Tang dynasty. Thus, until Toyotomi Hideyoshi invaded Korea in 1592, Japan didn't dare to fight against China for nearly 1,000 years. Feiji, tomorrow you will go with the army to Jianghu. After you go, follow Iron Egg or be Uncle Li's personal guard. If you meet someone called Lu Rengue and he's in danger, do your best to help him. After destroying the rebels, bring Lu Rengue back to Chang'an. This marquis wants to see him. Li Zixuan came to the door and instructed Pang Feiji, who was outside. He was a nationalistic youth, and Lu Rengue, to a modern person like him, was an out-and-out national hero. Not only did he raise the prestige of the country, but he also ensured that China wouldn't be invaded by Wen Neon for nearly 1,000 years. He really wanted to see such a person with his own eyes. Marquis, but if I go to Jianghu, who will protect you? Pang Feiji said reluctantly. Li Zixuan glared at him and said grumpily, I'm the one protecting you? Or you protect me? Do I need you to protect me? If I tell you to go, then go. This matter is very important to me. Go and pack. After saying that, he went straight to his room to sleep. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji scratched his head and could only go back to pack his luggage, pitifully. Chapter 13-17. The next day, the morning court was adjourned. Li Er led the officials out of the imperial city. They passed through the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed straight for the south gate of Chang'an. The citizens who had noticed the chaos in Chang, and yesterday saw Li Er leading the officials out of the city. They were even more certain that the imperial court was preparing for war. The Tang dynasty, which had unified the world and enjoyed peace for many years, finally welcomed another war. However, most of the citizens did not know where the war was going to take place this time. However, they would know everything in an hour. That was because the latest issue of Datong Daily would be released in an hour. Outside Chang'an, in the southern suburbs. At this time, the soldiers of the three armies had already gathered. More than 60,000 soldiers stood neatly on the drill ground with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They formed a line horizontally, a line vertically, and a line diagonally. Speaking of which, such a neat formation was all thanks to Li Zixuan. Last year, when Yanhuang College held its opening military drill, Li Er led the officials and envoys from various countries to watch it. The neat formation and running movements of the students shocked Li Er, the officials, and the envoys from various countries. After that, Li Er announced that he would patrol the barracks. Hence, the daily training of the various barracks in the capital was more or less influenced by the military drill of Yanhuang College. Therefore, it was not surprising that these 60,000 soldiers were in such a neat formation. Li Er led the officials out of Chang'an's Mingda Gate and went straight to the drill ground. The officials stood on the left side of the drill ground while Li Er went up to the stage to call out the generals. In addition, Li Zixuan had also arrived. He had arrived earlier than the others. He had handed Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji, a telegraph machine, and 2 fairy lamps to Li Jing and waited there. Now that Li Er had arrived, he slipped into the crowd of the officials. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Li Er ascended the stage, the civil and military officials, as well as the 60,000 soldiers below the stage, bowed and saluted him. Their voices were like a great bell, and their auras were majestic. Rise! Looking at the mighty and majestic army in front of him, Li Er could not help but feel agitated. The battlefield was the place he, Li Shimin, yearned for. After a moment of silence, Li Erhong said, Ever since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard every day and night. I have only one goal, and that is to let the people of the Tang Empire live and work in peace and contentment. After more than a year of hard work, I have almost achieved it. Especially last winter, no one in Chang'an froze to death. I believe all of you know this. However, there are some people who have evil intentions and want to overturn my country. Let the people, let your family, elders and fellow villagers live a bitter life again, and let the world become chaotic again. I ask you, do you agree or not? No. I don't agree. As soon as Li Er's words fell, the 60,000 soldiers on the drill ground all roared at the top of their lungs. Their shouts shook the sky, and the clouds above everyone's heads disappeared at this moment. It was as if they were scattered by this earth-shattering roar. After a few breaths, Li Er pressed his hand down, and the soldiers of the three armies immediately became quiet. Then he said, "Good. Today, Cui Junchuo of the Cui family of Qinghe disregarded the emperor's grace and cooperated with the Cui family of Bowling, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the provincial governor of Jianghu to rebel against the emperor, destroy our country, and subvert the country. I order you to go to Jianghu immediately to suppress the rebellion. Where is Li Jing, the general officer of the army of Hunan province?" Li Jing, dressed in armor, stepped forward and saluted. "I am here." Li Er raised the long sword in his hand and said, "This is my sword, and also the emperor's sword. When you go to Jianghu, the 28 states of Hunan province will be under your control. If anyone dares to disobey, you can directly kill him with this sword. I give you the right to kill first and report later. Come forward and receive the sword." After that, all the officials looked sideways. Li Jing's body and mind were shocked. Li Er gave him such a heavy right in front of everyone's eyes, which all showed Li Er's deep trust in him. This made Li Jing, who had been hiding at home in recent years, very moved in his heart. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Li Jing will go and eliminate the rebels for the imperial court." Li Jing saluted and said solemnly, "Yes, I believe you." Li Er nodded and gestured for Li Jing to go on stage to accept the emperor's sword. Li Jing went on stage and respectfully received it with both hands. Right at this moment, a red sun rose from the east, and instantly, it shone brightly onto the drill ground. Li Er suddenly had a feeling of lofty ambition, and he shouted, "Beat the drums, soldiers of the three armies, set out! Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang!" Dong 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 dong. The four bare-chested strongmen on the stage began to beat the drums at the same time. The drum beats went from slow to fast, as if they were beating on everyone's hearts. Everyone on the drill ground couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Jing, who was on the stage, hurriedly cupped his hands and stepped down to command the army to set off. What was interesting was that the Tang army's turning and running movements were very similar to the military training of Yanhuang College's students. Their movements were very uniform. However, in comparison, the movements of these soldiers had more iron and blood. One could feel the killing intent emitted by the army from afar. Bang, bang, bang. More than 60,000 soldiers, led by their generals, left the drill ground in an orderly manner. Only the sound of their neat footsteps and shouts could be heard in the world. "Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang." The army gradually moved away. The civil and military officials on the drill ground looked in the direction of the army and could not help but feel agitated. At this moment, Feng Xianling stood behind Li Er and said with emotion, "Your Majesty, with such a powerful army, there is no need to worry about the rebels in the Tang Empire not prospering." Li Er turned to the officials and faintly smiled. "If the Great Tang wants to prosper, it still has a long way to go. Now that the internal problems have arisen, there are still external problems. In the future, my beloved officials, only by working diligently can you help us build a prosperous Great Tang. Your subjects will definitely do our best until the day we die." The officials heard this and bowed in unison. "Haha, good. Prepare the carriage and return to the city." Li Er waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The mobilization meeting before the war finally came to an end. Li Zishuan looked to the south again. Among the 60,000 soldiers, there were his personal guards, students, and apprentices. He would not believe it if he said that he was not worried. However, the army of the imperial court this time was unprecedentedly strong. With Li Zishuan as the commander, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Qin Qiong as the generals, not to mention the rebels of the Cui family, they could even fight against the Turks. It was because of this that Li Zishuan dared to let Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go south with the army. The officials returned to the city while Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. The people of Chang and only heard the sound of drums and deafening shouts from outside the city. However, for them, a lively day had just begun. Chapter 13:18. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headline: Cui family of Qinghe rebelled against the imperial court. Li Jing, the Minister of War, led troops into Jianghu to quell the rebellion. The commotion outside the city had just subsided. Inside Chang'an city and the surrounding counties began to bustle with noise and excitement. The manservants at the newsstands and the paper boys on the streets were hawking as usual. However, the content that came out of their mouths today was earth-shattering. What? The Cui family rebelled? Quick! Give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. When the people heard this, combined with yesterday's rumors and the commotion outside the city this morning, they instantly believed 90% of it. Everyone rushed to the newsstands or the paper boys, wanting to buy a copy of Datong Daily to find out what was going on. In today's Datong Daily, the articles on the interaction of literati and current news sections were all talking about the same thing, the Cui family's rebellion. Many of the authors of the articles were big shots in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and so on. These big shots had never appeared in Datong Daily before. Now, because of the Cui family's rebellion, all of them appeared at once. It was really a feast for the eyes of the literati. Under the condemnation of the big shots in the imperial court and the reporters in the editorial department of Tang Daily, the numerous crimes committed by the Cui family in the early years, the conspiracy to rebel in Jianghu this year, and the instigation of the people to rebel, were all exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Ghastly, it could only be described as ghastly. Last year, Li Zishuan had used the unjustly dead maid Nianyu to ignite the anger of the people in Chang'an City. He had directly flattened the Cui family's stronghold in Chang'an City. Therefore, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family. Now that this matter had happened, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family of Qinghe that had existed for thousands of years. How dare they? The Cui family actually dared to privately recruit soldiers and rebel against the imperial court? To think that they are from the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. How dare they do such a disgraceful thing? What? The Cui family colluded with bandits to assassinate Minister Wei in Jianghu? Who gave them the guts? Tisk. Isn't it because Wei Zhuqing found out too much about the Cui family's illegal activities in Jianghu that they became anxious? What? Wei Zhuqing was assassinated? How is he now? This is not clear. Datong Daily only said that last month, Jianghu Guangqing County was attacked by a group of bandits. This group of bandits also collided with the provincial government office. Wei Zhuqing's whereabouts are unknown. Datong Daily's reporters suspect that all of this is the Cui family's doing. Wei Zhuqing was harmed by the Cui clan? Damn the Cui family! Left Minister Wei is a rare good official in our great Tang. Nothing must happen to him. After a few years of peace, the Cui family wants to start a war again. The ones who will suffer are the local people. Humph. The Cui family has committed all kinds of evil deeds and should be punished by both humans and gods. I want to join the army and quell the rebellion for His Majesty. Although the aristocratic families of today had won over many scholars, there was still a considerable number of scholars from humble backgrounds who were biased towards the imperial court. Once they heard that the Cui family had plotted against Wei Zhang and plotted a rebellion, many scholars rolled up their sleeves and prepared to give up their brushes to join the army and rush to the battlefield. Perhaps this was the spirit of a scholar. Scholar Zhang, you should save your breath. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, how can you endure the hardships of the battlefield? You should study hard and obtain scholarly honors. Uncle Hu, you're wrong to say that. If I can endure the hardships of studying, why can't I endure the hardships of the battlefield? Hee hee. Say whatever you want. Even if you want to join the army to quell the rebellion, it's already too late. Because when this old man entered the city this morning, I saw that the army outside the city had already set off. What? The army has already set off? So soon? Of course. If it were any later, wouldn't the Cui family have done even more evil? Yun Shan, Yanhuang College. The news of the Cui family's rebellion caused a huge uproar among the students. Of course, what shocked the students even more was that Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao had also set off with the army this time. This was quite incredible to them. Since ancient times, the dreams of scholars were nothing more than self-cultivation, ruling the country, and pacifying the world. Now, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao were leading everyone on the path of pacifying the world. This made the students very envious and yearn for it. Damn! Why can Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go, but Bao Lin and I can't? With our martial arts skills, if we go to Jianghu, won't we be able to kill 7 times in and 7 times out of the rebel army? When Cheng Chumo heard the news, he couldn't help but pat his thigh and gloomily said. Speaking of this rebellion, his father Chang Yaojin directly led the army. He should be the one who went the most. In the end, the people who went were Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. Chumo, I want to go too, but my father definitely won't let me go. You too. Yuchi Bao Lin thought about it and shook his head. Why? My martial arts skills are so good. I can definitely make a name for myself if I go. Cheng Chumo stared at him and shamelessly said. Yuchi Bao Lin pursed his lips and hesitated. After a while he said, Chonyo, I think Yamacho is right. Next year on Arbor Day, I should plant a tree in your heart. Damn, Bao Lin. Are you asking for a beating? Cheng Chumo almost choked to death. Just as he was about to hit him, a light cough came from behind him. Ahem. Cheng Chumo turned around and saw Li Zixuan. He quickly stopped. Li Zixuan glanced at him, then ignored him and went straight to the podium. In Class 1, the students suddenly quieted down. The 2 empty seats were a bit conspicuous at this time. The Cui family is rebelling. Wenhao and Iron Egg are going south with the army. They are both Yanhuang College's heroes. I know that some of you want to be heroes, but before you do, please learn the knowledge that the teachers from the school have taught you. Do you know why I chose them to go to Jianghu? It is because they know how to use a telegraph. The transmission of information from Jianghu to Chang and requires a telegraph. In the future war, it is not enough to just rely on martial arts. When the time comes, the wisdom of Yanhuang College's students will be used more and more. So, if you want to serve the country, you have to learn well. Do you all understand? Li Zixuan looked at the pairs of eager eyes below the podium and nodded with satisfaction. He then spoke to all the students. Understood. After the students heard the reason why Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg joined the army, they felt energized. In the past, they only thought that engineering could allow them to become a small official or a wealthy person. Now, they realized that engineering had a more important role, and that was to protect the country. Chapter 13-19. How many soldiers do we have now? Do we have enough provisions? Jiangzhou, Guangqing County, Cui Family Courtyard. Cui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinyue who came to report, and asked. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and replied, In the past 2 months, we have secretly and openly recruited a total of 200,000 soldiers. All the youths inside and outside the city have been taken away by us. In addition to the 20,000 soldiers and the 30,000 secret guards of the Cui family, we have a total of 250,000 soldiers. As for the provisions, the Cui family of Bowling and the Zhang family of Xingyang are not willing to provide manpower. They are only willing to provide material and financial resources. Therefore, we have enough provisions to feed the 250,000 soldiers for 3 months. Cui family of Bowling? Zhang family of Xingyang? They are all old foxes. Cui Junchuo heard this and snorted with dissatisfaction. He thought for a while and said, Let's not care about them for now. They are all people who sail according to the wind. After we take down Luoyang, they will bring their soldiers and deliver themselves to us. Great-grandfather is wise. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and agreed. The aristocratic families valued benefits. The Cui family of Bowling and the Zhang family of Xingyang were only tied to the same boat because of benefits. They were far from being able to live and die together. Try to recruit more people for tomorrow's pledge ceremony. As long as they are under 40 years old, you can recruit them. Some of them are weak, so let them charge and break through the enemy lines. Luoyang is big and strong, so it needs to be filled with human lives. Remember, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office and the secret guards of the Cui family must not be used as vanguards. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed coldly and said coldly. Pan Jinyue felt a chill in his heart. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Yes, great-grandfather. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, However, the Jianghu experts that the Cui family has raised over the years can be transferred to you. Although these people are strong in martial arts, they are simple-minded and far from being generals. However, if they are used for assassination or as the vanguard to attack the enemy's formation or kill the enemy's generals, they should be competent. Pan Jinyue was excited. Most of his subordinates were mediocre, so he needed those experts. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said, Great-grandfather, thank you for your trust. Have you found Yi Minglei and Wei Zhang? After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo suddenly asked. Wei Zhang had always been a thorn in his heart, but Yi Minglei, who had mysteriously disappeared yesterday, had planted another thorn in his heart, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands in embarrassment and replying to Grand Duke, this student has sent people to search the entire Guangqing County, but we couldn't find Wei Zhang and Yi Minglei. Lost in thought for a long time, Cui Junchuo sighed helplessly and said, It's fine if we can't find them. They should be hiding in some unknown corner, struggling at death's door. Anyway, it won't affect the overall situation. Let's prepare for tomorrow's morale-raising ceremony. His words sounded like he was comforting others, but only Cui Junchuo knew that he was comforting himself. Yes. How is it? Are you not used to it? On the official road from Chang'an to Jianghu, tens of thousands of soldiers stretched for several li and were advancing rapidly. The soldiers ran for a while and walked for a while without resting in between. This was the rapid march of the ancient times. Because of Li Zixuan, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg received some preferential treatment. They didn't have to walk, but rode horses instead. Iron Egg was as agile as a monkey, so riding a horse was not a problem for him. However, Meng Wenhao had never ridden a horse before, so he had to ride with Pang Feiji. At this time, Iron Egg looked at Meng Wenhao's pale face and asked worriedly. Riding a horse was not like riding a carriage. Riding a horse would only be more bumpy. The army had only advanced for more than 30 li, but Meng Wenhao was already a little dizzy from the bumpy ride. At this moment, when he heard Iron Egg's concern, he forced a smile on his face and said, I'm fine. Iron Egg, how many li have we traveled? About 20 or 30 li. Wenhao, if you persist for a while, the army will probably stop to rest and cook in a while. Iron Egg looked at the sun that was about to reach the top of their heads and said, Meng Wenhao heard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked curiously, Iron Egg, why do I feel that you are very familiar with marching and fighting? Iron Egg smiled and said, I heard it from my father. He often told me about his battles in the north a few years ago. Oh, I see. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. Coincidentally, as the two were talking, a messenger came from the front of the army, riding a horse and shouting at the same time. Zhengguan's second year, the 30th of March. Hunan Province, Jianghu, Guangqing County. Early in the morning, the soldiers of the government office knocked on every door and asked all the people to gather at the drill ground in the east. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone must go. Adjunct Lu, are we really all going? In the south of the city, in the house rented by Lu Rengui and the others, a big man asked Lu Rengui. Just now, Su Fengjing came to tell them that the soldiers were coming to urge them to go to the drill ground. Lu Rengui frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Go! If we don't go, this place will probably be surrounded by the state capital's troops when the time comes. But Deputy Wei and Deputy Yi can't go. I will talk to them later and ask them to hide in the tunnel. Oh, old Feng, I heard that you know how to disguise yourself. Can you help me? Registrar Wang of the county government has seen me before. We can't let him see through it. Old Feng's real name was Feng Wu. He used to be a lieutenant in the Bianzhou provincial governor's mansion. He was almost the second in command in this army. Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed and said, Hey, Adjunct Lu, I used to brag about it to others. To put it nicely, it's called a disguise. In fact, it's just putting a few mustaches on the face and making a few wrinkles. It's not a disguise. Lu Rengui choked. After a while he said helplessly, Just put on the mustaches. It's fine as long as Registrar Wang doesn't recognize me. Old Feng, hurry up. Feng Wu was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, Okay. Adjunct Lu, just wait and see. Hey. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengui returned with a basin of water. Looking at the ferocious-looking man with an unshaven beard and a hideous scar on his face reflected in the water, Lu Rengui suddenly had the urge to chop him up with a knife. He used to be a handsome Confucian general, okay? How could he meet people like this? Adjunct Lu? Adjunct Lu? How's my skill? Look, this scar looks like a real one. I'm sure your mother won't recognize you. Old Feng didn't have good eyesight. He was still complacent. Get out. Lu Rengue was furious. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Old Feng was so scared that he immediately ran away. This Registrar Wang is really a hindrance. If it wasn't for him, would it be so troublesome? I have to find a chance to get rid of him. Lu Rengue pinched his big beard and muttered softly. East of the city, on a drill ground. Tens of thousands of people came to the drill ground. These people not only included the people in the city, but also many people from the villages outside the city. In the past month, people were only allowed to enter the city, but not allowed to leave the city. Those farmers who didn't know the truth, once they entered the city, they couldn't leave. Today, they were also sent to the drill ground. Stand in line. Men stand on the left, women stand on the right. Children under 10 years old and people above 40 years old stand at the back. On the drill ground, there were thousands of armored soldiers patrolling and maintaining order. You stop? Suddenly, a soldier stopped a middle-aged man. The man trembled and said, Sir, you called me? The soldier said coldly, Where are you going? How old are you? I'm 45 years old this year. The man said with a panicked look. The soldier said angrily, Bullshit. Men, take him to the secretary for verification. If he lied about his age, cut off his head and feed it to the dogs. Immediately, the two soldiers behind him rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man. Spare me, sir. I don't dare to lie anymore. I'll stand in front now. The middle-aged man's face was full of fear and he repeatedly begged for mercy. Humph. Sure enough, he lied to me. Drag him down and behead him. The soldier said coldly and mercilessly. When Lu Rengue arrived at the drill ground, he saw this scene. Similar situations had happened more than once today. Under such deterrence, the commoners were much more well-behaved. There were very few people who lied about their age and secretly snuck to the back. You guys? Which village do you live in? Why don't you go to the front and line up? After the soldier finished showing off, he noticed Lu Rengue and the others and shouted again. Lu Rengue hurriedly went forward and said, General, we are not locals. We came to Guan County last month to help Boss Zhou of Bianzhou escort a batch of goods. Later we couldn't leave the city, so we have been living in Wuning village. From another place? The soldier rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He said again, I seem to have heard about you guys. How many people are there in total? Lu Rengue had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and answered, We have a total of 200 people. 200 people? Good, good, good. You guys just stand here. After the provincial governor finishes speaking, all of you come and find me. Do you hear me? My surname is Huang, and I'm an adjunct of the provincial governor's mansion. The soldier clapped his hands and laughed. Lu Rengue didn't know what this guy was up to, but he didn't want to cause trouble here, so he could only say, Yes. Adjunct Huang. That's more like it. The soldier nodded his head in satisfaction and then walked away. On the other side, a few people with noble auras appeared on the stage in front of the drill ground. Chapter 1320. Guangqing County, on the drill ground in the east of the city. Jianghu Provincial Governor Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo of the Cui clan of Qinghe, Cui Wenji of the Cui clan of Bowling, and Zheng Shuwu, Cui Shuwu of the Cui clan of Xingyang. The four of them led the officials of the state government up the stage. The soldiers below quickly maintained order and calmed the commoners down. Pan Jinyue looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. The speech he had carefully prepared last night floated through his mind word by word. At this moment, Pan Jinyue took a deep breath and loudly said, The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He obtained the position unjustly. He is tyrannical and oppressive. He is licentious and is worse than a beast. He is a completely incapable ruler. The commoners of Jiangzhou, ever since the imperial court sent Wei Xuanqing to Jiangzhou, countless good officials have been dismissed, causing the people's livelihood to wither and local law and order to fall into chaos. Last month, bandits even entered the city to burn and rob. This is the imperial court that you worship. Do you think it is worth it? Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. As Pan Zhenyue's voice fell, the state government soldiers on the drill ground took the lead to shout loudly. Slowly, some commoners also began to shout. After all, in the past half a month, those reactionary articles in the Jianghu Daily had brainwashed many commoners, making them feel that Li Er was an incapable ruler. They felt that if they wanted to live a good life, they could only rely on Pan Zhenyue, this great and honest official. Those commoners who were not brainwashed, although they did not believe Pan Zhenyue's nonsense, the state government soldiers were watching them from the side. They had no choice but to follow suit. Pan Zhenyue was very satisfied with the enthusiastic response given by the commoners. After the commoners quieted down, he continued to shout at the top of his voice. The Chui clan has been entrenched in Jianghu for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, how many poor commoners have the Chui clan raised in Jianghu? How many talents have they cultivated? Chui Junchuo wholeheartedly served the people. Last year in Chang'an City, he was harmed by scoundrels and was demoted back to Jianghu. He, Li Shimin, was known as a wise ruler, but he appointed traitorous officials and killed the loyal. Such an incapable ruler, yet he seized the country's important weapon. As long as he is alive, the commoners of Tang will not have a good life. This official is the Jianghu provincial governor, Pan Zhenyue. In order to let all of you live a good life, this official has decided to rise up today and lead all of you to overthrow the tyrant. I hereby promise that as long as Li Shimin can be overthrown, all the common people in the world will be given a share of the hereditary Xianxia fields, and all the gentry will not have to pay taxes. I will take out all the treasures in the Chang and Imperial Palace and distribute them to the generals and soldiers who have rendered meritorious service. From today onwards, all the males in Jianghu who were above the age of 10 and below the age of 40 would have to join the army. They wouldn't be joining the army for free. Every soldier would receive a monthly salary of 200 copper coins. If they were able to kill the enemy, the reward would be even greater. Other than monetary rewards, they will also be rewarded with official positions. As for the soldiers who have rendered great service, they will be rewarded with official positions according to their discretion. After we overthrow Li Shimin, these people will become the founding ministers of the country. Being conferred the title of Marquis and Prime Minister will not be a problem. Of course, with rewards comes punishment. As for those traitors who fled and secretly colluded with the imperial court, once discovered, they were all killed without mercy. Their family members were also implicated in the crime. Therefore, fellow villagers, if you want to live a good life in the future, then let the men in your family join the army. Together, we will destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Disgraceful. Pan Zhenyue's words could only be described as disgraceful. Lu Rengue frowned as he listened to what Pan Zhenyue had said. If there were no guards on the drill ground, he would have rushed up to the stage and killed Pan Zhenyue. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The soldiers on the drill ground were elated. Many common people also followed and shouted crazily. Especially the scholars and gentry who were standing at the front. They shouted the most fiercely because according to what Pan Zhenyue had said, if they could overthrow Li Er, then they, the top people in Jianghu, would be the biggest beneficiaries. The gentry did not need to pay taxes. The country had just been established, so there would be many vacancies. The scholars and gentry would undoubtedly have the greatest opportunity. After a full quarter of an hour, the drill ground finally quieted down. Pan Zhenyue's eyes darkened as he said, "As for the old, weak, women and children, although you cannot participate in the war, the logistics of the army, such as cooking, transporting rations and tailoring, will be your responsibility in the future. Where is the provincial governor's commandant Chui Quan?" A middle-aged soldier stepped out from the crowd and cupped his fists. "This general is here," Pan Zhenyue ordered. "These men of suitable age will all be handed over to you. From today onwards, everything will follow the rules of the military camp and manage them. Now, send someone to record their names and addresses and assign them to various camps. Give them half a day to go home and pack up. Before the sky turns dark in the afternoon, they must all report to the military camp. Those who do not arrive in time will be executed immediately." "This general receives the order." Chui Quan cupped his fists and said loudly. "Bas." The people below the stage immediately became a little restless. Many of them had their sons conscripted to the state capital to serve as soldiers. The men standing in the front left were usually the pillars of their families. The women all panicked. Pan Zhenyue was conscripting not only their sons, but also their husbands. Ancient people married early. Their sons were in their teens and their fathers were in their 30s. What are you making so much noise for? Everyone be quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will be thrown into prison. Cui Quan saw the situation and let out a loud roar. His voice reverberated throughout the drill ground. The thousands of soldiers from the state capital quickly scattered into the crowd of commoners and arrested a few dozen who were the fiercest. The rest of the commoners immediately quieted down. Generals of all camps, listen to my order. Bring your men and horses and register these men. Whichever camp they are registered in, that will be where they will be placed in the end. Before the sky turns dark today, all generals of all camps must report all the deserters. Tomorrow I will send people to arrest them. Cui Quan ordered loudly. This general receives the order. A few dozen soldiers below the drill ground shouted in unison. F***ck. Mother***, the thing that I was most worried about still happened. This is great. I have to serve the rebel army. Lu Rengue felt a little bitter. When he came he had this worry. After all, according to the information that Yi Fashion received, the Cui family would be holding a pledge ceremony today. Therefore, he estimated that if he went, he would be kept as a strong man. But could he not go? Of course not. If he did not go, he could only hide in the tunnel. After all, Guangqing County was only so big. There was nowhere else to hide. However, if so many of them suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse suspicion. When the time came, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office would search inside and out of their rented residence. It would be very easy for them to find the secret passage under the house. Not only would they be arrested, but Wei Zhang, Yi Minglei, Li Yu, and Yi Fashion would also be implicated. Therefore, Lu Rengue and his 200 men knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but they still chose to go there. All of you will follow me from now on. At this moment, the Jianghu provincial governor's office's army that Lu Rengue met earlier came over and said to him. Yes. Adjunct Huang. Thank you so much for your support. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Rengue clenched his teeth and pretended to be touched. Haha. Don't worry. Follow me and work hard. When you have enough merits in the future, I will naturally let you go back to Bianzhou. Don't think about escaping, because once you are caught, the consequences are not something that you can bear. Adjunct Huang patted Lu Rengue's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. His full name was Huang Cheng. Now that Pan Zhenyue had raised the flag of rebellion, as an adjunct of the provincial governor's office, he naturally wanted to follow behind and make contributions. Lu Rengue and his men were all strong men, and they seemed to have good combat strength. If these people were placed under his command, they would definitely help him make a lot of contributions. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that the other officers were not paying attention to him and came to snatch them away. Yes. Adjunct Huang is right. I understand. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Lu Rengue completely acted like a grandson. Huang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said, Good. What's your name? Adjunct Huang. My name is Ren Dainiu. Good. Ren Dainiu. You will help me take care of these people around you in the future. Now, take them to my adjunct officer to register. After registration, go back and pack some luggage and come to the barracks. Don't run away or be late, understand? Huang Cheng said with a serious face. The reason why he chose Lu Rengue to be the small leader of this team was probably because he thought Lu Rengue looked more fierce. When Lu Rengue heard that Huang Cheng did not scatter his men into the barracks, he was immediately happy. As for whether he was the leader or not, he did not care. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Adjunct Huang. I will kill the enemy well in the future and repay Adjunct Huang. Lu Rengue had turned into a bootlicker at this moment, nodding and bowing with joy. At this time, the joy on his face was somewhat real. Good. Go quickly. Adjunct Lu, this is bad. Are we betraying the country and defecting to the enemy? When the army of the imperial court arrives, what are we going to do? After registration, Lu Rengue and his men hurried to Wuning Square in the south of the city. On the way, Feng Wu said with a sad face. What do you mean what to do? How do I know what to do? We can only take one step at a time. Okay, don't cry. Let's go back and ask Wei's watching later. He has a lot of ideas. Maybe he can find a way. Lu Rengue waved his hand impatiently and said gloomily, "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Let's go and ask Wei's watching. Hurry, hurry, let's go back." When Feng Wu heard this, his expression immediately changed and he quickened his pace. Squeak! Everyone returned to the rented house. Old Feng took the lead and jumped into the dry well in the courtyard. Wei's watching. This is bad. This is bad. Adjunct Lu and I have joined the enemy. P.S. Recently, the subscriptions and ticket sales have not been very good. It's too bad to look at. I almost don't have the motivation to continue writing. Please support the original version and give the swordsman more motivation to continue writing. The swordsman will definitely update more to repay everyone. Chapter 1321. Speaking of which, Wei Zhang was quite pitiful recently. A while ago, he could still stay in the underground tunnel during the day and return to the surface at night. However, in recent days, the situation in the city had become more and more tense. He had to stay in the underground tunnel 24 hours a day, living a life without seeing the light of day. It was really depressing. What was worse was that Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and Yi Minglei's family also stayed in the underground tunnel yesterday. Wei Zhang suddenly felt that the air down there was more suffocating. At this moment, Wei Zhang felt a little dizzy. This old man was short of oxygen. Suddenly, he heard Feng Wu yelling at the entrance of the underground tunnel, which was the dry well in the yard. Wei Zhang was shocked at first, then he was furious. He walked to the well angrily and said righteously, "How dare you? You are greatly indebted to the country. How can you betray the country and join the enemy?" When he heard that Feng Wu had betrayed the country, the first thing that came to his mind was not to run for his life, but to persuade Feng Wu to change his ways. Lu Rengue, who was still on the surface, couldn't help but cover his face when he heard the terrible conversation. It was really shameful to have such a one-track mind as a subordinate. Helplessly, in order to prevent Feng Wu from making things worse, he had to quickly walk to the well and jump into it. Left Minister Wei, don't misunderstand. Don't listen to old Feng's nonsense. I will tell you the whole story. Before Feng Wu could continue, Lu Rengue came over and interrupted him. If old Feng was allowed to continue, wouldn't Wei Zhang treat his allies as his enemies? You? Are you Army Officer Lu? Wei Zhang's face was filled with shock because the person in front of him had a full beard and a hideous scar on his face. It was truly frightening. However, he still recognized Lu Rengue's voice and asked in surprise. Well, yes, I am. I was worried that Registrar Wang would recognize me, so I disguised myself. Only then did Lu Rengue remember that his current face had been processed, so he quickly explained. Ha ha. Xiao Yu walked over and looked at him from head to toe. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lu, you don't look like a soldier at all. You look like a bandit. Ha ha, ha ha. Old Feng couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Lu Rengue turned his head and stared at Old Feng. Old Feng was scared and covered his mouth. Lu Rengue glared at Old Feng and then turned to look at Wei Zhang. He told Wei Zhang everything that happened in the drill ground and how they were forced to join Huang Cheng's force. Big Brother Lu, wouldn't you all be in danger if your identities are exposed? Yi Fashion, who also lived in the tunnel, asked worriedly after hearing Lu Rengue's explanation. Lu Rengue gave a relaxed smile and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although the names we use are fake, the documents we carry are all signed by our provincial governor personally. No one will be able to see any flaws. Ancient travel permits and customs documents were similar to modern travel permits, not tourist visas. In different dynasties they had different names. In the Han and Tang dynasties, they were called Guasua. In the Yuan dynasty, they were called Wan Yin. In the Ming dynasty, they were called Lu. According to the ancient laws, residents who went out for business, travel, or visit relatives needed to check the pass. If they didn't have the pass, they would be arrested and punished. Even travelers who wanted to stay in hotels in other places needed to check the pass. During the Tang dynasty, the application process was very complicated. First of all, the applicant had to find a good guarantor and explain the purpose and time limit of the trip to the county government. After the county government received the application, they had to examine the applicant. Those who had not completed their term of service or had committed a crime were not allowed to apply for a transfer. After the county government checked and approved the application, it would be sent to the prefectural government for approval. After the prefectural government verified the application, the applicant could be granted the pass. Lu Rengue and his men lied that they were helping a boss in Bianzhou transport goods to Guancheng County. Naturally, they had to show their pass. But they were backed by the Bianzhou provincial governor's manor. They had already prepared fake passes and identities before they came. How could the officials in Guancheng County find out? The problem now is, if we work for Pan Jinyue, won't we be helping the evildoer? What's more, Pan Jinyue might lead his troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow. Do we really have to help him attack the city? Lu Rengue looked at Wei Zhang worriedly and said, "Ha ha ha ha. God bless Tang. God bless Tang." To everyone's surprise, Wei Zhang suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter, completely out of character. "Wei's watching? Wei's watching? Are you okay?" Lu Rengue thought that Wei Zhang had lost his mind after hearing the bad news. He quickly shook Wei Zhang's arm, trying to wake him up. "Haha. I'm fine. I'm fine." Wei Zhang looked at Lu Rengue with joy and said, "Adjunct Lu, now it's time for you to serve the imperial court in Tang. Now that County Deputy Yi is wanted by the entire city, we have one less channel to get information from the county government. But I never thought that you would have such an opportunity. This is a good opportunity, a great opportunity to sneak into the rebel army. Adjunct Lu, you and your men can not only pass on the rebel army's movements to me, but you can also unite the people in the rebel army who don't want to rebel against the imperial court. When the imperial court's army arrives, we can work together from the inside and outside. Even if the rebel army has a lot of people, they can be defeated in an instant." It had to be said that Wei Zhang was indeed a famous official. Other than being good at scolding people, he was also better than anyone in this underground tunnel in terms of strategy and calculation. A moment ago, it was still a dead end for them. But after he said that, he immediately revived the dead end. "I see, Wei's watching is wise. I admire you." Lu Rengue's eyes lit up, but then he asked worriedly, "If Pan Jinyue sends troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow, what should we do?" Wei Zhang stroked his beard and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Humph. They can't attack Luoyang tomorrow. Don't worry, Adjunct Lu. Now you have to hurry up and prepare, and then report to the state capital camp directly. Remember, you must be careful and don't expose yourselves." Lu Rengue was confused. He thought, why can't Pan Jinyue attack Luoyang tomorrow? But seeing that Wei Zhang didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask further. He clasped his fist and bowed. "I'll be careful. Goodbye." After that, he left the underground tunnel with Feng Wu. "Adjunct Lu, why is Wei's watching so sure that Pan Jinyue can't attack Luoyang tomorrow?" Old Feng climbed out of the dry well and asked with a confused face. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? And, Old Feng, why were you laughing just now?" Lu Rengue turned to look at Feng Wu and said in an unfriendly tone. "Well, Adjunct Lu, why don't I go down and stay for a while? It's cooler down there." Feng Wu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but sneak his feet towards the mouth of the well. "Get back here. Go back to your room and pack up. We're going to the camp in a while." Lu Rengue knew that now wasn't the time to make a fuss. He said in a bad mood and then left. "Oh!" Old Feng was relieved and quickly followed him. "We're Adjunct Huang's soldiers. We're here to report." Although there was still a long time before the sky turned dark, Lu Rengue had already brought 200 men to report to the camp. The guards at the gate stopped them, and Lu Rengue explained to them. "What's your name?" A guard asked expressionlessly. "Sir, my name is Ren Dainiu. These people all came with me," Lu Rengue said with a flattering smile. Another guard next to him flipped open a booklet. After searching for a moment he said, "Ren Dainiu, I've heard Adjunct Huang mention you guys. All of you belong to the 9th camp. Quickly go in and report to Lieutenant Ji of the 9th camp." Yes. Thank you. Lu Rengue cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he led Old Feng and the others into the camp. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the army used the Fu army system. Based on the peasant households who used the equal field system, there were 634 military manors set up in the various Taoists, prefectures, and counties under the heavens, collectively known as the Zhechong Manors. According to the size of the organization, they were divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The head of the manors was the Zhechong Duwei, primary 4th rank. The deputy heads were the Zhua and Yuguai Duwei. Below the Duwei were the Zhangjun. Under the government, there were regiments, also known as battalions, with officers and captains. Under the regiments there were squads with captains. Under the squads there were squads with captains. Each battalion had 5 squads, and each squad led 3 groups. Cui Quan, who was at the pledging ceremony, was the commandant of the Zhechong House in Jianghu. He was the highest military officer in this camp. Greetings, Officer Ji. After coming to the 9th camp, Lu Rengui finally saw the captain of the 9th camp, Ji Zhongxing, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a cunning look. Oh, you are Ren Daniu? Not bad, not bad. Looks like you guys can fight. Not bad, not bad. In the future, you guys will be the 5th group of the 9th camp. You will be the commander of the 5th group. When you fight in the future, be brave. That will be good for you and good for me. Do you understand? Ji Zhongxing stood up and walked in front of Lu Rengui. He looked at him from head to toe and then shouted. Lu Rengui frowned inwardly. This officer Ji in front of him reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot before Lu Rengui arrived. Drinking was prohibited in the army. However, this person was an officer and yet he dared to be so unscrupulous. From this, it could be seen how lax the military discipline of the Zhechong House was. Thank you, officer, for your support. This lowly one knows many rich merchants in Bianzhou. In the future, I will definitely offer you 2 jars of pure immortal drunken wine as repayment for your support. Since this fellow liked to drink, Lu Rengui naturally had to cater to his taste. As for whether the military discipline was lax or not, what did it have to do with him? He couldn't wait for the entire camp to be lax and unorganized. Chapter 1322. Good, good, good. You're very good. When our army passes by Bian province in the future, you have to send your 2 jars of immortal drunken wine to me. Jiangzhou's Zhatsong Residence's camp. Lieutenant Ji of the 9th camp was immediately energized when he heard Lu Rengui mention immortal drunken wine. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Rengui with admiration. Although the immortal drunken wine was commonly seen in Chang'an City, it was priceless in the local counties. Generally, only high-ranking officials and wealthy families had the right to enjoy it. Therefore, Officer Ji couldn't help but be tempted by it. Of course. I only hope that Lieutenant Ji can let us take a look at it when the time comes. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I haven't seen my wife for almost 2 months after the curfew in Guan County. Lu Rengui said with a hoarse voice. This was where he was smart. If he blindly flattered Ji Zhongxing without asking for anything, it would be easy for Ji Zhongxing to feel that he had a bigger scheme in mind. Now that he made such a reasonable request, Ji Zhongxing felt that he could only flatter Ji Zhongxing because of Gu Nianji's family. But it wouldn't make things too difficult for Ji Zhongxing. Haha. Small matter, small matter. Ran Daniu. I've heard about your matter from the military governor. As long as the army passes by Bian province in the future, I'll give you half a day off to visit your family. Once you've made enough contributions, the military governor will let you go back. Ji Zhongxing patted Lu Rengui's shoulder and laughed. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and said, Hee hee. Thank you, Lieutenant Ji. However, my brothers and I have changed our minds. We won't leave even if we make great contributions. We want to follow behind the provincial governor to make contributions and be conferred the title of Marquis. We hope that Lieutenant Ji can guide us in the future. Ji Zhongxing burped and then gave a thumbs up. Haha. Good. Good job. You have the same thoughts as me. Why can't we be conferred the title of Marquis and enter the imperial court? Burp. Yes. Lieutenant Ji. Lu Rengui cupped his fists in response, then left the room. Just like that, they settled down in the camp of the House of Subjugation. But when he thought of Ji Zhongxing's words, we should be leaving the city tomorrow morning, Lu Rengui couldn't help but worry. Leaving the city meant going to war, and war meant going to war with allies. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, he was only pretending to surrender, not really. Dong dong dong. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, the sound of drums could be heard in the camp of the House of Surrender. Then the soldiers of the various camps began to shout, All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who are not there in 15 minutes will be flogged 30 times. All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who don't arrive within a quarter of an hour will be flogged 30 times. The soldiers in the tent immediately moved when they heard the sound. Old Feng, go and wake the brothers up. Don't get beaten up later. Lu Rengue got up from the bed and quickly put on the armor that was given to him yesterday. Then, he shouted to Feng Wu who was next to him. This was the quality of a soldier. Compared to the people who had just joined the camp, Lu Rengue's group was undoubtedly much stronger. A quarter of an hour later, at the drill ground on the east side of the camp, the 50,000 new recruits who joined yesterday and the 20,000 veterans who were in the camp before this gathered here. Of course, there were also many who came late and were being beaten at the side. Since you are in the camp, all of you have to follow the rules. Whatever the higher-ups tell you to do, you have to do it. The next time there is someone who is late, the punishment will be doubled. The House of Subjugation's Lieutenant Chui Quan stood on the podium and said with a gloomy face. The new soldiers were hard to lead. This was within his expectations. Although he didn't expect the new soldiers to have much fighting power, as soldiers, they had to listen to orders. The 70,000 soldiers on the drill ground suddenly became silent. Chui Quan paused for a moment and then said, Generals of the various camps, today we are going to march into Luoyang. Let all your soldiers take their weapons and dry rations and immediately leave the city. Gather with the other two armies and go straight to Luoyang. Yes, Lord Lieutenant. The entire camp immediately became lively. The sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the generals, and the noisy footsteps entered the ears. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were ready and the army headed straight for the south gate of Guancheng County. On the way, they happened to meet the other armies that Chui Quan had mentioned. The Chui family originally had 250,000 soldiers. Yesterday, they had forcefully recruited a few middle-aged men. In total they had 300,000 soldiers. Lu Rengue, who was advancing with the army, was secretly complaining. He thought to himself, didn't Wei Zhang say that the battle wouldn't start yesterday? Why is the army leaving the city now? The city gates opened and the 300,000 soldiers left the city in succession. The villagers outside the city all made way when they saw them. But at this moment, the ground began to tremble. Outside the city, on both sides of the official road, countless black-armored cavalry suddenly rushed out. All of them were covered in thick armor. Even their heads were covered, only revealing pairs of cold eyes. They were like killing gods from the abyss of hell, holding Modeo in their hands as they rushed towards the army that had just left the city. Kill! The leading cavalry raised the Modeo in his hand and roared. Immediately, the cavalry rushed over at an even faster speed. It's the Imperial Court's army. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. This cavalry formation was too powerful. Even from afar, one could feel the murderous aura emitted from their bodies. As for Zhengzhou's Zhechong residence's troops, the ones who were walking in front as cannon fodder were all new recruits. When had they ever seen such a terrifying cavalry in their lives? Their survival instinct did not allow them to have the courage to raise their swords to fight. Instead, they directly ran away. Initially, Cui Junchuo's original intention was to use these new recruits who had no combat power as cannon fodder. After all, since ancient times, attacking a city required the sacrifice of human lives. However, Cui Junchuo did not expect that once the battle went south, the first to collapse and flee would be these new recruits with weak willpower and low military literacy. And their collapse would not only disrupt their formation, it would also greatly affect the morale of the army. Do not flee. Those who flee before battle will be killed without mercy. The generals of the various battalions were all veterans. When they saw the situation, they drew their swords from their waists and cut down a few fleeing soldiers as they roared loudly. But this did not stop the soldiers in front from fleeing. This was because the black-armored cavalry brought even greater fear to them. If they were asked to fight, they would rather die. This was not an army of the human world. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored cavalry had already charged into the midst of Zhechong Residence's army. Puff, puff, puff. When wolves entered a flock of sheep, their war horses first sent countless soldiers flying. Then, with a swing of their swords, heads fell from the sky. To the black-armored cavalry, no one was a match for them. It was like chopping vegetables. They only needed to charge forward, swing their swords, and reap the lives. Spare me. Don't kill me. I don't want to rebel. Run. Run. The soldiers in front of the troops turned around and desperately ran towards the city gate. They did not want to face this group of evil spirits. Zhechong Residence's army was instantly thrown into chaos. Black Armored Army? This is the Black Armored Army? Lu Rengue belonged to the 9th Battalion. His position was not very close to the front. When he saw the formation of the Black Armored Cavalry, he suddenly thought of something. His face was filled with disbelief. Old Feng, tell our men to retreat in the chaos. Don't fight with the Black Armored Army. Lu Rengue pulled Feng Wu over and whispered. Yes. Old Feng replied and quickly went to pass down the order. Zhechong's commandant, Cui Quan, happened to be 30 feet away from the city gate. He sat on his warhorse and looked up. He could tell that the cavalry in front of him was the unparalleled Black Armored Army. He quickly exclaimed, Quick! Adjunct Huang, order all the soldiers to retreat immediately. Retreat into the city. Commandant, although these cavalrymen are fierce, there are at most 3,000 to 5,000 of them. We have more than 300,000 soldiers. What is there to be afraid of? Huang Cheng had never left Jianghu in his life. He did not know that they were facing the Black Armored Army. Therefore, he was very confused by Cui Quan's order. What do you know? They are the Black Armored Army. Retreat now. Cui Quan was not stupid. He knew that Li Shimin was able to defeat Wang Shechong's army of 100,000 with his 3,500 Black Armored Army. Even though he had 300,000 soldiers with him now, they were just small fries. The strength of these 300,000 soldiers was far inferior to Wang Shechong's army. How could they defeat the Black Armored Army? Therefore, after Cui Quan explained, he turned his horse around and galloped back into the city. Black Armored Army. They are the Black Armored Army. Huang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never seen the Black Armored Army with his own eyes, how could he not have heard of them? At this moment, he was scared out of his wits. How would he dare to fight them? He quickly shouted at the messenger, Retreat! And took the lead to escape. Retreat! Retreat! The Zhe Residence's army outside the city gate changed from the rear to the front and ran into the city. Not good. The city gate is about to close. Brothers, quick! When they were about 4 to 5 feet away from the city gate, Lu Rengue saw 2 soldiers starting to push the gate open. He quickly shouted at his brothers. Bang! 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 More than 200 men used all their strength and ran towards the city gate. At the last moment, they finally managed to rush into the city before the gate closed. The 1,000 soldiers who had not entered the city in time put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender when they saw that the city gate was closed. Chapter 13:23. As soon as they left the city gates, they were chased back. Cui Quan ran back to the provincial governor's manor and reported the situation outside the city to Pan Jinyue. Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo, Zhang Shuwu, and Cui Wenji were drinking tea and discussing matters in the front hall of the provincial governor's manor. Although the 4 powers had formed an alliance, the follow-up plans still needed to be discussed. Hearing the shocking news, everyone in the front hall could not sit still. What? There are 3,000 black armored troops outside the city? How is that possible? Why would the black armored troops come to Jianghu? Could it be that Chang'an knows that we have mobilized? The old man next to Cui Junchuo, Zhang Shuwu, the great-grandfather of the Zheng family, exclaimed in surprise. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Guangqing County has been sealed for more than a month. Not even a bird has flown out, let alone a person. How could Chang'an have received the news? Cui Junchuo's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he spoke with a trembling voice. Since Chang'an doesn't know that we have mobilized, why would Li Shimin send the black armored troops to Jianghu? Junchuo, when you persuaded our Zheng family to join you, you promised me that we would be able to take down Luoyang before the imperial court could react. What about now? Zhang Shuwu said with an unfriendly expression. Cui Junchuo was instantly speechless. Cui Wenji could not stand it anymore, so he said, all right. Since it has already happened, what's the point of arguing about it? Now that our 3 families are in the same boat, once we are caught by the imperial court, none of us will be spared. Instead of arguing here, why don't we think of a plan to retreat? Cui Junchuo nodded. He looked at Zhang Shuwu and said, Wenji is right.
Shuwu, it was indeed this old man who didn't consider this matter thoroughly.
But the urgent matter at hand is that we should work together to defeat the enemy. Zhang Shuwu said with a dissatisfied expression, Work together to retreat? What can we use to retreat? The black armored troops' combat power is unparalleled. How can we defend against them with just those newly recruited soldiers? Even if we are lucky enough to win, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. When the time comes, how can we attack Luoyang with these defeated soldiers? A trace of anger flashed across Cui Junchuo's eyes as she said, The urgent matter at hand is to solve the problem, not to blame each other. If the Cui family is defeated, your Zheng family can forget about getting any benefits. Shu Wu, if you really want to defeat the enemy, then send out your Cui family's 30,000 secret guards as well. Our 3 families together have a total of 80,000 secret guards. Only then can we have the power to fight against the imperial court. Cui Junchuo, what do you mean? Are you blaming my Zheng family for not doing our best?
Aren't the provisions and armors of 300,000 soldiers supported by our Zheng family?
If you're thinking about my Zheng family's shadow guards, then why are your Cui family's shadow guards cowering in the back and not daring to make a move? Everyone is well aware of what you're planning. Stop pretending to be selfless. Hearing the hidden meaning in Cui Junchuo's words, Zhang Shuwu was instantly enraged. His Zheng family had been living well in Guan City, but after Cui Junchuo returned to Zhengzhou, the Zheng family was dragged into this mess. Now, if things went wrong, the entire Zheng family would be wiped out. How could Zhang Shuwu not be angry? 3 Grand Dukes, we can't go through the south gate. Can we go to the other gates?
Pan Zhenyue interrupted.
Yes. Then let's go to the east gate. They only have 3,000 cavalrymen. It's impossible for them to set up an ambush at every gate. Cui Junchuo suppressed her anger and ordered. When the other 2 old men heard this, they did not express any objections. Seeing this, Cui Quan bowed and said, Yes, Grand Duke. This general will lead the army out of the east gate and take a detour to attack Luoyang. With that, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. He was truly convinced by the quarrel between the 3 old men in the room. At this time, he felt a trace of regret for choosing to rebel with Pan Zhenyue. The aristocratic families were already rotten. Half an hour later, Cui Quan reorganized the army and went out of the east gate of Guan City. However, as soon as he went out of the gate, he was stunned. He saw at least tens of thousands of soldiers waiting outside the city. Cui Quan, where are you? Quickly get off your horse and surrender. At this time, in the army camp outside the city, an old general came out and shouted at the army outside the city gate. So it's the pacifier. Sir, you are really fast. Cui Quan came out and was shocked when he saw the person. The person opposite him was the pacifier of Hunan province. Rankin. Cui Quan's heart sank. Rankin laughed and said, Hee hee, Cui Quan. His Majesty already knows that you want to rebel. He ordered this old man to lead the troops of 10 provinces to encircle and suppress you. Now that things have come to this, if you can put down your weapons and turn to the light, perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives. If you continue to follow behind the Cui family and do treacherous things, only death will await you. This official hopes that you will think carefully. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers in Zhengzhou were immediately thrown into chaos. The soldiers all panicked. Since ancient times, the common people had a natural fear of the imperial court. Now that they heard that the imperial court already knew that they were going to rebel and even sent a large army to encircle them, these people, especially the new recruits, immediately wanted to kneel down and surrender. Silence! Cui Quan saw that the morale of the army was in chaos and quickly shouted, Since you have joined the camp of the House of Subjugation, you have already betrayed the imperial court. If you fall into the hands of the imperial court, only death will await you. What you can do now is to resist with the Cui family to the end. After that, he looked at Ran Can and said angrily, The pacifier really has a good tongue. With just a few words, you have disturbed the morale of my army. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face. Ran Can waved his hand and said, Haha, this official is old and not good at fighting and killing. If Commandant Cui wants to lead the army into battle, this official's 100,000 soldiers are more than welcome to join. Ha! Kill! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 100,000 soldiers behind Ran Can shouted, "Kill!" in unison. Their voices shook the sky and their momentum was like a rainbow. Chui Quan's expression changed.
After a long silence, he waved his hand and said, "Retreat! Return to the city.
Adjunct Huang, lead 50,000 soldiers and guard the east gate."
Yes.
Chui Quan did not dare to take the risk. The soldiers led by Ran Can were all seasoned soldiers. If they fought face to face, his 300,000 soldiers might not be able to win. He decided to send someone to the provincial governor's office to report the situation here. At the same time, he planned to lead the army to the west gate. There were people at the south and east gates, but there should not be anyone at the west gate, right? The gate opened and Chui Quan led the army out.
However, the black mass of the army that greeted him made him feel a sense of despair.
"Where is Chui Quan? Come out and answer me."
An old general shouted at Chui Quan.
"Who are you?"
Chui Quan said coldly as he rode out.
"Humph. I am the provincial governor of Sui Province, Wang Yu. I am here under the imperial order to encircle you rebels. Chui Quan, you are greatly favored by the emperor. You are the commandant of a province, but instead of serving the imperial court, you have joined the rebels. I advise you to abandon the darkness and join the light before it is too late to regret."
Wang Yu shouted.
"Wang Yu?" Chui Quan's heart sank. Sui Province was not far from Jianghu, but it was definitely not close. It would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush the army. However, Wang Yu was able to lead the army here. This meant that the imperial court had long been on guard against the Chui family's rebellion. At this moment, Chui Quan's heart sank completely. "Humph. Wang Yu, does your Wang family of Taiyuan really want to go against the three of us?" Chui Quan said unwillingly. He could not understand why the Wang family would be willing to be a dog of the imperial court when they were all from the same family. Wang Yu said indifferently, "Go against? This official's honor and disgrace were all bestowed by His Majesty. Since you want to rebel, you are going against me, Wang Yu."
"There's nothing to say,"
Chui Quan said in exasperation. "Do you really think that you can stop me with just your army of tens of thousands?" "Humph. Then you can try, Commandant Chui."
Wang Yui waved the sword in his hand and said with a murderous aura.
Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking. He only had 20,000 some soldiers behind him. If they really fought, they were no match for Chui Quan's group. Chui Quan frowned, unable to understand where Wang Yu's confidence came from.
He stretched out his hand and said, "All troops attack.
Every person killed will be rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Those who refuse to fight will be killed without mercy. Charge! Kill!" At the eastern gate, Chui Quan had left 50,000 new soldiers behind to defend the city. Now, he had 250,000 soldiers under his command. Most of them were veterans, and their military training was quite good. The moment Chui Quan gave the order, the 3 armies charged at Wang Yu's army. "Kill! The rebels might have the advantage in numbers, but our reinforcements will be here soon." Wang Yu braced himself and roared. The 2 armies quickly clashed. As the provincial governor of a province and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally would not personally charge into the fray. He was at the rear holding the fort. After seeing the situation on the battlefield, his face immediately darkened. In this situation, if reinforcements didn't arrive in half an hour, the 20,000-man army he brought with him would soon be wiped out. Bang! 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 "Provincial Governor Wang, I'm here to help you." Just as Wang Yu was feeling anxious, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the south. Following that, a black mass of soldiers charged out of the dust. The old general in the lead roared. "Provincial Governor Zhao?" Wang Yu looked over and was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly roared, "The provincial governor of Bianzhou has led his army to reinforce us. All soldiers, listen up. Attack Guanqing County and capture the rebels. Kill." Wang Yu's army's morale was high, but Chui Quan's army was panicking. "Retreat! Retreat into the city and defend the city gate." Chui Quan looked toward the east and estimated that there were at least 70,000–80,000 reinforcements. At this point, the only 3 city gates of Guanqing County were blocked by the imperial court army. Cui Junchuo's plan to attack Luoyang was officially declared a failure. Chapter 1324. Guangqing County was surrounded on 3 sides, and Cui Quan's army had lost 2 battles, losing over 6,000 soldiers. Cui Quan left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the 3 city gates, while the rest stayed within the city to maintain order. Arriving at the provincial governor's manor, Cui Quan told Cui Junchuo and the rest about the situation outside the city. The few of them were shocked, and Cui Junchuo's face was as white as paper. How is that possible? According to what you said, there are over 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and there are even soldiers that Wang Yu brought from Sui province. Doesn't that mean that the imperial court already knew that we were going to attack? But Guangqing County had sealed the city gates for over a month, so how did the news get out? Zhang Shua's face was dejected as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have listened to your slanderous words. Now that Guangqing County is surrounded by the army, what should we do?" Cui Junchuo looked at Zhang Shuwu coldly and opened his mouth, but he did not say anything. At this time, he did not have the mood to argue. Cui Wenji was the oldest out of the 3, but because he took good care of himself, his body was the best. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "Now is not the time of life and death. There are only 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and we have 300,000. Furthermore, our Cui family and Xingyang family have not gone all out, and we can still mobilize 50,000 hidden guards and thousands of death warriors. Furthermore, our consecrators have not made a move, and with their martial arts, they can fight against 100. When the time comes, we can attack from the inside and outside, and we can definitely kill our way out. But at that time, Li Shimin will definitely not let us go. But our families can go to the Turks or live in seclusion in Southeast Asia, and when the time is right, we can return to the Central Plains." Hearing that, Cui Junchuo and Zhang Shua's eyes lit up, and Zhang Shuwu hurriedly said, "Then in Brother Cui's opinion, what should we do now?" Cui Wenji muttered, "The 2 of us will send a messenger pigeon to mobilize the hidden guards outside, and let them rush to Jianghu as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will wait for the opportunity to make a move. During this time, we just need to be careful of the army outside the city. Our army might not be able to defeat them outside, but we can defend the city. With the city walls as our backing, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside won't be able to break into the city." Yes. Let's defend the city first. When the reinforcements arrive, we'll launch a pincer attack and kill our way out. Didn't they recruit a bunch of new soldiers? Let them guard the city gates. Even if the imperial court's army attacks the city, the casualties won't be our people. In the future, with the strength of our clans, where can't we dominate? Zhang Shuwu nodded as he listened. Cui Junchuo also felt that it was reasonable. He turned to look at Pan Jinyue and ordered, "Jinyue, send the new army to defend the city. The old soldiers will supervise from the side and enforce martial law in the city. Strictly forbid the citizens from gathering and causing trouble. Let all the retainers of the Cui residents come to the various commoners' square regularly to give lectures to pacify the citizens and encourage them to help us defend the city. Increase the patrols and prevent anyone from inciting the people to defect to the imperial court." "Yes, Taigong. I'll make the arrangements right away." Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and left with Cui Quan. "Hey, join the army." As expected, the army didn't attack Luoyang today. Wei's watching is really good at foresight. Tell me, how did he know that the black armored army and the pacifier would lead the army here today? Does Wei's watching, that old man, know how to calculate? Guangqing County, East City Gate. Lu Rengue and his group were standing on top of the city walls to defend the city. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Old Feng whispered excitedly. Lu Rengue faintly said, "Miss Li, you must have used the telegraph to send a message to Chang'an that day. The Black Armored Army's combat power is unparalleled, and their speed is astonishing. From Chang'an to Jiangzhou, they can reach there in less than 2 days. Minister Wei must have calculated the time in private. As for the pacifier, it shouldn't be hard for him to gather 100,000 soldiers in 2 days. I thought Wei's watching was an old immortal who could foresee things." Feng Wu scratched his head and muttered, "Sai, join the army. I just heard that Cui Quan's army met Wang Yu, the provincial governor of Suizhou, and our provincial governor's army at the West City Gate. After a bloody battle, Cui Quan left behind 6,000 corpses and fled back into the city." "Wang Yu?" "Suizhou is more than 400 miles away from Jiangzhou. Why would he appear in Jianghu now? Lu Rengue was puzzled. After a moment of silence he said, Guangqing County is surrounded by Guangqing County. The Cui family can either go out of the city and fight a bloody way out, or stay in the city and wait for the reinforcements of the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xingyang. But in my opinion, the possibility of them choosing the latter is higher. So before their reinforcements arrive, we must find a way to get in touch with the army outside the city. Otherwise, the Cui family may really escape this time. I'll find a way to go back tonight and discuss with Wei's watching. You help me cover it up. Feng Wu nodded and said, Don't worry, join the army. It's cold at night. I don't think anyone will come to patrol. Just go. Outside the city. The black armored troops and the provincial government's army had already set up their tents and started cooking. Apparently, they were planning to set up camp outside the city. South of the city, in the central tent. General Duan, now that Guangqing County is surrounded by us from 3 sides, the rebels will not be able to escape even if they have wings. When do you plan to attack the city? Ren Kan also came to the central tent of the black armored troops. At this time, he looked at Duan Jishuan and asked. Even though he was a pacifying ambassador, he did not dare to be negligent in front of Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan was also involved in the Black Tortoise Gate incident. He was a real hero. Duan Jishuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then pondered for a moment and said, We only have 150,000 soldiers. Although we are not afraid of the Cui family's army in the open, if we want to attack the city with this small number of people, it is no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the black armored troops are only good at fighting in the open. They are not good at attacking the city. So, let's just surround the city first. In 2 days, General Li's army will arrive. At that time, we will discuss attacking the city. That's the best. Ran Kan and Wang Yu both nodded. It was a moonless night. On the other hand, Guangqing County's Chung Tower was filled with torches. Although under normal circumstances, no one would attack the city at night, there were still many soldiers guarding the tower. Lu Rengue used the excuse of going to the toilet to sneak away. Along the way, he avoided the patrolling soldiers and finally came to the house in Wuning Lane. Is Lu Rengue back? At this time, Wei Zheng and the others were still awake. Wei Zheng asked softly when he heard some movement from the well. It's me. It's me. Lu Rengue answered and quickly walked over. At this time, a weak candlelight was lit in the tunnel. Lu Rengue looked at everyone excitedly and said, Good news! Good news! In a few more days, you won't have to hide in this tunnel anymore. Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked, Brother Lu, are the reinforcements here? Girls love to be clean. Ever since she moved into this tunnel, she had not taken a bath for a few days. She was very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tunnel was not very ventilated. With so many people living here, the smell was naturally unpleasant. She had had enough of this place. Lu Rengue looked at little Yuer with admiration and said, Miss Li Yu is right. The reinforcements sent by the imperial court have arrived. 3,000 black armored troops, 130,000 soldiers from the Hunan province pacifier, and 20,000 soldiers from the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu, have surrounded Guangqing County. When the army outside the city breaks into the city, you will be saved. Ah, that's great. That's great. Finally, the army is here. We can finally see the light of day again. Little Yuer cheered when she heard that. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, It's too early to say that. The army outside the city will not be able to break into the city. We have to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Reinforcements? How can Wei's watching be so sure that there will be reinforcements? Lu Rengue was puzzled. They had returned after sending the information to the imperial court at Songyue Temple. As for how the imperial court had arranged it, they had no idea. Wei Zheng smiled and said, Duan Jishuan's black armored troops are very mobile and fast. They are very suitable to be the vanguard. Since His Majesty has sent the black armored troops to be the vanguard, he will definitely send reinforcements. Let's wait. Wang Yu's appearance means that His Majesty has already taken precautions against the Cui family. In this battle, the army sent by the imperial court cannot be underestimated. The Cui family cannot win. Wei's watching is right. Lu Rengue nodded thoughtfully. Little said, Wei's watching, since we have reinforcements behind us, do you think the Cui family will have reinforcements outside the city? Wei Zheng's eyes darkened when he heard that. After a while he looked at Lu Rengui and said, You have to ask Lu Rengui this question. Lu Rengui quickly cupped his hands and said, I think the Cui family will definitely have reinforcements. Why do you say so? Wei's watching, as far as I know, the 300,000 soldiers in the city, other than the young men recruited in the past few months, the rest are the state soldiers and the secret guards raised by the Cui family. The Cui family of Bowling and the Zhang family of Xingyang did not send out a single soldier. Therefore, I guess that they must have some forces outside the city that they can mobilize. And today, they chose to guard the city instead of going out to fight. This confirms my guess. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and replied. The atmosphere in the tunnel became solemn again. Wei Zhang stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, Now, it depends on which side's reinforcements arrive first. If the Cui family's reinforcements arrive first, they will definitely go out to patrol the city. The situation will not be good if they are attacked from both sides.